Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second of our artist streams. Today we are joined by, you've just seen a disembodied voice on the Best of Weaves panel. Now we have disembodied hands. These hands belong to a very talented artist that you might have seen some of her artwork around in Twitter of Time. And this is Memo, who does all of the chibis of time. How are we doing, Memo?
Hi guys, I'm good. I'm a little bit tired because it's 10 p.m. here, but I'm okay. And I'm very excited to be here.
It's
Hi, Rob.
yeah. Hi, it's good to have you. It's you're in the middle of moving house, aren't you? So this is why we have the single camera setup, sadly.
Yeah,
But
it's like everything around is like a little bit of a mess, and you can spot some bits of color on my arms because I've been repainting the walls and stuff. So I apologize for
yeah.
my crappy performance.
No, nothing to apologize for. If you've seen anything of Memo's Instagram, you have seen multiple clips of the new house, and the work that's being put into it is amazing. I'm sure it's going to look amazing when you're finished. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, let's start off with the chibi stuff. For anyone who doesn't know what the chibis are, and I know that there was someone in the server just discussing it previously, they don't know what the chibi is, so maybe a quick
Okay.
tell folks what the
Okay. So
chibis are.
okay, so a chibi is like a cute, sort of like very cartoony rendition of a visual cartoony style, I guess, of a character. Originally, I think from Japan, like it's related to the whole manga thing, and it's like a very like characters that have very big heads and very small bodies, and they do need to look extremely cute for them to be effective, I think. And I think the more you take characters that are supposed to be fierce and make them into chibis, that's where like they sort of like are the most efficient, I think, at being cute. Like for example, I can show you guys one of the chibis. Now this is my folder of all the chibis that I've made.
That's a lot. That's a lot of chibis.
A lot of these are commissions for people on Twitter Time, which are amazing, like an amazing bunch of people, honestly. But yeah, so today I'm drawing a new one.
Yeah. Who are you drawing today?
So I was thinking because I actually have drawn most of the main characters by now, Wheel of Time, obviously. So it's a secondary character, but it's pretty important. I mean, she's one of my favorite characters, who's Berylane. So I thought I'd draw her.
Nice. So
And yeah, and if we have time, I can also draw Alejandra, who's kind of like a second best, but Berylane is definitely more badass. So yeah.
you showed me the little sort of pre-sketch you'd done before we started, and it looks very cool. So just you won't be able to see it, but and unfortunately they won't see it in the con suite. But those on YouTube can see. I threw it up. Memo even did a chibi for me, and I absolutely adore this chibi. I think it's incredible. It's me in a chef hat doing like the chef kiss sort of thing, and I've got like boots and a jacket and such, and it's just I think it's absolutely incredible. And it's one of the best things I've ever received. It's on an apron, so I adore it. So an extra thanks to Memo just from me for that. But
Oh,
yeah,
well, that was a birthday gift. So
it was extremely
yeah.
kind. I love it.
I mean, I was roped into it, but I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. So, but yeah. So, how do you start drawing your chibis? I'm sure people have asked you this, but there'll be people who won't
Um,
know.
so I mean, of course, it's different for when I draw a character that is from Wheel of Time, because we already have a description and some sort of like vague props that we could portray them with to make sure that, because that's the issues with chibis, that they're not immediately recognizable unless you really like portray them with the right sort of props.
Hmm.
So for example, for Nynaeve, I mean, she's pretty easy to spot because I drew her with her really long braid and her like tagging really hard on it. So of course people are going to be, yeah, that's Nynaeve. But for other characters, they are not as recognizable, also because Robert Jordan was quite not really that vague, but kind of vague about the descriptions of many characters. He was more accurate with the description of fashion and props and certain jewels or all of that. So I usually do a really quick research of what are the most notable objects that we could associate with a character, So for example, for Berylane, I just looked her up, and I realized that she has a very specific coronet, the Hawk in Flight, which is the coronet of Mayen. So that's probably one of the things that I'm gonna, portray her with. And then I just think about their personality, because I think a lot of the recognizability comes from the pose, the attitude. So like Berylane, I mean, the first thing you think about is like, sexy. So,
this is true.
I mean, that's kind of her play. So of course her pose needs to be kind of, flirty, but also kind of like bossy, I think, because she's also really capable. And that's something that I think kind of like gets downplayed a little bit because of the whole storyline with Perrin and Fail. I always say Fail.
However you want to say
it. But yeah, I think because of all that storyline, like we kind of forget that she's actually like a super competent ruler who's managed to keep her very small country quite alive next to a much bigger country. So I think the right kind of like compromise between being capable and bossy, but also kind of like saucy and flirty. That's like my take on the character. And so, yeah, so whenever I draw a character, I kind of like try to put together the attitude and the description and some very easily recognizable object item that we can immediately associate with that character, and voila, that's that's kind of like what I did with this pre-sketch of Berylane, which is barely recognizable, I realize. It just looks like a lot of lines. I don't know if you guys can properly see it.
Yeah, they can see it on screen.
Okay, cool. So as you can see, there's like a very, very sketched Berylane, kind of like doing like a hand gesture, kind of like, whatever. And also kind of like leaning with her hips forward. So there's like, that's the mix that I want to convey in this chibi. So I'm going to quickly lower the visibility of this layer. I'm using Procreate, by the way. If anybody is interested or anybody wants to, I don't know, have a shot at drawing a chibi at some point. I personally use my iPad Pro with Procreate, and I use layers to make it easier to basically like clean up this sketch, because at the moment it's a mess.
It's still far better than I can draw, so.
Well, I don't know, Rob. You guys should know that Rob has been on my Patreon for a while, and he's the only. Well, actually, he's not. He's one of the two people who's not an artist.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure there was one other. I remember someone talking about it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And so I am still waiting for your attempt at drawing something.
Oh, I keep saying I'll do it, and then I did. You do draw-alongs as in the server as part of your. So the Discord server that Memo has is patrons only. We're sensing a theme here with the artists, by the way, folks, because Ariel has the same setup. But you should be joining them because they are amazing. And I've been in Memos for quite a long time now. Pretty much since you started it, I've got to be honest. I think I joined straight away.
Yeah.
And you've been very busy recently, obviously the move and things like that, but you do draw-alongs occasionally. And I've been to 2 or 3 of them, and I usually just sit there and listen and tell silly stories about my day at work and things like that. But the one time I did draw, it didn't make it into the final sketch because I was just drawing stripes in the background like it was crazy wallpaper from, I don't know, the 60s or something. But it's a lot of fun. So.
Well, I think, actually it did make it into the drawing, I think. I think because the way that we do draw-alongs is that we use a online kind of like drawing tool, which is called Magma Studio, and that allows multiple people to draw at the same time on the same canvas. And so everybody can join in and draw like a different element of the big kind of like canvas that we've got going together. And Rob was tasked with drawing the stripes of the background, which was, as you were saying, a kind of like a Victorian like wallpaper or something.
Yeah.
And I think, and then after we do the whole thing, like all in different styles, later on that night, I usually go in and redo the whole thing with like a new line, like a new outline. So in the original sketch, your wallpaper has been maintained, and then of course, I had to kind of like redo it, but I assure you, it's still there. I'm treasuring it.
Well, one day I will draw in the server at some point, I'm sure. We've had a comment in chat from Skeeter, and the quote, the comment is, Memo's, this sketch is a mess, is his, I've worked on this for 4 days and I'm very proud. So they're all loving your sketch.
It is a mess though.
So it's brilliant. I love the fact that you work in pink. I always think it looks pink to me. I don't know if it's actually pink. I'm not an artist. I can never tell properly.
Yeah, it's pink.
It is
definitely pink.
I love it because then when you fade it down, it still looks really cool, rather than just like drawing in black. So
yeah, I don't know why. Like I always had this thing that like to sketch properly, I have to sketch in color. Usually use pink or like bluish green, which are my favorite colors. Which is actually why my studio that I'm doing in my new flat, 2 of the walls are gonna be this kind of like aquamarine green kind of color that is like, that and peach pink are my 2 favorite colors. So, but I thought, having like a pink studio was a bit too much for me.
I mean, it's your studio. If you want to paint it pink, paint it pink. I mean,
yeah. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to regret this. So.
It's a lot of painting if you have to redo it, I suppose.
Yeah. So I was like, nah. You know what? I'm just gonna stick with because I don't know. I think the aquamarine color is a little bit more cool. And also it's the color of the of all the the outside frames of the doors and the windows. Mm-hmm. So at least it's consistent. So here I've got like the general face and her general kind of like resting bitch face kind of thing. Kind of like, yeah, I'm hot. So what? And
that's
so
barely.
I'm gonna move on. Yeah, exactly. And so I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna give her like a little choker necklace because I think that would be appropriate. And maybe, I don't know, maybe like a little cloak, but that leaves her cleavage open because, cleavage.
Yep. So how many chibis do you think you've done, Memo?
I'm not sure actually. It's definitely in the hundreds.
Wow.
Although, yeah, I couldn't say for certain, but between the commissions and the and the actual Wheel of Time chibis of the characters, it's definitely in the hundreds.
Wow.
Which is, yeah, it's crazy.
That's a lot of chibis. I mean, you see them a lot around Twitter of Time. So folks, if you see any person in Twitter of Time using a logo that looks anything remotely like this, or like you see the chibi on the screen, then it's been done by Memo pretty much. And they're all rocking. And you just had commissions. Was it last week you did commissions or open commissions?
Yeah, on Tuesday.
And
this week.
There we go. Earlier this week. See, the days are blurring together. And they sold out.
You've been online for too long.
I have. I've been streaming far too long. The commissions sold out. They were like the fastest they've ever sold out. Am I correct in thinking that?
Yeah, they were. They were literally like in 1 hour. Like I decided to open like 20 spots because usually I always say 10, but then I always end up accepting like 20 because people just kind of like send me a message and then I feel bad because I've already replied, and so I just say okay. So I was like, yeah, I might as well just say 20 like from the start because that's realistically how many I'm gonna accept. And I ended up accepting 34.
34.
Oh yeah. That was not my intention.
Oh my gosh.
Basically I left because I kind of I tried to streamline the process of accepting commissions to make it more orderly for everybody. So I basically create one of those Google forms, mm-hmm. Where people have to kind of fill it in with their preference for their character. For example, I want to be a warder, I want to be an Aes Sedai, whatever. And then I kind of like read them all, and they can upload their photo reference as well. So then I read all of the submissions, and then I reply to actually say, yeah, your commission has been taken on, and then I get started on it. But I accidentally didn't, like, I left the link on Twitter even after I said that the commissions were closed, right? And I didn't click on the thing where I said,
Stop
this
accepting.
stopped accepting.
Oh,
And so, yeah, I feel bad saying to people that, they actually exceeded the number. So I just said to everybody, yeah, you got in.
oh, Memo, you're so kind.
No, I'm silly because now it's going to take like longer for everybody to receive their chibi. So, but I don't
Folks,
know.
if you have to wait for a chibi, firstly, it is more than worth the wait. I assure you that. So do not feel bad if you have to wait for a chibi. And secondly, if you do have to wait for your chibi, it's because Memo is super generous and has taken on nearly double the amount of commissions that she intended to. So, yeah.
Yeah, that happened. But I'm not complaining. Also because it's amazing. Like I really love how that kind of feeling where I send the chibi to the person, and they go like, oh, it's so nice, it looks like me, or I really love it. It's like, if it's it kind of makes my day. So I'm not complaining.
I have remembered a few people getting chibis. I remember when I got my chibi, I was genuinely absolutely speechless. There's no word around that when I saw my chibi. And I remember when Skeeter revealed his chibi, which had a few of his pets in as well, wasn't it? If I remember.
Yeah, I think it's the most amount of pets that I've ever drawn in a chibi.
Yeah, there were like 3 pets in the chibi. Skeeter, let me know in chat. I know you're hanging around here. It's actually his icon in YouTube, folks. Skeeterish, and I remember him sharing that, and it was stunning. Everyone was blown away. They thought it was amazing, and it looks like Skeeter. It captured everything about him, but it was also a beautiful chibi in the process. So it's there we go. Skeeter said he cried when he got his. So
oh
yeah,
that's what I mean. That's why I do it. Also because I admit I get a kick every time that I see someone on Twitter time with their profile picture in one of my chibis.
Yeah,
like it's one more chibi in world domination.
Memo's world domination of chibis. I like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Oh, there we go. Skid is just 3 of his pets, and it was 2 of them had recently passed on. So that was it's a beautiful chibi. But yeah, if you see a chibi around Twitter time, folks, it's done by Memo, and they're amazing. And if you need to see examples, is there any way they can see some of your? Is it just on the YouTube channel they can see the chibis of time, or is there somewhere like on your website or something they can see that?
Yeah, they are on my website. Like on my website, there's a specific page that it's on the main kind of like navigation bar on the website called Wheel of Time, and on there they can find, I think, all the chibis. I'm just checking because I'm actually on that page now. They can see all the chibis that I've drawn so far for Wheel of Time, like for the actual characters in the show, like in the book, but obviously not the private commissions ones. Mm-hmm. Those ones are available on Twitter.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to see if I can find that link as well. All of Memo's links are in the Discord server. If you are not following Memo already, please hop over to those. Because they're pretty epic. There we go. Skeeter's dropped it in for me. Thank you. So the link is in chat, folks. You can go check out all the chibis of time. So, when was the podcast where you draw is what I called it, wasn't it? When was the last? I know you've been very, very busy, but you used to do, or you were for a short while doing the chibis of time as a listen through of the books.
I don't want to get back to it as soon as I move properly, because in my new house, in my new studio, I have planned to have an actual area where I'm setting up like a little like recording like environment, basically. So because like right now I am literally working in my bedroom, so every time that I record a YouTube video, I have to move everything around, and then me and my partner cannot like go to bed for like until I put everything back.
Until you finished.
Considering I always record in the evening, it's really not very very convenient.
Darling, have another cup of coffee. I'm recording a video.
Yeah, exactly. So instead, what I'm gonna, in my new flat, I have like a whole area set up specifically for recording with my iPad. So hopefully it's gonna be a lot easier. It's gonna save me a lot of time, and I am going to be able to do it more often.
Yeah, folks.
I got to, I think, chapter 5.
That sounds about right.
I was doing it like chronologically, so yeah, I got to like chapter 5 of the Eye of the World.
Yeah, I'm having a quick look now. I'm pretty sure that sounds about right, because you're doing characters that you hadn't already drawn, and I remember you did Bella, and Bella was gorgeous. Bella was amazing. So,
well, I mean, she's one of the best characters.
Bella is the best, absolutely. So, but yeah, it's amazing, folks. Just all of Memo's videos on YouTube are great. I haven't seen a bad one ever. So if you haven't checked it out, you need to. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's kind of like as you very eloquently put it. It's like a podcast, but I'm drawing.
Yeah, it's literally yeah. It is great to see.
Okay, so now that I have basically sketched in her dress, and I kind of like made her a little bit more voluptuous. Is that a word?
That is the word, yes.
Okay, and then she's probably like in the books and like in most of the visual depictions that I see of Berylane, she's like really busty, but kind of like skinny otherwise. So instead, I made her like a little bit more like curvy, I guess, because I think that's she's voluptuous, so I feel like she should have like the curves. And as you can see, I have all these different parts on different layers, because usually, and this is just advice if you want to try your own chibi at home. I usually keep parts that give me a little bit of trouble, like the arms or the hands, if they are in like awkward positions, on different layers, so that if I get it wrong, I can simply, delete that layer or erase that layer specifically, and I don't have to kind of like go and mess up with other lines that instead are already kind of like okay. So when I'm done, like when I'm okay with the sketch as it is, I can just pinch them all together and make them one.
Oh, that's a clever trick.
Yeah, and now they're just one line.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
You'll be pleased to know that even at this stage, it looks like Berylane already, because Tree has arrived in chat. Yeah, no, Tree's arrived in chat. Instantly asked, "Is it Berylane?" And everyone's gone, "Yes, good guess." And she's like, "The ample bosom gave it away."
Yeah, I feel like you just need to basically put some boobs in. Can I say boobs?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And people are gonna be like, "Oh, that's Berylane," because she is known for her generous bosom, as you just said. Yeah, one thing that I really like is to give characters like hair sort of like coming forward, if they're long hair, kind of like a little curl coming forward. I think that's cute. And like breaking up the hair as well. Also, one thing that I really love about chibis is that because they're so tiny, the hair always looks really long. Like they have, she in theory, from the descriptions that I checked out before drawing her literally half an hour ago, because I always check descriptions, because I realized that my bias is like really strong, and so most of the times I completely change the description of a character in my head according to what I thought that character looked like when I read it the first time, 6 years ago. So in my mind, Berylane was like kind of like Greek looking, like olive skin, and actually she's described as being very pale.
Yeah, this is
So,
true.
yeah.
But I could get behind a Greek Berylane. I think that would be quite a look.
I think, I don't know, in my head, Berlin looks like Gal Gadot. Just because I'm
Huh.
in love with Gal Gadot, so
Yeah.
to me, like Gal Gadot could play anything, like literally like a rock, and I'd be like, yeah, like she was so good in it. Like, as a rock, she was like, oh my god, like she's just so awesome.
She nailed it. She was just so sturdy.
Yep, performance of a lifetime. I would say, give her an Oscar now.
Now they're trying to name the other characters in the book that have ample bosom in chat. It's hilarious. So yeah, Rizal is the one that Olva has a bit of a thing with, but they're saying, doesn't RJ throw around the phrase ample bosom a lot in the books? I was like, I mean, I suppose he does, but Berelane's the most the one that's most prominent. So
Yeah, definitely. I think also because she's, well, I mean, I guess other characters are just recognized and kind of like typified by their bosoms, which unfortunately, it's unfortunate, to be honest, because men in Wheel of Time are never, identified because well, actually, that's not true, because some of them are just identified because they have very good looking calves. So I guess it goes both ways.
yeah, Val and Luca has amazing turned calves, I believe.
Exactly. So yeah, maybe I'm just like my point was not valid, but I do feel like all of the main characters that are sort of like all of the main girls and women are at least like not necessarily like show-stopping beautiful like Berylane, but they're all beautiful.
Yes.
It's like, I mean, how is it possible that not a single one of the main characters is just a normal looking person?
Taviran.
Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it down to Taviran luck, I suppose.
I guess. Well, I mean, the only one that is always described as being just handsome is poor Elida, which I guess she is because she's like a villain. So, I mean, not really even a villain, just like a crazy person.
But... misguided. Yeah.
Yeah.
She has good intentions, bless her.
Does she? I think maybe she did at the start.
Yeah, at the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Towards the end, they weren't so good, but at the beginning, she started off with good intentions. So.
Yeah.
So, how are you going to draw this?
Coronet.
Yeah, coronet. That was the word. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm really bad at drawing animals in general and birds specifically. I'm like, I'm okay with the part here, that I'm drawing first. Can you see it properly?
Yes. Yeah.
So like this is a beak. I think that's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the wingspan sort of like opening up, and that's fine. But then when I get down here, I'm like, I just have no idea what's going on with a bird's body. Like I think they have talons, but I'm just really not sure. So actually, I must admit that I have a Google page open in front of me with some hawks in flight that I am going to copy.
I was going to ask if you ever used a reference for a chibi, apart from a picture from a commission.
I do.
So yeah, it's
Although to be fair,
I think it's very sensible.
Yeah. Although to be fair, this is not like an actual hawk; it's like a jewel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it can be, stylized as well into like I was thinking of because the talons are kind of odd to have like on someone's forehead, to be honest. And it's like, oh, have this, tiara with some talons on your forehead. Like,
just
thanks,
dig in, yeah.
No thanks. Like, can I not?
It's a secret weapon, it's the last line of the defense. Some people have a dagger. Berylane has some taloned headpiece, so
Yeah. So instead, I was thinking of maybe having like a little, like, like Moraine's, kind of like jewel thing that is with the teardrop and like the little stone, and like having the teardrop sort of entwined, like that with the wings.
Oh, that's very cool.
But I don't know. What does the chat think about this development?
Well, firstly, Rajesh says there's no way he could draw without references. So, chat is obviously a little behind live, so I'll have to wait for chat to catch up. But chat, tell us what you think we could go with here. I think the way you've described it is an excellent start. I was at a loss of how you could have drawn it, to be honest, without it just looking like sticking a bird on a head.
Yeah, which wouldn't be. I guess you could have just now I'm just the movie adaptation of The Hobbit, like the movies. I don't know if you watch them.
Multiple times.
Okay. So Radagast.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just thinking of him. Like I think he's got like a bird's nest on his head.
Oh, he does, yes.
So now I'm just thinking of like Berylane, like
with a bird's nest.
A little bird's nest on her head, like little eggs there, and like the thing kind of like dropping down on her face. That would not be good, I think.
No, I don't think it will work quite as well as as we'd hope it would.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the jewel thing.
So MK in chat says, "What if you make talons into hair danglies?" So
into
sort of like just sort of little dangly pieces, I suppose, as opposed to big sharp talons.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that as well. Although I can't really like focus it right now, like visualize it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of like trying to make this thing work also.
And Matt's Dagger in chat has asked, could a chibi style be done for an object? Say perhaps a dagger asking for a friend. Have you ever done an object as a chibi?
Well, I did. The logo of the Wheel of Time, it's chibified.
It is chibified. This is quite true.
The little snake is a chibi, so I guess that counts. At least in my book.
Let me put that up on screen for folks watching in the YouTube world. I have that somewhere here. Where is that hiding? There it is. All right. So, yeah, that is a chibified Wheel of Time. So, yeah, Matt's Dagger, you can absolutely chibify objects. And that's pretty cool. So I think he might be hitting you up for that at some point on the next commissions. if you ever have time to open them again after taking so many.
Well, I wanted to take some more for the launch of the series. Obviously, I was like, that could be like a nice celebration, and I wanted to at least do like another couple of episodes before the series starts. Because otherwise it's going to be embarrassing.
Why?
Okay, so no, because I said that I wanted to finish all of the characters from Wheel of Time by the time that the series aired, and that's definitely not going to happen.
That is true. And just to clarify, folks, Memo does not mean all 30,000 of them. No. Just the ones that, am I right in thinking, so named characters or ones that are important to the chapter?
Yeah, it's basically characters that at least get a line. Like not necessarily all the named characters, because all the named characters are literally 3,000.
Yes.
I think.
About 3,000.
So, yeah. So more like just however many. So because I'm listening to the books, and each episode of the podcast, I'm drawing the characters that appear in the chapter, basically. Of course, I'm not redrawing them every time, like only the new ones. So only the characters that actually do something in the chapter get. But that's actually surprisingly, that's still quite a big number, because even characters that you never think about, like Who and Tad.
It's exactly who I was thinking about, yeah.
Yeah, like they do stuff, they take the horses and bring them around, so fair enough. So I think this is a very dirty sketch, but So one thing that I do usually is that when I have a sketch like this that kind of looks a little bit messy, I try to make it better also in terms of perspective using these tools in Procreate, like the distort tool and the warp tool are very useful.
You can just make those little adjustments.
Yeah. And then I can just redraw it properly with the correct line art. Yeah, I think this looks more in perspective.
That is a very helpful tool.
Yep, definitely. I mean, that's why I think overall, I'm obviously not saying that drawing digitally is easier than drawing traditionally, because I think it does require like a different set of skills, but it does have its pros and, you know, its little tricks can help you. But now I can just redraw the line art.
That zoom feature seems very helpful, I've got to be honest.
Yep. And then I can just, you know, beautify it a little bit as well, make it more frilly.
I'm putting a selection of your chibis up on the screen whilst you're finishing this piece, and they absolutely adore the Bella. And to quote chat, Fast Rider says that Bella is adorbs. To quote chat.
Oh.
So, but I've put who up. I have who do I have up currently? Words are eluding me right now. I have Aldib up. There we go. Let's.
Yeah, I feel like actually Aldib and Bella are, I think they're like some really good examples of character design in a way, even though they're chibis, you know, because they're both horses and they're both chibi horses, so they're not, you know, they're not that detailed, but I think they just have such a different vibe.
Yeah.
Like, because Aldib is like, you know, like a city horse, like she's like super fancy, and instead Bella is like good two river stuff, you know, just not like unpretentious, but really cute and beautiful in their own way.
Yeah, I've just thrown up Mandab as well. Mandab's so cool. I love the armor you put on Mandab. I think it's great.
Yeah, actually, that was badass.
Well, it fits with Lan. You know, Lan's a bit of a badass. So,
Yeah,
you know.
definitely.
Let me find Lan. I'm sure I've got Lan here somewhere. So, folks, you get.
You know what, like,
I get these because I'm a patron of Memo's. She shares them out. She's extremely generous, and so I can then, you know, put them up on screen for you to be like, ooh, you know, and
yeah, if you're a patron, you get the high resolution chibis for each episode of, you know, the podcast.
yeah, see, so it's worth it if you join for nothing else. It's worth it because, you know, by the very end, I will have all the chibis from Wheel of Time. So there we go. Just rubbing it in your faces there, folks. But yeah, it's worth doing.
I mean, when I start the Patreon again, because right now it's paused because of all the stuff that I've got going on, like the house and everything.
That is true. I've forgotten about that.
No, but I mean, it should be starting back again in November. And I'm actually planning to do a little bit of housekeeping. So changing the tiers a little bit. Because at the moment they're mostly geared towards artists and, you know, people who want to have rewards like the what's the name, like tutorials and stuff like that. So instead I'm gonna have some tiers specifically for people who are just, you know, there to enjoy the final product kind of thing. So more digital rewards, more, I don't know, wallpapers, exclusive content, stuff like that.
I say this coronet is turning out beautifully.
I hope so. I mean, I'm still, kind of on the fence about it, but
Chat, what do we think? It'll take them a while to get back to us, but chat, what do you think about this coronet? I think it's great, personally.
well, I mean, right now the thing that is really bothering me the most is that here, okay, yeah, here is, sorry, there was like a line there. There you go. The thing that is bothering me the most is that the coronet's line art is much skinnier than the line art on anything else, on everything else. So I am going to I'm sorry, I had a no. Where is that line? Oh, it's here. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I get like random lines in places that they're not supposed to be, so then I have to delete them. But there you go. So yeah, so the thing that is bothering me the most, as I was saying, is that this coronet is a little bit all over the place in terms of the width and the size of the line art. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to fatten it up a little bit, just to the sides of the coronet, which is a common thing to do in line art for comic books as well. Again, little tip there if you are, if you want to draw comics or something like that. Usually it's called weighted line art, where the external side of the line art is heavier, than the internal details. So because of course the coronet is a lot smaller and more detailed than the rest of the chibi, so I don't want to make all of it super thick, because it's gonna look, you're not gonna be able to read it properly. But I still want to make sure that it's like a little bit more in line with the rest of the line art. So I'm just gonna fatten up the outside.
We've had a question from the chat. Fast Rider would like to know, what other characters do you do? Other literary characters, or other fandoms or anything like that?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So I am a huge fan of the animated series Legend of Korra. So you can see a lot of that kind of fan art especially on my Instagram. And I've been actually, to my shame, I've been writing a fan fiction.
Not to your shame. I look forward to reading it when it's ready. So
I've been posting like chapters on Archive of Our Own. So yeah.
I need to go find those.
Yeah, I mean, on Twitter there's like some of the links, and on my Instagram there's a permanent link on my bio if you want to check it out. There's 4 chapters out so far. And yeah, I don't know, I'm a little bit embarrassed because, it's fan fiction. But, it's actually, I've been wanting to go back into writing for a while now, because I used to write a lot. And I actually, I've kind of like, I have like a half deal going on with my illustration agency for an IP that I've been developing, which is my own like original IP. But I've done the outline, but then I'm just really scared of actually writing the whole thing, because I've had some bad experiences in the past with writing, and I've lost a lot of confidence doing it. So actually writing fan fiction has been really relaxing, because it's like there's no pressure, it's just fun. It's literally fun fiction. So yeah, so you can find that, and actually let me know what you think about it if anybody in chat will read it. I'm really
I've put a
looking
link
forward
to the Instagram in chat, but you can find, as I said, all the links in the Discord server as well, folks. But yeah, go check that out and let Memo know. And if you're not following Instagram, follow on Instagram. So I'm terrible for watching stories, but I do see the posts. So there's so many stories people post. I'm just like, I can't watch everybody's stories. So I just choose not to watch anybody's stories.
I know it's like it's ridiculous the amount of content that is posted every day on Instagram. So I don't blame you. But yeah, to answer the question, I also draw. I just basically whenever I am kind of like feeling down or just feeling a little bit burnt out, or just for fun, I tend to draw fan art. So I have drawn all sorts of fan art, including a lot of Disney fan art, a lot of Harry Potter fan art, a lot of Brandon Sanderson fan art. I'm a huge Stormlight fan.
You did all of the. You did like devotion, dominion, preservation. You did all the shards, wasn't it?
Yeah, last year I did like Cosmicember, which was like Cosmere and December. So like over December I did all of the shards of of the Cosmere. Actually, not all of them. I missed the last two because I got busy and I stopped doing it, which is kind of a little bit of a kind of like a fil rouge of my production, that I start things and then I get busy with work and I have to support myself, so I tend to stop doing some of the things that I said I would do. But yeah, that's just what happens when you have to pay the bills, right?
This is true. We've had a question. They're asking, is this a hobby or are you making a living doing your art? Like either full time or part time. You do this as a living, don't you? Am I correct in thinking that?
I do. Which is why sometimes I stopped doing all the fan arts and the commissions and stuff like that, because the commissions are not my livelihood. They're more like a fun aside that I do. What pays the bill is literally my job as an illustrator. I illustrate books for a living, and not just books. I do character design for different projects. The thing that I finished just now, that was like a super big commission that I can't really say what it is, but I can say it's for actually like a merchandise product that people will see probably everywhere in the States, in any supermarket. A very common product that people buy.
That's very cool.
Yeah, so that's why it was really good as a commission, and a lot of work, but it was rewarding. So yeah, so that's my actual job that I do, and I try to find time and like kind of like balance out the getting private clients and doing my own IPs or my own projects, like the YouTube channel and the podcast, and my own personal kind of like projects, my book and all that jazz. I really said all that jazz again. I said I would stop doing that.
It's funny. I'm sure I do this when I record. You listen back to yourself and you think, I say that word a lot. I didn't realize I said that. So
yeah,
I don't think I've ever heard you say all that jazz though.
I did once in one of the podcasts, I think, and I felt like I was, I don't know, from some sort of weird, I don't know, 50s kind of like reality, saying, I don't know, all that jazz and equally terribly lame other sentences. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm never going to say it again. And then I said it again.
Well, I'm sure we can forgive you. It's okay. So you're doing you're going over all the line art now, are you, to make it thicker?
No, I'm just like, I'm kind of okay with the rest of the line art. I'm just clarifying some of what's going on here, because I feel like with all the different bits that came together, like the hair and the little hood thing, it's kind of gotten like a little bit too confusing. So I'm just kind of like clarifying some of these lines, and I'm gonna I do it like on top of the lines that are already there, but then it's on a different layer. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the layer underneath and I'm gonna just delete the parts that I don't need anymore because I've drawn over it. There you go.
Very helpful.
Yeah. And now it's a bit cleaner, I think. You see. Like it's just a little bit more obvious what's going on, I think, with the hood.
So, folks, we've got like 10 minutes left, which is a crime, but, you know, the nature of how it goes. If you are enjoying this and you want to get a chibi of your own, you have an opportunity if you haven't already got in with the commission earlier this week, because Memo has been super, super kind and donated a chibi creation to the silent auction. So if you want to get a chibi, you can go to the silent auction. The links are in the Discord server. Don't forget the password. It is for ticketed members only. And you can go and bid on getting yourself a chibi. So even though commissions are closed, there's one that's still floating around, and it's just for Spoilercon, folks. So head over and, you know, donate. And obviously all the money goes to Books for Prisoners. So, you know, get in there and get yourself a chibi and, you know, help out a wonderful charity at the same time.
Yes, please do. It's important.
It is. I keep looking. I was just like, what's going on? Because I keep thinking, what should I get in the silent auction? Or do I want something from the silent auction? I'm never 100% sure if it's like within my price budget. And I keep looking and like, what's going on? So far, we've raised over $2,000, folks. $2,010, which is
pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean the auction's only been going. There's still another 20 hours left on the auction. So, and I'm scrolling down. Where's the chibi commission? There's the chibi commission. It is still a bargain of a price, so you can get in there and get yourself a chibi if you like, folks. It's worth the money at like 10 times the price in my book. So, get in there and get yourself a chibi if you don't have one.
Yeah, also because again, you never know during next window, which is supposed to be in November, but you never know whether you're gonna get in. So you might as well try and gamble for it now.
That's very, very true.
Okay, so this is the line art. Done. No, actually, I need to do the irises still. As you can see, I use this also very effective tool, which is the kind of like create. It's like it creates a geometric shape, like a basic shape, by keeping, you do like a terrible circle and then you just keep pressing and then.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Circle. So yeah, that's how I do the very precise pupils.
That's a very helpful little tool there.
Yep. Again, just a little tip for anybody who wants to try out Procreate. There you go. Sometimes when I do this, then I zoom out and I realize that the character looks like their eyes are just looking in two different directions. And I'm like, nope, that's not what I want to do. But luckily, this is not the case this time. So this is good.
I'm getting lots of compliments on the chibi in chat.
Oh, I am glad.
And those that have chibis or have managed to get in on the commission are kind of bragging a bit in chat as well, which is nice. So.
Oh. Well, you know what? I'm actually really enjoying the coronet. I really like how it came out.
I like it too. Chat loved it. They're all saying it's beautiful. So I think you've nailed it.
Cool. So we're probably not going to be able to color this during this live. I'm sorry. I plan to color it as well, but I don't think we're going to have time.
I've been chatting too much. Sorry, folks.
I mean, I think it just took me like a long time to kind of like understand what was going on with the coronet, to be honest. And then this is one thing that I like to do as well, to kind of like give more body to the hair and just add like little bits where it, it curves and like a little bit more definition in some parts.
So that hair is actually really long when you look at the chibi, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is something that I wanted to say earlier. It's like when I was researching Bella Lane's actual description, it says that she has her hair just down to her shoulders. Like it says she has long hair to her shoulders, which is not really that long.
Do you typically draw longer hair on the chibis, or for the female chibis than the book descriptions?
Well, it's not that they're longer necessarily. It's just that on a chibi, because their head is so much bigger than the body, if you drew the hair just to the shoulders, it would seem as though it's really short. Like Min's chibi. I'm gonna find Min's chibi if I can. Maybe I can't. I think I saved her. So yeah, no, I don't have it anymore on here. I'm sorry, guys. I wanted to show you something, but I can't. But yeah, no, it's not here. But so her hair is like not that long, but like really long hair is like the one that I drew for the chibi of Lanfear. I don't know if you remember it. She's got hair that it literally goes to the floor.
Yes, I do remember that.
Or maybe even Ileana, I think she has hair that goes to the floor because they have long hair, or like Nynaeve's braid goes like up to there, like to her calves basically. But that's because they are described as having long hair. But instead, for example, Min's chibi only has hair, say, this is Min, say. She has hair like this, something like this. And that looks like she's got short hair.
Yes.
But that would also mean that it's almost the same real length that Berlane should have. Like if I follow the description, Berlane's hair should only get to here.
Right.
Like
yeah.
But it would look like, she's got short hair.
Very true.
Instead, I have to, just make it a little bit longer to make it more obvious that that's the actual length. So yeah. But yeah, and then when I get to this point, I usually create a layer underneath to do all the coloring. I select a kind of like a neutral pink-ish skin tone color for the character and, and color it underneath the line art. But yeah, I won't be able to do it this time.
No, we're pretty much out of time now, which is really sad. But I know Chaz enjoyed this. Seth, I hope everyone who is eating has enjoyed watching and listening to this chibi creation. I'm sure Seth's just running up from his table now to be like, yes, Rob.
Well, I had a lot of fun, and I'm going to color her and post it later on. So keep an eye out on Twitter time.
I will share that in the server when it gets posted on Twitter, so you can see that, folks, see the finished result. But yeah, thank you so much, Memo. This has been brilliant.
Yes, it has been fun to watch. I got up from my table and ran over because, yes, it's been fun to see in the background.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Thank you, Aradia.
I'm glad.
Thanks, Rob. And thank you, Memo, so much.
No, but thank you for having me. And I hope you had a good lunch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was catered. And, mostly I drank coffee. But the roasted vegetables were very tasty.
Oh, I'm glad.
Excellent.
I'm actually going to go and have my dinner as well now. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to let you go, Memo. Folks on YouTube, come back and join us in a short while for the Leafcast. And, look out for the chibi on Twitter. So, bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Leafcast panel of Spoilercon. We've got a couple of felt puppets on screen with no flesh attached, I promise.
None.
Felt as in past tense?
No, we are field puppets, Ryan.
Oh, you feel
We are ever present.
All up in my feels. Ryan up in his feels.
Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. It feels like your gaze is just going past me, like you're just not present in the moment. I need to feel emotionally fulfilled a little bit better. So
if you could work on that eye contact, that would be
we
great.
really appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better?
I've been accused
No.
of
No, that's creepy, right?
It is
Yeah.
creepy.
Plus, you can't see my my SpoilerCon shirt. Super SpoilerCon! Yay! Come on, people! Yay!
I dressed as Bill Doman for SpoilerCon.
Hey,
oh,
that's
nice pirate.
Nice.
that do be sharp, Ryan.
But you have the wrong beard. You have the inverse of the Bale Doman beard. You have just the mustache.
Yeah, I'm a lazy cosplayer.
Take
right,
it or
like-
leave it.
Shave the roll.
Yeah, like I put the sheet on. I don't cut out the holes. I say I'm a ghost.
Is that better?
No,
that's creepy, right?
Just for the costume.
It
Let's
is
go.
creepy.
Plus, you can't see my
Let's
my
go.
SpoilerCon.
So for anyone who was paying attention to our social media as we were hyping this event up, you may have noticed that these guys are not Daniel Green, but we decided we would rather hang out with puppets because everyone loves puppets.
What are you talking about? That's Dan, and he's green.
Yeah, I got the green lights. We are brother Daniel Green.
Yes, brother Daniel Green.
Brother Daniel
the
Green.
Thank you.
superior Daniel Green.
Well, I won't say that. But I won't say I'm inferior.
You're just inferior.
I'm inferior. Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
superior or inferior. Just
Brother-
superior.
I'm
Brother Daniel
Goldilocks.
first.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, you first became famous when you're in your film Behind the Green Door, right?
Ooh, yeah. That was I put the puppet in felt.
All right.
I don't know what that means. I don't know.
So you said you had a bit of a game for us to play to get us started.
You guys are amongst the smartest, most, you are a Ratopedia for a reason, my dear. It's because of your encyclopedic knowledge of Wheel of Time stuff. So I have a game that is, we've played it a couple times on our show. We have a show, by the way.
Thank you.
We do 2 shows every week. We do a show on Tuesday with a first-time readers up to 3 that is spoiler free. And then on Sundays, we do a tavern talk, which is spoiler filled. And on Sundays is our game night as well. So I came up with this game. And it started off by me being like, we'd say a name and I'd be, Aviendra, ask your doctor if Aviendra works for you. Just saying this. And Ryan's like, you're going to keep saying this joke. And I'm like, yeah, not only am I going to keep saying this joke, I'm going to make a game out of it. So it is RJ, RX, or Italia. I am going to say a word, a name, and you, Seth, you, Aradia, are to determine whether this is a name created by Robert Jordan, if this is a pharmaceutical drug name, or if this is an Italian village name.
Okay.
I will
This is
say
gonna
the
be
word and
interesting.
spell it for you.
Oh boy.
It seems like there shouldn't be much overlap there. It seems like it should be obvious.
It should be, but you'll be surprised.
Okay. I am
Okay.
game.
All right. The first word is acetone. ACEDONE. Acetone.
I mean, it's got acid in it, so I'm going with drug name.
And ending with Doan. I'm also going with drug.
Okay. Rubinde Acedone is a sitter of the Green Aja loyalist who voted to depose Swan.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, you think this game's easy, do you?
No, it's so easy.
It should
Okay,
be,
so
but
easy.
you'll be surprised.
Okay.
Savono.
I am game.
Savona. Savona.
Italian Village, definitely.
No, Eyes to Die, number 75.
Seth, you get a point. It's Italian Village.
Woo!
Let's go.
One for me.
All right.
I'm keeping score now because I'm winning.
Glancor. Glancor. Glancor.
Drug.
Ooh. No E, huh?
No E.
That's rough.
That's
I'll stick with the
Yeah.
Italian Village. It worked for me last time.
Glancor is a town just northeast of Farmatting.
Oh no!
Oh, it's not
What?
Italian. It's a Wheel of Time.
Oh, that's
Eat
really-
it.
Time again.
Morgan, you gotta help us out with these.
Wait, Morgan's
The
there.
Morgans played this game.
Morgan, oh yeah.
Yes. She suffered too.
Cervanta.
What's going on?
Hi, Morgan.
How are you?
Better to hear your voice.
Invite me on Tavern Talk again.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Sooner the
Each and
better.
every week. I think Morgan should just be part of the Way of the Leaf. I think she should just be on every Tavern Talk.
Yeah,
right?
why haven't you arranged that yet?
It just popped in my head right now. And all this time I thought we were bugging her. Thanks. All right, Cervanta. Survanta. Cervanta.
Wheel of Time.
Italy.
Oh, guys, it's a surfactant for young cows used in animal husbandry.
Clearly, I'm
almost-
not good at words.
Yeah,
It's almost
old
like I'm not
cows-
an animal
Old cows
husband.
don't need it. Young cows do need it. Do with that knowledge what you will.
All right, let's do like 2 or 3 more. All right, Lusara. Lusara.
Eyes to Die.
I'll go with Already on this one. She was too quick off the bat.
Oh, all right. You are correct. Give me who this person is.
I'm trusting you.
A Gray Sister.
It is Hazel Lusara, Brown Aes Sedai, and a Hunter of the Black Asha.
Oh, okay.
That
I
was a
feel
good
bad though
one.
because that's a brown. I should know all the browns.
You should know all the Browns. They're yours.
Rialin. Rialin. Rialin.
Oh, that's an Aiel, I think.
Well, drug.
Aradia. It's a Maiden of the Spear. Well
That's
done.
me, Jesus.
Glad I
yeah.
didn't say wise one.
Yeah.
Then.
So,
right, let me
Aradia,
see.
you are like actually taking it to the next level. Seriously, we get less than 50% accuracy.
Yeah, you're
But
counting.
you
You
are
guys
not
are
only
doing
getting
well.
accurate, but you're like naming their cultural like background.
That's the only
Kudos.
way I know them. It's just the entire file,
All right.
in my head.
Yeah, she's got the Wheel of
Yeah,
Time
yeah.
down. The drug and the
Is
town
it,
names,
so
not much.
so how do you do you do the houses technique for memorizing things, or do you just have like a
I do the
decimal
brute
system?
repetition until it is in my DNA.
Okay, so it's more like a self-hatred thing.
I mean, I love myself enough that I never read anything else. That's how that works.
How do you explain the rest of us who read it repeatedly and still can't get close to your level of memorization? Like this.
Yeah.
You're all inferior.
Thank
Well,
you.
Okay.
Well
You
said.
didn't
Well
have to
said.
say it out
Well said,
loud.
yeah, yeah.
I was hoping for something.
Brutal honesty. It's one of the
Oof.
oaths.
I think you're more interested in the brutal than the honesty.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's see. Sauron. Souran. Sauron.
That's the That's the villain in Lord of the Rings.
Sauron. That's Sauran. That's Sauron.
Yeah. This is the
Sauron.
third eye. Sauron is the third eye.
It's like sour on.
I'll go Wheel of Time.
I'm gonna go Italy, Italian town.
Seth, you are correct. Let me know
Nice.
who
I'm
is
so
this.
Superior, obviously.
What is this name?
I'm gonna guess a sister of the White Aja.
You missed the
White.
bonus point. It's Sauron Maravale, Arthur Hawkwing's greatest general.
Wow.
Ooh.
It's like I haven't read these books or anything.
And let's do one more. Sienda. Sienda.
Town in Wheel of Time.
Okay.
Where's
Go
it
with that.
near?
Yep. There's a chapter title with that.
Yeah,
in it.
okay. It's all right. Well, let's pretend we didn't do that one. I got another
in
one.
Encienda or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
damn it.
about
What?
Abelset? Abelcet.
Italy.
Medicine? No. Are you saying Alsbet? Like Alsbet Luhan?
Abelcet.
Yeah, it's a nonsense word. It must be a drug.
It treats fungal infections.
Jesus.
Well done.
All right.
I think you guys tied. Do you want a tiebreaker?
Yeah, one more tiebreaker.
All right, one more.
All right,
I need to
nice.
win.
You need to lose.
Let's see. I'm gonna make this one hard.
Dan, Jesus. We don't know what their show's like. We're trying to sue,
Make us
Dan.
suffer.
Mm,
Listen, I know you don't have an ADOM around my neck, but this feels just as painful.
Lifa. 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 Italian village.
Italian town.
Lifa's a dark friend merchant, presumably killed by File's party.
Oh, we both lost.
Wow.
it.
Yeah. Okay. So we both lose. Is that what we're saying?
No,
Yeah.
tiebreaker still.
No.
One more.
The way
Windera.
the Lifa?
Wyndera. And Seth, you go first. Windera.
Windera, that's a drug.
I agree, unfortunately.
No.
Windera
no.
Oban is a loyalist Aes Sedai of the White Aja.
We're just losing points. It's
All right. I think at this
fine.
point we have dug ourselves into a deep hole.
My reputation is
Let's go to
crushed.
tie. You guys equally are okay
Yeah.
at this game.
Equally okay.
Equally okay. I'm glad that we've risen to okay. That's a goal of mine in life.
Well, it's good to humble y'all, you know.
So I wanted to bring up just sort of some topics of discussion around, all the years we've been doing this podcast. We've discovered a few things that I can't exactly prove, but I can't exactly disprove, and I call those headcanon. And I was hoping to share a few with you and get your opinions on them, and maybe see if you've got a few of your own.
That sounds fun.
All right.
And the library of headcanon is something I built in the Discord server years ago, and I've forgotten most of the headcanon that's in there, but it's a nice channel full of interesting reading that's 3 years old.
Nice.
Well,
Whoa.
what's wonderful about it is this is a book series that is 30 years old, and we are still being able to come up with our own ideas and talk about these things and have discussions where people are like, well, that's a good idea, except for the Ogier Grove is over here, and are able to like go deep into something like this after so long is really fun.
Yeah, the debate's there not because of mistakes in the text. The debate's there because the text is so greatly intricate, right?
And
Everything's up.
internally consistent in a way that it's so
Mhm.
hard to see in other, like you can.
Yeah,
if you
I'm
make
jealous of
assumptions,
how
you can follow
internally
the logic.
consistent it is.
Yeah. So this one was back in The Dragon Reborn, where Rand basically isn't in it because he's traveling the whole time. And he's on foot, and we're trying to figure out why is the rest of the company not catching up with him. And at the time we said maybe he's hiking during the day and dream walking during the night during the chase. And that's how he's staying ahead, because he seems to be dream walking in the flesh and getting from one place to another. And there's some weirdness around his campsites and stuff like that. So I was wondering what you think about that one.
That's kind of awesome. He does stay ahead of him. He does he have a horse during
He
this?
loses it.
He
at
loses
one
his
point.
horse
Yeah.
very early on. So he's on foot for most of the trip across most of the continent.
Whoa. Okay.
And
wow.
when Egwene visits him in his dream, he is camping. He's just staring at a campfire.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Wow.
I think he's somehow entering the world of dreams instinctually and
So,
staying ahead. Yeah.
Oh, so those campfires are like the Dark Souls checkpoints you sit down at when you want to save the game? Okay.
It's how
you light them on
game.
fire.
You have reached the save point for the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, apparently it's not safe though, because Min and his mom, his dad, Celine, they all try to kill him in these dreams as well.
That's true.
Well, so what we learn in book 6 is where I'm rereading is that, Egwene is able to travel through Teleranriad, right? In that amazing scene on Bella. So we have, I think there's really something to this because he's clearly like just kicking it in Teleranriad. He is well versed in it. And so one can assume that basically every night when he's sleeping, he's just like having an alternate life in Teleranriad. And so we can assume that he's learned to travel in some sort of like, maybe even like a primitive way, not as fast as Egwene did, but he was able to. Yeah, I think that's a great theory.
I mean, how else does he stay ahead of people on horseback? Like, something has to be going on there, right?
How does he get food? Like, he's not playing for his supper. He's not doing any of that. Like,
well, dogs.
Well, no, he did. He played at weddings.
Right. The weddings.
So he parties.
Yeah, the PETA cat, the PETA chapter. Right. Like
right. So again, he's stopping to play and he's still staying ahead. No, there's no way.
Right.
I never thought about that. That's great.
I love that, and I didn't notice because we are right in our reread with our first time readers. And I was like, yeah, what do you think about Rand when they visit his dreams? He's just sitting at a campfire. You could do anything in your dreams and he's sitting at a campfire, but that certainly makes sense that he is just nonstop.
Yeah.
Huh.
I dig it.
All right. I give that one a 9.5.
Nice.
Will you accept this headcanon?
I accept it.
Here's another one from
yes.
book.
Headcanon accepted. And I gotta say, the first time I learned the term headcanon, I was in a chat in Discord and I fell apart laughing for like 5 minutes. It made instant sense to me, like just the phrase. I never heard it before. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter what the writer means.
No,
it's how we think about it. It's great.
Well, and my definition of headcanon has always been something that you can't disprove. Right? It doesn't mean I have proof for it in any way, shape, or form, but you can't disprove it. And so you really come to this point where if you can't disprove a negative, then make it your headcanon, make it part of the story. It can be that for you, even if it's not that for someone else. And that's one of the things that I really like about books that you don't necessarily get with a TV show. Is there's a lot implied versus shown.
Mm-hmm. Right. And especially if there's some scraps of evidence that kind of suggest that.
Right.
That's
so basically
plausible.
Conspiracy theories are headcanons, but for reality.
So it's the plausibility theory. Yeah, exactly.
Lanfear is not actually that attractive. She's just wearing a silver belt Terangrial that makes everyone think she is.
100%.
I've always thought that.
100%.
I've always thought that. I think she admits it to it basically where she says, well, this form works for me well. Like when she was meeting with Egwene in the tower.
Everyone thinks that she is the most beautiful woman they have ever seen.
Even loyal.
Even loyal. Exactly.
And she just basically is in an Instagram like filter.
Yeah, she's got a Terangrial Instagram filter.
When they get to Kyrian, like everyone in the inn is like, hey, Rand, good job, buddy. How'd you hook that thing? I mean, it's like everyone is just flabbergasted. Absolutely, there's some sort of shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
If it's a silver belt,
I never thought about it being something she's wearing, which is really cool to think about. Like in hindsight, now that you mention it, yes, it could be something she's wearing. Makes a lot of sense. Do we see real quick? Do we see any evidence elsewhere of like something shaped like the moon? Like, why do we think that she needs something to wear to even do it in the first place?
Just because she wears so much jewelry, it's like surely one of these is like a auto tune for her appearance.
Okay. We've seen like the Paralysis net that can do crazy things. It's just jewelry that hangs off of you and has all these weird functions. And so one that makes and that way she doesn't have to be constantly channeling. She can use it when she's like, she doesn't have to invert weaves, none of that kind of stuff.
But we do assume that poor old Sylvie was Lanfear, correct?
Sure, yeah, but I assume
Yeah.
that's just an inverted weave.
So I always thought it was the same thing, but just in real life.
Oh, that's in the dream world. That's right.
Yeah,
so she doesn't even
Sylvie
need
is in the dream world.
So she can just make herself appear however she wants.
Right.
Yeah.
But in real life, she needs.
Well, but the dream world seems to be different though. Like you could change your clothing like nobody's business, like however sexy you want to be. Your clothing changes, but like I can imagine if your motivation is to actually change your appearance and that's what you're kind of really adept at doing, it seems like maybe the dream world is just
This is great.
You know what? Spoilers is
but-
like an
but-
opera. If opera was more like a spoken podcast and less like a singy story. You guys are like Saidin and Saidar minus.
Um,
I love you guys. I'm glad we're on.
We are too. Thank you
Feel
so
like-
much for putting up
Yeah,
with
yeah. I
this.
mean,
and-
this
and-
this feels like a regular Sunday tavern talk for me. At least
Right.
I have no. It's not my problem this time.
Right. We always have issues.
It's not me sweating and trying to figure out why my computer is failing.
I feel like we should be coming up with slogans for you guys now.
Well, please do.
Yeah.
Please do. I like, felt is a past tense.
Um,
I love you guys. I'm glad we're on.
We are too. Thank you
Feel
so
like-
much for putting up
Yeah,
with
yeah. I
this.
mean,
and-
this
and-
this feels like a regular Sunday tavern talk for me. At least
Right.
I have no. It's not my problem this time.
Right. We always have issues.
It's not me sweating and trying to figure out why my computer is failing.
I feel like we should be coming up with slogans for you guys now.
Well, please do.
Yeah.
Please do. I like, felt is a past tense.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mine's the ring light.
What's that show where the guy looks for like microaggressions or
I love
like
you guys.
he
I'm
can
glad
read
we're
you
on.
for lying for your
We are
face? Like
too.
that's
Thank
what
you so
Seth's
much for
doing. He
putting up
just
with
can't
this.
read our
And-
faces, so he's very uncomfortable.
I am extremely uncomfortable. Yeah,
least
no, I
I-
definitely.
We're
Right.
more ourselves than
We
you are.
always have issues. Right.
I think you should
Come
just
on.
settle in that, bask in the warm glow of like such. We're like individuated
We know who we are.
and who we were.
Here, let me tell you one of my headcanons, if you don't
Yeah,
mind, and let
I
me
would love
ask
to
your
hear your
opinion of
headcanon.
this. All right, so we learned that Bran Alvear has been the mayor of Edmondsfield for 20 years, the entirety of Rand, Perrin, and Matt's life. We also hear that there's this phrase "Copland talk" that is thrown about to people that live in the
Extremely
fucking
uncomfortable.
village right there.
Yeah.
Ryan and I had a theory that 21 years ago, there was a severe, so before Bran Alvear was mayor, it was Tom Copland or whoever, or whatever, Dagger Copland, whatever, Mr.
Yeah.
Copland. Let's call him Mr. Copland. And Mr. Copland was a fine mayor, but during
Was
the
he?
well, who knows?
We don't know.
Well, but during the contentious runoff for election, Bran Alvear, the guy who owns the inn, by the way,
Sure.
Who no one knows who
came
how-
up with the term and would say, "Oh, that's just Copland talk," and everyone started laughing. And so Rand, Perrin, and Matt have never known anything else, and they just use Copland talk, but it's actually a slur that was going on just for like a political thing, and it's kept Bran Alvear in power for the last 20 years. He's the only innkeeper, and he's the guy who does all the business deals. The guy is the Shah of Emmons Field.
You're saying the 1% is controlling the political system in Emmons Field?
Yes,
It
and
really
Copland
is.
Talk was a political slogan. Is our
yeah,
headcanon.
okay.
Yeah,
That
like
makes sense.
Agnew hoops.
I dig it. I dig it. Political slogans as decadal altering village politics. That very much sounds like Bran, for sure.
And that makes sense that the Coplands are they're just broke, right? They've been forced out of power. They've had no help. So of course they're looked down as lazy, right? They've got so much extra work to do because they get no support from the village. Like Bran has clearly ostracized them. Yeah.
And what is when the first we hear about them, and Rand is just judging them for their roofs. Like he's walking by and be like, "Oh man, look at these."
Yeah,
roofs.
look how fucked up that is. They really should address that. Yeah, typical Coplands. Bleh.
Yeah.
I got a fun headcanon if we have time.
Yeah.
I have a head howitzer. All right.
A head
My
Sherman
head
tank.
howitzer is this. Matt obtained his luck in Shadow Logoth with the dagger. And the only way that he beat Galad and Gawain is because he verbally bet on it.
Oh, because he has to be lucky, and if he just fought them, it wouldn't have been a wager, right?
Yep.
So it would have just been his skills. And so it was just like his staff was just lucky in the right place at the right time.
Ryan, I love that theory,
That's a
by the
great
way.
theory.
I dig that he can't win unless he makes it a bet. If it had just been...
And it carries over to that guy on the bridge, that gray man, when he said, "Time to throw the dice," and then jumped over.
If he hadn't said that, he would have died falling off the bridge.
Maybe. But
Also,
then as he levels up, then the dice are just in his head. So he doesn't have to say it anymore.
Yes.
And remember how he fights Komar, and he makes a bet with the Forsaken and says, "I bet I will stop the assassination."
Yes.
He hadn't made that bet, and he put down one gold coin or something.
It's the entire purse that Robin gives him. Gabriel Robin. Yeah, he just takes the whole purse and is like, "This is my bet.
This is my bet." And if he hadn't made that bet, he wouldn't have been able to stop Komar.
He wouldn't have had Komar break his back fortuitously.
Yep.
I totally give that a 10, Ryan.
Wow,
Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah, headcanon established for sure.
Awesome. And I have more. I have one more. But where are we at with the sound? I don't want to.
The sound's good. It looks
the
like it's
sound
back
has
on.
come back mysteriously.
Oh, I
and
hope everyone
magically.
did everyone see how brilliant I am?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
of course.
I do.
Totally they did.
I know.
Totally
Everyone
did.
knows me just for my cutting witticisms and my absurdist humor, but really, I got some shit to say. Like my last headcanon is that Tam Althor knew that Rand was the Dragon Reborn the minute he picked him up off of Dragonmount.
Yeah.
And then he whisked him away and protected him in a rural village, never took a wife. And it goes even deeper. I think he was behind in the politics of Emmonsfield in a way that made it remain a rural village, right? So like when we think about when the peddler was stirring up shit and everyone's getting riled up by what the peddler's saying, Tam Althor whispers into Bran's ear, and then Bran says, hey, let's take this inside. I think the implication is that Tam has been kind of controlling her all along, making sure that everyone is pushing like strangers away. They had one writer who came about like a couple years ago. We don't know what happened to that guy. I think that Tam has been motivated to protect Rand, taught him about the Flame in the Void, and had known all along, and maybe even knew, if you want to take it even further, I've proposed he might have even fought Tigraine with the intention of getting the baby.
Wow, that I was with you until the end, and then it got dark.
That he's the one who killed.
It is warfare.
That's why he found her on the blood, it like covered
Yes.
the blood on the because he's like,
I found this baby after I stabbed the mother.
Right. Yeah.
That was the enemy. I mean,
I mean, it's her fault for being 9 months pregnant on a battlefield.
Totally. He's like, "Oh, Carrie, you always wanted a baby, so I killed the woman and took it."
Yeah, like I just got one for you. It's fun. It's fine. This is normal. This is how everyone gets babies, right? I mean, storks and dragon mounts, and
Yeah, because in the companion it says that Tamil Thorne left Emmons Field at the age of 17 or so to quote unquote seek adventure. But if you think about everything you know about Tamil Thorne, does that jive with him? Do we think of him as like an adventure seeking, like Matt type, like let's go? Like no, he's the most considered, like
he's cautious,
careful person. So
well, what could he be a dark friend?
Oh,
It can be a dark friend.
Oh, is that your headcanon?
Actually, no, but
No, I did discuss that once with Rob and Master of the Deck on Mount Talks' channel. We did talk about Tam and Dread.
I believe that
Tam evil.
I don't think that Matt and Rand were Taveran until they left Emmons Field. I think that Emmons Field, if there were 3 Taveran, we've seen the effects of 1 Taveran on villages. There were just all kinds of weddings and shit. Imagine what 3 would do to the pattern. I think there was only 1 until they were needed, and I don't think that they were needed until they left.
How do they survive winter night, bro?
What? Because most people did.
Oh, because my theory is that
most people did.
warned everybody.
No, most people did.
Nobody dies, I don't think, in Dragon. Some people die. Okay, they're just not main characters, so we don't care.
No one important dies. That's
yeah. Sten Bowie's niece.
All right, here's what I think the show should do. The show should kill Marin Alvear.
Why?
And the show should kill Luhan, Elsbeth Luhan. I think they both should die, and that would give impetus for Egwene to actually leave. That would give impetus for Perrin to want revenge. That would give a lot more motivation to some of the characters if we actually see a parent or 2 die.
More parental death.
Yeah.
Well, check this out. So that's a good point. Dan's been bringing this up for months and months and months about that he thinks all these people should have died. But like what we see from the trailer and the image that we got from them real time with Lan and Moraine in front of the demolished Wine Spring Inn. Do you think that Dan might be actually correct that like there's going to be more death and destruction?
I think there's a very real chance. Yeah.
Having named characters die in the first 15 minutes would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
They may add in a few characters just to kill them off.
Right. Parent's wife, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I think that would be awesome. Actually, I like that change.
Yeah,
give Parent a reason to be this emo. Yeah,
I know. He's just like
give him some inner rage. Give him that shit.
He's super buff and like masculine and amazing looking. Is the reason he's like so sad and careful. Was hard to like. Right, like we hear from Perrin. He's just like, I'm just always bigger than everyone. I never want to hurt
just
anybody.
Yoked. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm just like a fucking Lou Ferrigno walking around. I can't help it, guys. It sounds like a big humble brag. Perrin is one big humble brag.
I want to be like petting a rabbit and just accidentally crush it. And
It'd be kind of like that thing in Mice and Men.
Lenny.
Oh my God, Perrin is Lenny.
Perrin is Lenny. Yeah.
I like soft things.
I like the rabbits, most wolves do.
Yeah,
Make it move. Make it move.
He has a whole history of animal abuse, but he didn't mean any of it.
That was so sad too. That's such a funny meme now in our heads, like that petting a rabbit. But that was such a sad scene.
That was so sad.
Oh my gosh. I remember reading that and being crushed.
Like the rabbit?
Like the rabbit. Yeah, it broke my spine and now I'm flexible, baby.
But you don't have a spine.
No exoskeleton? No, nothing.
Yeah, what do you call those bones hanging off your arms? They seem to be that's gotta hurt.
These are my instruction wands if I need to.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So you're just a built-in teacher. You're just an automatic.
Yeah.
I love it.
And they're my dance, Yeah.
Jesus, you're so great at that. All right.
Puppets. I knew it was a good idea to bring the puppets on.
It was.
Oh yeah.
It was a good idea to kick Daniel Green off. And
yeah, please don't. Yeah, don't be strangers.
Right? Fuck that guy. Right? Fuck that guy. Right?
Right? No. I mean, when we want to.
Right? You with me?
Just because we want to, we don't. Jesus, Dan.
Okay. Ask the crowd. You with me? Say yeah!
Yeah. Yeah. Here's another headcanon. I want to have sex with Daniel Green.
All right, yeah, Ryan's headcanon. Puppet love. Oh, oh.
I just want to stand on the shoulders of giants.
All right, give me another one, Seth.
All right. So what do you think about Ruark killing Layman? Oh, wait. That's not the right one.
Yeah, no, Ruark killing Laman.
Yeah,
Ruark actually being the one
who killed Laman.
Who killed Laman and ended the Aiel War.
I thought it was Tamethor.
We know
That's
it
a
wasn't.
different headcanon.
Yeah, that's a different headcanon. But I'm fairly certain
All right.
it wasn't him. But because then he would have taken the sword, Layman's sword, back with him.
Yeah.
And we know
But
for a
Lord
fact
Aiel
that he
wouldn't.
does not have Layman's sword. That's
Yeah.
what-
Well,
Okay,
and the
okay.
Aiel have it, so they're the ones who.
Yeah. Okay.
obviously-
You're right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, who else would it be?
Right.
I mean,
And he's in the
there
right
are
clan to
there
have been
are
in the
no
right place at
random
the right time.
dudes that do things. There's always characters that do things. There's not just going to be like, oh, I think that was Joe over in the Stone Dogs. I think he got him, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe.
And it would
Joe.
make sense that Avienda was able to get this
With an H, Joe.
Joe Ark.
I like that theory. It's not a mountain I want to die on, but
That's
it's
fair.
It's I like that theory.
How
don't
about
know
here's
why-
one that's a little more fun. Val and Luca is a former tinker who is no longer following the way of the leaf, but that's described. But like he just
That's where
wants
the
to see
wagons
that's where
come
the wagon comes
from,
from.
the
That's-
egregious colors, the flamboyant performance. Yeah, that's where Val and Luca gets his inspiration. Is being
Wait,
a
dude,
former tinker.
is he violent though? How is he still not following the way of the leaf?
I probably punched a guy once.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
He might still be like, hey,
You know-
like the way of the leaf is everywhere.
You know, swindling people out of money is kind of violent.
Oh, you're right about that. He is
He was
like a horse trainer of like menageries.
money falls out of your pocket like a leaf from the tree into mine.
You're right. But
Right, and they're like, that's violent. That's
Yeah.
economic violence. Like, you're out. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm picking my wagons and my bright colors, and I'm gonna go keep doing this.
and my silver pennies.
I like the idea. I want to see if like, is there anywhere in the books where he gives his like opinions of Tuathon?
No,
That's what I want to know. If
I think he also runs away from
he does run away from danger.
danger. Yeah.
Does?
He does
those
hire some
calves,
armored-
man, like you can't not run. He has such amazing calves.
He does have
Sorry.
guards to guard the money, and they look like they would do violence without any problem.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
So
but the Tinkers have their dogs.
That's true. It could just be deterrence.
But maybe it's just because he really likes to eat meat. Because as someone in chat pointed out, he needs protein to get those sweet calf muscles.
Mm.
So maybe he was just
That's
like, I
not
need some
true.
pork, and they
That's
were
not
like, you're out.
true. Dan, debunk it. Dan,
Right.
protein, meat, go.
Look,
All right.
organic, 100% organic calf.
Look at that. See? Yeah, see?
He's
Look
so
at those.
flat.
Look at it.
Alternative of all calves.
Read it and weep.
Yeah, broccoli, beans all have protein.
Marshawn Lynch is a vegetarian. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
just-
know? You just made that up?
I just made it up. Yeah. But he has big calves. Lance Armstrong, huge calves. Vegetarian.
Larry Johnson.
There was something else in his system that created those huge calves, and it wasn't vegetables.
Gandhi, super awesome calves.
He was
Vegetarian.
jacked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
No, he
silly.
was ripped. I mean,
I
striation.
heard he had gamey calves.
Jesus, not a
Big old
vegetarian.
calves.
And
Mediocre
everyone knows that
calves.
Jesus was super scrawny.
I mean, he was
Mediocre,
at least
yeah,
a
yeah.
pescatarian. I know he definitely ate fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Lowe's.
Fruta, pretty decent calves. Yeah, they were solid.
All right, let's get headcanon.
Headcanon. Here's a good one.
Headcanon.
Fruta had decent calves.
The-
Head cannon.
The crystal throne is a compulsion device, and The Shanshan Empress sits on it, and when she talks, anyone who hears her voice is compelled to do what she says. That's why she has a voice, someone she uses sign language to talk to, so she can make non-compelled statements. And then and that's why the guards, what are they called?
Death Watch
The
guards.
Death Watch
Death
guards
Watch, yeah.
are loyal to the death and have never betrayed her because they are compelled not to. They are compelled to be loyal to the Empress. And then, that just sort of also happens among all the nobles. That's why the Empress, may she live forever. That's not just a saying. They are compelled to believe the Empress, may she live forever. And it's a binding chair because we hear Samael mention, I don't know, binding non-channelers is more difficult, but maybe there's a binding chair. And that's what the Shanshan Empress's throne is, the crystal throne.
That would kind of give the Shanshan a pass in ways that's really, really, really interesting. If you were then to take that to its logical conclusion, right? How everyone, from each rank down, has been forced to kind of embody this kind of North Korean style, adherence.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's all coming from a kind of some sort of secret nefarious source where all you need to do is just manipulate one person. Right. And that person's going to sit on a fucking magical thing and then just compel a nation. That is fucking
yeah, I love that. And so we all agree that there was some pull for the Shanshan from Japanese culture and the emperor god idea, right? That sort of
and that would explain why they are treating the god like godhead. So the crystal throne is state media.
I love thinking
the crystal throne is the opiate of the masses.
I love thinking there's Tarangra all over the place, to be honest. Yeah.
And that's why Semirog was able to destroy it, because she recognized it as a binding chair and was able to protect herself against the effects. And then you have all these Shanshan who are just not ready for one very powerful channeler to take them down. Because no one ever really makes that effort, because they're all compelled not to.
Right.
Is there a ceremony to become part of the blood?
Yes.
Involving a Terangrial?
Yes. Well, we don't know. I assume that it involves the crystal throne.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Assuming the crystal throne is a Terangrial,
the headcanon requires we assume
right.
that.
yeah.
But basically, all of the raising the blood, that process does involve a swearing of an oath and speaking to the Empress, right? That's the whole idea. She speaks to you, and that's an honor.
Yeah, and then you'd also need a ceremony to get the next heir to the throne, because otherwise you'd end up with when the Empress or Emperor dies, the compulsion would break and people's brains would melt. So you need to anoint the heir.
What? Oh, you think?
Pass the bond.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And I like to think that if this is true, then the Shanshan don't know. They just have all these traditions and ways that they do things, and they don't know what they're doing anymore. That's how my version of this headcanon runs. They don't even know that they're using a Terangrial.
Yeah, no, it's entirely based on tradition.
I always thought that Shanshan were Fubar because one of the Forsaken, remind me who it is, manipulated their prophecies and had led them down a kind of
that was definitely a Shamael did that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but think about it. What if he also gave them a binding chair to create this system at the same time? Because we know he was influencing them. Why would he not? He would understand the use of a Terangrial and what the implications would be. Why not create that?
So the binding chair acts like an oath rod, in Tarvalon. Just being in the vicinity, you're swept up in it. If you hear someone talking from this chair, you are thereby compelled to follow it.
Great thought.
I love it.
Solid. I think it's solid, and I think my understanding of humankind is just the panopticon effect is enough to explain why everyone else just falls in line. It just takes one person who has this sort of power, and in human history, it's just been charisma that it compels people. But let's just say in Shanshan history, it's this chair, and you don't need it to have any more effects than just starting at one point and everyone falls in line because of fear of punishment and the cultural like shun and go on and on. That so does that make you think of Tuan? Well, we're full spoilers, right? Like Tuan.
This is WoT Spoilers, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Tuan's decision at the very end, like to keep right, like the channelers
under the oaths. Yeah.
Is this? Do you attribute that to her having been under the sway of the Crystal Throne?
I think you have to be in the physical
change her
presence.
mind about it no matter what. That's why she's so transient.
No.
Good question.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to be in the physical presence of the Crystal Throne.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Tuan ever like received the blessing of the Crystal
No,
Throne.
she's currently at the top of the line to be anointed, but that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, she hasn't gone back. You're right.
And,
yeah.
and that's why Shan Chan and Shandar are all in chaos, because they don't have anyone who's officially anointed to the throne. There's no one who can make that magic.
But just
connection.
the belief itself that she can never change her mind, like just the belief itself from her childhood on up could have been influenced by a Crystal Throne decree from someone else.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Earlier.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I dig it.
I've never understood. I've only was able to like Tuan says she won't change her mind. I only could put it to like cultural differences. I really like
if her
this.
mother, the Empress, said certain things to her, there's no reason why they wouldn't be binding.
You will believe this forever.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it's my like simple-mindedness and like a fundamentalism, it kind of ingrained in her as an individual, but actually could be some sort of deep compulsion event. That's amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a headcanon.
It's a headcanon.
I want to believe it because I want to forgive her.
I give it a 10.
I give it a 6.9.
6.8. Hey, how about
nice?
Hey.
And then I just wanted to bring up one final headcanon from the very first book, when Nynaeve sneaks into the White Cloak camp and she's waiting for Moraine to
do something.
Like the light, and then the lightning strikes. There is a pause between the first lightning strike and the rest of them.
Yep.
And our headcanon has been that Nynaeve was channeling unconsciously and actually caused the first lightning strike, and then Moraine basically sees that and does the rest of them and keeps going.
Ooh, I thought I thought she learned like she learns on the fly and just did it herself also. Like
you actually thought that was a
Moraine.
Nice.
Whoa, okay. So she did it first, and the Moraine's like, oh shit, it's on.
Yeah, we call it when Nynaeve shot first.
I do have a question about Nynaeve in this part. So she has what we were told was some sort of tracking device because she had healed Egwene.
Yeah.
She was able to find them, but in this White Cloak part, she is not able to. She seems confused. She is led into the dark until Land grabs her hand. She has no idea what she is not tracking anything in this scene. And do you think that's just an inconsistency, or was she just not mad?
That's a good point, that maybe she can only track when she's angry. She has to be pissed off for that sense of...
And in this situation, she's afraid,
right,
not angry. Whereas when she's finding them in Barrelon, she's pissed.
But then she gets mad and throws lightning.
Yeah, that's the interesting part. That she does not appear to be angry.
Well, she's frustrated that she can't like do something with the horse hitches, right, or something like that. She's frustrated at some point.
Yeah, but not angry.
So what it makes me think is that her block hasn't really kicked in yet. That she's still been doing healing. It's only once Moraine tells her that she can channel that she actually gets blocked.
What?
Oh! I think you're. I want to debate that. So I think that's why she pulls her braid all the time, is so that she's always on Hulk mode, on the verge of Hulk mode. She's always she's hitting fuckers with sticks. She's kicking kids. She's yelling at housewives. She's doing all this shit, pulling her hair, so that when she has to heal, she whips out her herbs and she's still mad and she's able to do it.
Wow. No, yeah, that's been my headcanon, but I really like what you guys are getting at. You like my burp right there? Sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah.
So unprofessional. This IPA is hitting me hard.
Well, you guys are in Portland, right?
Yeah, we are.
IPA capital right now. Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah. Always
Lift
is.
your-
Listen,
lift your
hops grow
India.
here like a weed.
Yeah.
Well, it grows here like weed does, which also grows here.
Yes.
Pacific time zone.
We
Pacific
gotta,
yeah.
time
Ryan. We
zone.
gotta go in person to the next SpoilerCon. I
You
think.
really do.
Portland's pretty neat.
will.
Yeah.
We will,
Awesome.
but no one can see our faces, so we got to figure that out.
But yeah.
You just
We'll
gotta
gotta
get like
film like
life-size
a-
puppet heads and just
We'll
do,
just be
like,
guar.
like furries, but like with only the head.
You
And not
okay,
animals,
we,
but
we do have a
humans.
Patreon.
That's
Alright,
so
if you guys-
gross. I like it already.
That's amazing.
Guys, I want to thank you so much for coming on. This has been a real pleasure talking with you. We have reached an hour and we have headcanon, we have played games, we have had technical issues, and that makes a complete panel.
Yes, and there were
Yeah.
puppets, so now SpoilerCon has it all.
We are
Yes.
de-virginized.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and chatting with us. This was really fun.
Really appreciate
It's really our pleasure. It was nice. Thank you very much.
it. Thank you.
Thank
Always
you,
love swapping
and
headcanon.
we would love to have you on an episode of Tavern Talk someday.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah,
we-
definitely.
We definitely will.
Yeah, we'll
sometime.
schedule that.
Yeah. But
So
for
have
now,
fun. You
Rob,
have fun. You filthy animals. Come on. Don't get crazy. Let me hear you say, hey, hey.
Oh,
Come on.
Hey,
oh.
I was talking to
I
them.
think I
not
heard the
you.
crowd
No.
laugh at one point.
I was talking to Morgan.
say hi, Morgan.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Bring
All
it
right.
in, Morgan, always.
Thank you very much, Seth. Thank you,
Thank you.
Aurelia. You guys are the best.
Yeah,
All right,
you're
all
great.
right,
Long
if you
live-
haven't
long live
subscribed to our
SpoilerCon.
channel,
Long live SpoilerCon. Ty Shark.
Hi, Sharp.
Leadcast.
SpoilerCon.
Okay. Do I need to repeat myself? Rob? Okay, sorry, we're going to start that again. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Spoilercon. This is our special event. We are thrilled once again to welcome back Kate Redding and Michael Kramer, the voices in our heads, the audiobook narrators for the Wheel of Time series, and so many other books that are close to our hearts. Kate and Michael, welcome back to Spoilercon.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So the way we're going to run this event today is we are going to have a special reading by Kate and Michael. Then we are going to open it up to questions and answers. For those of you who are attending online, we ask that you put your questions into the Spoilercon Discord server. We have a special channel called Ask Kramer Redding. That's the channel I will be monitoring. So if you post the questions directly on YouTube, it is possible they will make their way to me, but if you want to guarantee it, that's the place to post them. And I also want to mention that Spoilercon is thrilled once again to sponsor Books to Prisoners as our charity of choice. All proceeds from Spoilercon's silent auction go to Books to Prisoners in honor of Kate and Michael. That is their charity. And we are already have raised more than $2,000 this year. Yeah. So make sure you check out our silent auction. Even if you don't want to, if there's not an item that interests you, which I can't imagine, I do want to mention that Kate and Michael have kindly donated an audio recording. So if you want your voicemail message on your phone to be their voices in character, that is still up for grabs. But also we just accept flat out donations. So we do encourage you to donate what you can to this really worthy charity. All of us have known the love of books, and to be able to provide them to those who don't have free access to them, I think is a wonderful thing for all of us to come together and do. So give generously once again, and please participate in the silent auction. With that, I am thrilled to turn it over to Kate and Michael. They are going to be reading a dialogue scene of Grendel and Samael in A Crown of Swords. Kate and Michael, over to you.
Inside a palace with stained glass windows and perfectly balanced temperature, on a deep dais with marble railings at one end, where lavish furniture commands a view of a long columned hall 10 feet below. There are no stairs leading down because below is for displaying human entertainment. There are 3 pools set into the floor, each with fountains and performers. The floor is filled with people juggling, playing music, doing acrobatics, etc. Typical Grendel. Samael cautiously steps out of a gateway into Grendel's domain, looking around. Grendel comes up behind him, speaking before he sees her.
Are my pets not beautiful? These 4 are my favorites, I think. Ramsid is the Domani king's brother. The woman standing on his shoulders is Ramsid's wife. The other 2 are the king's youngest sister and eldest daughter. Don't you find it remarkable what can be learned with the proper encouragement? Consider all the talents going to waste. These 2 are my newest acquisitions from the lands beyond the Aiel Waste. They should thank me for rescuing them. Chiape was Shaboan, a sort of empress, newly widowed, and Shalfan was to marry her and become Shabotai. For 7 years, she would have ruled absolutely, then died. Hereupon, he would have chosen a new Shaboan and ruled absolutely until his death in 7 years. They have followed that cycle for nearly 3,000 years without a break. Shalfan and Chiape insist the deaths are natural. The will of the pattern, they call it. To them, everything is the will of the pattern.
Since so much of the demonic king's family met with our approval, I'm surprised no more did. I almost expect to see the king himself here serving wine.
You know I choose only the most exquisite. Al-Salam is not up to my standard.
Sooner or later, you will slip, Grendel. One of your visitors will recognize one who serves him wine or turns down his bed, and he will have the sense enough to hold his tongue until he leaves. What will you do if someone descends on this palace with an army to rescue a husband or a sister? An arrow may not be a shot lance, yet it can still kill you.
Oh, Samael, why would I let them see anything but what I want them to? I certainly do not send my pets to serve them. Al-Salam's supporters and his opponents, even the dragon sworn, leave here thinking I support them and only them, and they do not want to disturb an invalid. You would not believe how they all trust and listen to me.
What do you have to tell me?
About Luz Theron? You never seem interested in anything else. Now, he would be a pet. I would make him the centerpiece of every display. Not that he is handsome enough normally, but who he is makes up for that. And I do like them tall.
Luz Theron is long dead. Randolph Thor is a jumped-up barn boy, a choss hauler who has been lucky.
Do you really think so? There has to be more than luck behind him. Luck could not have carried him so far, so fast.
Have you learned where Althor is hiding Asmodean? Or anything of Lanfear's whereabouts? Or Mogedian's?
You know as much as I do. Myself, I think Luz Theron killed them. Oh, don't grimace at me. Althor, since you insist. There are rumors out of Kyrian about Lanfear dying at Luz Theron's hands the same day he killed Ravin.
Rumors. Lanfear has been aiding Althor since the beginning, if you ask me. I would have had his head in the Stone of Tyr, except that someone sent Myrddraal and Trollocs to save him. That was Lanfear. I am certain. I'm done with her. The next time I see her, I'll kill her. And why would he kill Asmodean? I would if I could find him. But he has gone over to Althor. He's teaching him.
Always some excuse for your failures. Choose your own explanation if you wish. You may even be right. All I know is that Luz Theron seems to be removing us from the game one by one. So many of us have died confronting him. Agenor and Balthamel, Ishamel, Belal and Ravin, and Lanfear and Asmodean, whatever you believe. Possibly Mogedian. She might be creeping about in the shadows, waiting until the rest of us have fallen. She's foolish enough. I do hope you have somewhere prepared to run. There doesn't seem to be any doubt that he is going after you next. Soon, I would say. I'll face no armies here, but Luz Theron is gathering quite a large one to hurl against you. The price you pay if you must be seen to wield power as well as wield it.
And if I destroy Althor, will it violate none of the Great Lord's command, as far as you've told it to me, if you've held back?
What Demandred told me that the Great Lord told him, I have passed on to you, Samael. Every word. I doubt even he would dare lie in the Great Lord's name.
But you've told me little enough of what he plans to do. Him, or Semirog, or Masama. Practically nothing.
I've told you what I know. For the rest, think back, Samael. We used to plot against one another almost as hard as we fought Luz Theron. Yet we were winning before he caught us all, gathered at Shaol Ghul. Now we have awakened in a world where we should stand so far above ordinary mortals as to be another species, and we are dying. For a moment, forget who will be nameless. Althor, if you must call him by that name. Althor was as helpless as a babe when we woke.
Shamael did not find him so.
We behave as if this is the world we knew, when nothing is what we knew. We die one by one, and Althor grows stronger. Lands and people gather behind him, and we die. Immortality is mine. I do not want to die.
If he frightens you, then kill him.
I serve the Great Lord and obey, Samael.
As do I, as well as any.
So good of you to deign to kneel to our master. All I say is that Luz Theron is as dangerous now as he ever was in our own time. Frightened? Yes, I am frightened. I intend to live forever, not meet Robin's fate.
Son! Althor, Grendel! An ignorant boy, whatever Asmodean manages to teach him. A primitive lout who probably still believes that 9/10 of what you and I take for granted is impossible. Althor makes a few lords bow and thinks he has conquered a nation. He hasn't the will to close his fist and truly conquer them. Only the Aiel. But Roja. Who would have thought they could change so? Only they truly follow him, and not all of them. He hangs by a thread, and he will fall, one way or another.
Will he? What if he is?
She
How
stopped.
many of us will die before it is done? We must stand together as we never have before.
Then link with me. The pair of us linked would be more than a match for Althor. Let that be the beginning of our new standing together. So, it seems we will go on as before. What more do you have to tell me?
Little enough. Semirag missed the last gathering. I don't know why, and I do not think Masana or Demondred does either. Masana in particular was annoyed, though she tried to hide it. She thinks Luz Theron soon will be in our hands, but then she said the same every time. She was sure Belal would kill or capture him in Tyr. She was very proud of that trap. Demondred warns you to be careful.
So Demondred knows you and I meet.
Of course he does. Not how much I tell you, but that I tell you something. I am trying to bring us together, Samael, before it is too...
You deliver a message to Demondred from me. Tell him I know what he is up to. Tell him to be careful. I won't have him or his friends interfering in my plans. So long as they stay clear of me, his lackeys can carve out what he wants. But they will steer clear, or he will answer for it. You tell him.
If you wish it. All these threats weary me. Come, listen to the music and calm yourself. There they are. Listen.
Gesturing back at the Sharons.
A peculiar place they come from. Women who can channel are required to marry the sons of women who can channel, and every one of those bloodlines is marked with tattoos on their faces at birth. No one with the markings is allowed to marry anyone without. Any child of such a union is killed. Tattooed males are killed in their 21st year in any case, and cloistered before, ignorant even of how to read.
Do they bind themselves like criminals?
No. The Ayad, as they call themselves, live in their own small towns, avoiding everyone else, and supposedly never channel without permission or orders from the Shabotai or Shaboan. In fact, they are the real power, and the reason the Shabotai and Shaboan only rule 7 years. Yes, a fascinating land. Too far from the center to be of any use for many years, of course. There will be plenty of time to see what can be made of it after the day of return.
I'm sure their music is fascinating, but I have preparations to see to.
Careful preparations, I trust. The great Lord will not be pleased if you disturb his plans.
I have done everything short of surrendering to convince Althor I am no threat to him, but the man seems obsessed with me.
You could abandon Ilion, start again elsewhere.
No. You have told me all the great Lord's command.
I dislike repeating myself, Samael. If you did not believe me the first time, you will not now.
I see no reason to meet again until you have something to tell me besides whether Semirog was there or not. Next time, you can come to Ilion.
If you are still there. Samael icily opens a gateway, slicing a servant in half.
If you want to help us stay alive and find out how Demondred and the others mean to carry out the Great Lord's instructions. Oh, excuse me. If you want to help us stay alive, find out how Demondred and the others mean to carry out the Great Lord's instructions. Grendel is annoyed at the loss of a servant as Samael steps through the gateway.
Thank you so much. One of the reasons we love doing this at Spoilercon is just the ability to ask you to read things that you didn't actually get to read in the series. So it's a great treat for us. So thank you. And to see you acting it out as well. What a pleasure for us. What we are going to do is, for those of you who are here in person, if you have a question for Kate and Michael, you can go ahead and line up there, or you can pass it to Aradia, who will pass them up to me. All right, let's start with a question. We're going to get untangled. Let's start with a question that came to us via Twitter from the Master of the Deck. Your son Henry has recently started his career in voiceover and narration. What would you say is the most different thing about starting that career now from when the two of you began, and what's still the same?
I mean, what's still the same is you're telling stories. Everything else is completely different. The platforms that are available, the amount of self-publishing, the geyser of content. I think I'm right in saying when we started, everything was, there were gatekeepers, and those were the publishers. And if your book wasn't published, there was no way you were getting an audiobook.
Right. The technology has basically really changed the industry in that before it used to take at least two people working together to create the book, the audiobook, because the machinery wouldn't operate. We were working with reel-to-reels and ADAT and DAT machines that you couldn't operate as a individual narrator, so you had to have an engineer. And then there was a long process. Everything happened by snail mail or your 100 watts line, a 1-800 watts line. In terms of ordering, you had duplication, and it's like, imagine if there was only, say, 100 copies of Rhythm of War when it was released, or A Memory of Light when it was released, and so you'd write in and say, I would like to have listen to that. And it'd be like, well, when we get a copy back in, we'll send one out back to you. And people would have a copy for 3-4 weeks, whatever. They might get it back at that point, or they might renew their subscription, so to speak. So all of those choke points in the production have been removed. Typically, as Kate said, the book was in print for usually 3 to 6 months, if not years, before it was actually made into an audiobook. And I can remember getting shipped to me 25 books, and they would just say, okay, we would like this one first, but then the rest of them as you can get to them, because there was no pressure to release them with the print copies, because the print copies have been out for, in some cases, years. And now the book is being released Tuesday, and you have, X amount of time to get it done so that they can have it ready, so that when the print copy hits, the audiobook is ready to download that same day. So,
what kind of advice would you give Henry or any other new narrator on how to deal with voicing a character that you just don't like?
Oh, they're the most fun. They're the most fun, because if you don't like them, it's because you think they're really different from you, and they're inferior to you, or you're better than them. And so they're distanced from you. So it's actually really easy to voice a character you don't like, because you can just be the mean, nasty, ugly person you refuse to admit you are, and put that into the character voice. It's really fun.
The harder thing to do is material that you don't like.
Oh yeah, that's a different thing.
And that's a different animal. And that
gut it out.
Well, there's the gutting out, but there's also your job is to tell the story.
Yeah.
So and you have to find a way to it might be an exaggeration, love that character. You have to find a way to love that material, even if it's not material that you stand behind 100%. So that's the trick of, of any job to a certain degree, doing the thing that you find hard to embrace.
And that's where like your whole purpose really is to serve. So you're a servant and you got to do the bidding of the book.
Very appropriate for the Wheel of Time. Have you ever said no to a project because you didn't like the source material?
Yep.
Yes.
Can you, obviously we won't want you to say what project, but what could you give us a sense of like what kinds of things really would make you say no?
For me, there was a book that I did early on in my career, and it was from a very religious perspective. So it was biased. It was pretty out there in terms of declaring that this was the right way. And it just made me very uncomfortable because I really deeply, deeply disagreed. And I just asked the publisher not to send me any of those. And it was like, fine, yeah, totally understood. Some people don't mind doing that material at all. And for me, it was just like, I couldn't get over how false my voice felt. And the other one, which has been a more recent development, is I really, really would prefer not to do books where women are victimized, like where that's the whole point of the book. I can understand a momentary victimization if it's to move the plot along, if it's part of the story, but when it is the whole story, then again, I'm just like, it makes me too angry. I just can't.
Yeah, part of it is part of it is a question of the quality of the writing. So when it's really questionable, that means a couple of different things. One, it's going to slow me down, because if you can't trust the sentence structure, if you're constantly questioning, is that the right word? Is there agreement between subject and verb? Are we in the same tense? You can't relax into the story because you're constantly, it's like, imagine driving a car where you're constantly checking all the filters and everything. It's like, by the time you've moved 2 feet, you have to check everything again. So that's one thing that has kind of caused me to back away. And then there's also sometimes, especially for me, I sometimes wonder, it's like not every voice is best suited for certain material. So that's ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to serve the material. And if you feel like it's a bit like, this really needs a piccolo and I'm a cello, I can do it. I can play that melody for you, but it really needs a different timbre. It's going to be more effective. And that's ultimately going to make the story better for the audience, and for the author for that matter, because then it's going to be better realized.
Do you have a lot of direct conversations with authors? And if so, what's the weirdest conversation you've ever had with an author?
So when we work with publishing companies, there's a firewall. You're not really supposed to contact the author. They like everything to go through them so that they have control of the process. We now, we have a hire us page on our website, and people actually have been filling out the form and hiring us to record their books. So it's been quite wonderful because we have had direct communication with a ton of authors over the last year and a half or so. And there are many weird conversations.
Most of them,
we're weird. I don't know that we're like qualified to judge something as weird. But some of the stories are weird. Like
who?
Beasties.
Oh, well, there's I mean there's just part of what's happening now is authors are expanding the genres. Like lit RPG didn't exist 25 years ago. I mean, so how do you approach that? That's how does that story function? And so that you get into those. Most of the time, it's fairly rewarding in terms of the interaction, because you can get ideas. Oh, that's how I want to take that character, or not. Sometimes, most of the discussions though are kind of banal things. It's like, there's a typo on this page. What do you mean? What did you mean here? I think we need to fix something here, and that's just, it's house cleaning. It's like, oh right, so we want white sheets on this bed, not pink sheets, that type of thing. So it's not anything major.
I would say the conversations with authors absolutely run the gamut, and we're developing these relationships with these authors. So some of them are very funny. And they're all unique, and their stories are all unique. And so you never know what the conversation is going to be, but it's fun.
Someone else would like to know, what are your favorite character voices from the Wheel of Time to perform?
That's, Loyal was always fun. Matt became fun. It was hard to find Matt at first because his character developed. But I don't know that they're just fun scenes to do because the story was being told so well. It's like, oh, this is a fun scene to do. So when the characters are clearly drawn in the writing, then it doesn't matter what voice you're doing. It's like you feel like I'm slipping my hand into the glove, and it fits so well. That feeling is a thrill, and that can happen with a straight up, nothing particularly different about that voice, or it can be. Loyal was a challenge just because the voice, I think there was like a 2-paragraph description of the voice before you even had it. So it's like, and then it's a 3-page monologue that he has in that first, the first book.
I think I loved the way the women developed over the series. And I loved those moments when the more regal, the more strong, the more powerful, the more sort of important women, they would have little slips. They would show their humanity. Those moments were great because you have this voice for this woman who's giving battle speeches and weaving spells and condemning people to death and doing all kinds of big things. And then she stubs her toe and she's like, oh, bother. And that's always really fun when you have like that incongruity. But some of the, I'm not going to say lesser because there are no lesser characters in the Wheel of Time, but some of the characters who had less playtime, let's say, for example, like Varen and Swan were like definitely favorites because they were so clear. One was books, one was fish. You knew exactly where you were, and they really were single-minded. They had lots of foibles because they were kind of one-track mind people. And so those two stand out as, yes, they were a lot of fun to do. But I liked all of them.
Yeah, Padan Fane too, in that regard, because that was just such a different writing style. You know, that when you encounter a chapter with him, it was just, we're not in Oz anymore, or we're not in Kansas anymore, I should say.
It was interesting that you mentioned Varen there, Kate, because in the podcast, as we commonly say, Varen knows. She knows everything, right? So we always say that Varen knows. In fact, our lanyards that I'm not wearing mine, Seth, if you won't mind, I'll just show you. Our lanyards for the con, in fact, say Varen knows.
Yeah.
So we're big fans as well.
And if she doesn't know, she knows where to go to find the information so that she does know.
She's a true academic.
Yeah.
In that sense, yes. Michael, you said that you think more in terms of favorite scenes instead of favorite characters to voice. So would you share a favorite scene or two from the Wheel of Time that you really enjoyed?
I think when Perrin is rescuing Fail, and goes back to the two rivers, that whole section, those sections of that book in particular, just had a drive of their own. The Perrin Fail scenes were always very interesting. And then there was, and Matt was, when Matt was trying to put on the play and he's writing the play, as a theater artist, the frustration that when the actors are asking reasonable questions, but they really, they don't have the grasp of the material the way, you do as an actor, the playwright, Matt, the playwright, that was a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, those are just two, again, when the piece has that momentum, it's like skiing downhill. You just run with it and go.
Kate, how about you?
Oh God.
It doesn't have to be the favorite, just a favorite.
I know, but there are just so many. I always liked when the Murdrolls came, and I got to voice the Murdrolls, because to me there was something about it's like the monster under the bed, right? Like something that we're all scared of. It's this nameless, formless, shapeless, weird thing, and then boom, there they are. And to be able to sort of embody the terror that people feel in that moment. I also really liked some of the really cruel scenes. There was one particular, it was like horrible. And then, so I liked Avienda because she was just so gutsy. She didn't she was practical, and she just kept moving forward. And so those scenes where she's like, she might be knocked down, but she's getting up again and she keeps going. That's like the opposite of the scenes with the Murdrolls, because that's an example for everybody in their life about and tomorrow's another day, and you just keep going,
Yeah. There's also the scene where Rand and his father at the very end, the kind of push to understand life is not going to be perfect. That should not stop you.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to beat yourself up. because you're not perfect.
Steppen from Twitter asks, what were your favorite aspects of Robert Jordan's and Brandon Sanderson's writing? You spoke about the need to have good writing, and we assume that they passed the test. So are there certain aspects of their writing that you found particularly appealing, or that kind of made your job easier?
I think something you mentioned about, when you get that momentum going, I think they both did that really, really well. And it feels like a Shakespearean battle scene in a way, because you get this piling on of events and people talking and events and people talking, and everything is moving forward, and you really do just coast. You just go with it. And I think both of them did that really well. And I think Brandon's women got more interesting over time. So that was really cool, because at first it was like they weren't allowed to be funny. And then over the course of the series, I was like, oh, she's funny. She's getting funnier. This is fun. She can be funny. She can be, like Shalon. She can be messed up. She can be confused. She can also be really funny. And that was a lovely discovery to watch that sort of develop.
Yeah, I think for me, a lot of it has to do with the themes of redemption. I think, coming of age and dealing with these really huge, what's interesting is, in 2021, who would have thought that, that there's this big, powerful thing outside. They've been calling it dragons and the dark force and whatever for 20, 30, 40, 70, 80, 90 years. Well, we see it as COVID or climate change or racial injustice. You can call it whatever you want. The battle is the same. And then as I think was the last time, just talking about how it was such an interesting choice story-wise to corrupt the male power, because I think a lot of men deal with anger and strength and or the lack thereof it's hard to, the society isn't helping us, giving us a lot of tools to access or chances to play with it. It's forbidden, kind of like male channeling is forbidden. And how it can be incredibly powerful, and it can be incredibly destructive. And so to see that played out over a 16-book series, and the journey that both the books but the characters take in terms of coming to grips with who and what they are, and both the positive side and the dark side of whatever abilities they have, whether it's Perrin and his this destructiveness that he has, but he needs to, where he finds salvation is in creation. So, which is the opposite. So I think, and this is partly with Brandon especially, but even with Robert Jordan, Brandon can be very, very funny, and I really appreciate that, especially when you're 20 hours into a book and it's like, it can't all be big battles. It has to be, slapstick. It just gives you, it allows you to go to choose anything. So, yeah.
Speaking of Brandon Sanderson and Shalon, there's a question about pattern, specifically Pattern's voice. Tanya Crossman on Twitter asks, how did you come up with the voice for Pattern in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive? And do you kind of agree on the voice together before you do it in case both of you have to voice the same character, or do you kind of each do your own take on it?
I think in that case, I had Pattern first.
Oh, you had Pattern. I didn't have Pattern for a long time.
And that was just a question of the description. So, Pattern is introduced as like a buzzing noise. And so I just tried to buzz while I spoke. And then it started to feel really great. And it felt like a character. It felt like someone with an attitude. And so that was his voice. And then I kept telling Mike, you're not doing it right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the challenge when in the dual narration, because in dual narration, you're constantly doing the other person's characters. And especially because we have very different instruments, vocal instruments, is to kind of distill the essence of the character. So very much like I was talking about musically before, it's like, how can my cello imitate capture the essence of that character when it's initially voiced by a flute? And that's what we go for. And so a lot of times our discussions when we talk about character voices are more what's the essence of the character, knowing that, okay, they're not going to sound, they can't sound exactly the same, and that's not the goal. The goal is to capture the essence, and then so that part of the story can continue forward.
We have a question from Sherbert Mango on Discord about how to pronounce some characters' names. They're particularly interested in your position on the pronunciation, and I'm not going to bias you, I'm going to say on the character we know as the King of Malkir. Apparently there's some conflict over how to pronounce
which character?
Name. The King of Malkir, Lan.
Lan.
What's the
Lan?
Lan.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there is no. Okay, so you guys agree. Apparently, there's apparently some controversy over it's Lan or Lan.
No, it's Lan. I mean,
Lan. Okay, definitive.
The tricky thing with some of the pronunciations, what happened was, you have to understand the books. We received the first 5 books to do, like in that box, and there's a glossary at the back. But the glossary has about 1/10, if that, of the names. And especially with the Forsaken, they weren't called the Forsaken in the writing until later. So when you would come across some of the Forsaken in those first couple of books, you didn't know that, because I went back to the glossary and I looked, it's not here under, Lanfear, not there. Okay, so I get to do whatever. And then ultimately you find out, she's one of the Forsaken. There's a little paragraph on pronunciations. And that's where the Forsaken are listed. A side note, we came across an interview with Robert Jordan. And even though he wrote the glossary, the way he pronounced some of the names were different than they are in the glossary, which is what he, so, and this is
fluid.
It is fluid. I think the one that really tripped us up was Moghedian, because very early on, with regard to pronunciations, we started the books when there was no internet, when there was no free long distance. Basically, you either wrote a letter or you paid for a very expensive phone call. There were no word processors. So you had to type it out by hand, and then you'd have to photocopy it if you wanted to do anything more than that. So early on, about, I want to say probably 4 hours into that first Eye of the World book, and I've long since exhausted the glossary in terms of the character names. I was panicking, going, what do we do? Because how are we going to get this to write, to send him a list and then have him say, this is how it's pronounced, or that, how it's pronounced. The one time we talked directly with Robert Jordan was that he said, you basically have we took the kind of phonetic rules that you kind of were somewhat evident from the glossary and said, well, when we come across a new name, we'll kind of use those rules to give that pronunciation. And he said, that's fine. And he never, ever came back to us and said, this is wrong.
So I think the question is actually more about the mistakes. I think the question is that we can never seem to shake is why do we say a name differently, not in agreement? So why did I say Mogadin instead of Moghedian? Bad communication. We failed to communicate. I recorded my part of the book. I used one pronunciation. I assumed he was using the same. He wasn't. Nobody caught it in quality control. The audiobook was published. Mistakes happen. And it annoys me that people hang on this issue because you can say that name however you want. It's it's up to the reader or the listener or whatever, the artist. If you're painting a painting and you want to title it, you can pronounce that name however you want. So I do wish people would just drop it.
Well, and the other thing in terms of language, when I was going to grade school, the bomb was dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now it's dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Language changes. I know one baseball player who was Chavez, then he was Chavez, then he was Chavez. And that's him changing the way he wants his name pronounced. So language is a bit fluid. There's a story, we both worked for the Library of Congress Talking Books program, and a very wonderful narrator, Ray Hagan, was doing Isaac Bashevis Singer's books that have been done in translation, Nobel Prize winning stuff, tons of Polish names. And he called up the author and said, how do I pronounce these? And this is a Nobel Prize winning author. And he's like, well, this is how I say it. But really, just don't worry about the pronunciations of the names. Tell the story. And that has kind of been the mantra of both the library and our work. You're serving the story. You're trying to make the story clear. You're trying to invite your imagination as a reader to engage with this work and explore it in terms of what it means to you, and to a certain degree get lost in it, and to the degree that we can disappear. That's great, because that's the goal.
You said, I remember last year in our conversation, you said something that always stuck with me about how the sort of different layers of interpretation between reading a book for yourself listening to it on an audiobook and then seeing it as a television show or a movie, and that it's sort of adding on layers of interpretation. And I always really like, I think in what you just said about pronunciation of characters, thinking it in those terms is helpful, right? This idea of it's a layer of interpretation, just as you might not like a televised version of a particular book that you loved or a movie version. You might not like that aspect of the books. That's not a problem. You know, you can have it. But I'm certainly, as somebody who butchered many pronunciations last night during our trivia competition, I am pleased to know that all of my butchered pronunciations are absolutely correct because they were mine. Do we have any questions from the audience that are here or comments? If you'd like to, Seth is walking around with the microphone.
Well, no, I'm not walking around. You have to walk.
All right, you have to walk up to Seth with the microphone.
I just was wondering, what do you do for voice care as you're are you able to hear me? What do you do for voice care as you're, you know, it sounds like you read a lot of books. What do you do to take care of your voice?
Not what I did last night.
What was I didn't quite hear the question.
What do you do for voice care? So you do not hang out by a fire drinking gin and tonic until 2 a.m. That is not good.
I will tell you that sleep is the most important thing you can do for your voice. So getting 8 hours of sleep is primary. It really depends on your physical makeup. I can drink coffee. A lot of people can't touch caffeine or can't touch the acid in coffee. I recently just finished a 40-hour book where I was doing a whole bunch of work, and I would have 1 cup of coffee and then switch to hot apple cider, which for me cleared my vocal mechanism. But really the most important thing is sleep, because that aids. Usually what gives out before your voice is your concentration. If you're tired, it will come through, because all of a sudden your brain is saying, oh, I have to conserve. I'm not going to be exploring the text in the same way you would if you have tons of energy. But then, yeah, also don't sit outside drinking gin and tonics by a campfire in the cold air. That's also not right.
I was going to literally ask what cocktails you were drinking these days.
Gin and tonic last night.
Yeah.
I would say sleep, water, and aerobic exercise, because the voice is the last part of breathing, right? So if your breathing is not vigorous, your voice is going to feel weak.
Yeah. I find that when I get into stretches, it's like all of a sudden my vocal endurance gets stretched. I can go through a whole paragraph without having to take a breath. So.
Next question, and please give your name before asking.
Hey, so my name is Travis. I've been...
Just have to speak a little louder.
Right, and for the question, I think take your mask off. That would be, there you go.
Cool, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool, my name is Travis. I've been a long time listener to your guys' books. I really liked what you guys did opening this panel with Grendel and Samael. Have you guys ever considered narrating an audiobook in that fashion?
Duet.
Yeah.
It's duet. That's a new
newfangled thing.
A new kind of production process. There are two different there's straight duet, which is what we just did. And what has to happen, that script has to be laid out very clearly in terms of which one of us would take the narrative. Cost-wise, it's double. because you're paying two people to work and accomplishing one half of what would normally happen in that time. So there may be ways that could happen, but for the most part, it's not a decision that we're making so much as the engineering that has to happen and the cost to produce the book would escalate. Now, I know that it's happening more. In fact, the next thing that I'm doing is kind of a combination. It's what I call a dual duet hybrid, where I'm voicing all the male characters and I have certain chapters where I have the narrative, and there's another narrator who's doing all the female characters, and she has chapters where she's doing the narrative. But we're not in the same, we're not like this going back and forth. We're going to approximate that to the degree that I'm not going to be hearing her doing the line when I encounter it in the text. And so it's going to be, well, how do I respond to that? But it's mostly a question of engineering wise, setting up a situation where we can be in the same space, and then the producer being willing to pay double, and probably having to pay an engineer a whole lot more to put it all together.
Anyone else in the audience? Yeah, come on up.
How you doing? My name is Danny, and my question is just, would you rather have lived through the last battle in Randland or the last desolation on Roshar?
Say that one more time.
Would you rather live through the last battle in Randland or the last desolation on Roshar?
What was the last desolation of Roshar?
I'm not.
Can you give us a brief description of both of those?
So he asked about, would you rather live through the last battle in the Wheel of Time or the last desolation from the Stormlight Archive?
You take it.
It'll be interesting to see what Brandon does in the last escalation for Roshar. Partly because there's another generation coming up after this next escalation, which is kind of normal.
My big question is, who would I be? Like, would I have to be myself? Like, pink, squishy human? Like, definitely gonna get flattened? Or could I be something else? Because if I could be like...
You can be naive, is what they said.
Okay, then definitely last battle. Which scares you more? Which scares you more?
Well, these are the themes that to me that the fantasy is addressing, and they're huge, and I think the last 2 years especially have made us more aware that we're actually fighting the last battle, or we're in a different situation. It's fantasy is closer to reality than we actually think with regard to that. So in that regard,
you got to pick.
Yeah,
you got to pick.
Yeah, well, I'm Roshar.
Okay.
We have a technical question from Malkier Digitally, which is one of our planning committee members. Given that you mentioned the engineering necessary to do duets, he says, I know that you both record in separate spaces as you use different mics. How important is the mic in regards to recording an audiobook? The microphone.
I think it is pretty important. You know, a really good mic can make you sound amazing, and a really bad mic is gonna do the opposite.
I think you can come up with the machinery to help you out, but certain microphones are going. We use Neumann mics. We have different microphones. They are lightly EQ'd differently. But that's, again, a good microphone is going to fit your voice like the glove.
Yeah.
Whereas the bad microphone, it's going to make
you're always going to be fighting it.
You're going to be, or it won't have the warmth, that it will miss something that's quintessential to your voice. And that's what you're trying to, I mean, put it this way, a bad microphone is kind of like listening to an orchestra and, the violins can't hear the violins. Well, that's might be really important. Or, the timpani, gone, can't hear it. The fireworks in the 1812 overture, not hearing them, and you want that for a good mic. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it.
It's definitely worth it. But the other thing is, again, you asked at the beginning, how is it different now for Henry and his generation who's starting out now? There's so many more options. The tech is so developed. There are like microphones for under $700 that actually, if they suit your voice, are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to go out and spend
$1,500, $3,000,
right.
Whatever.
And that's the other thing is, it's not just a question of the brand. Like there's the engineering of the mic, and some of them are like Cadillacs and they're really like fancy and they're beautifully made. But some microphones suit your voice and some don't. And, if you find the brand and the model that suits you, don't worry too much about the ticket price.
Any other questions from the audience?
Hello, my name is Neil. You narrate some series like The Wheel of Time that are long and complex and really draw you in. And as readers, we all speculate a huge amount at the end of those series about what happens afterwards. Do you get so captivated that you also speculate about the fate of Randland and Roshar afterwards? And do you ever get sufficiently tempted to try writing any stories yourself, given that you have such a creative background in theatre?
This is going to sound horribly disappointing, maybe. I feel like I lack the imagination. I see what readers bring when they turn their attention on the series and they examine the characters and they analyze the events and then they speculate about what happens afterwards. I don't have that kind of imagination. I'm an interpreter. You guys are more like creators. Like you take this stuff and you really dig in and you focus on it. And for me, it's like I'm serving that series and then it's done and I'm on to the next project. So I don't actually have the bandwidth and the brain space to indulge in that kind of examination. Anyone who's a fan of The Wheel of Time, who's read it more than once, probably knows it better than I do, I feel. So I feel like, not worthy, you guys are the experts. Even though I voiced it, it's less of a complicated relationship, deep relationship. It's more immediate, present, and then it's done.
Yeah, no, I mean, part of it is just the necessary, I have to move on to the next project, and I've got 20 different worlds going. There are some times when you're like, oh, this is over? Oh, there's more to this story. Why did they, no, come on. There's more here. I feel that, but that's partly the writing. I don't have the luxury, I would say, of the time to spend on that, just because, like last week, I'm in the middle of another series where I've got a world that is in here, and then I'm going to take that out, put it on the shelf, don't throw it away, because I'm going to come back to it in, in 1 year, in 2 years, in 6 months, in this case, 5 years. And I have to remember all of that. And that's the challenge for us, I think, too, is just keeping those characters alive and that world alive, and realize, oh, right, okay. So like in Mistborn, for instance, we're in generation 2, but this line actually resonates back to book 1 of generation 1, which was 13 years ago. Oh my God. Okay. So.
Other questions from the audience?
Hello. Oh, hi. Mask. Okay. Hi. My name is Avery. So, have you guys seen the trailer for the show?
I have.
I have not.
What do you think? Oh, okay. What do you think?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Oh, I think we do too.
Yeah.
How could you not? Like the amazing locale, like the landscape, and then those people. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask you in particular what you thought of Rosamund's voice for Moraine.
It's great. It's her voice. Like she's doing her iteration of Moraine. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. We're all very excited. Yeah, can we make you watch it now?
Oh, we can do like a reaction thing. Can we do that?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Rob, can we make this happen?
Rob, bring your skills to the table.
There we go, folks.
Okay,
Give me a
great.
No, you know, it's a social media phenomenon. Do you understand what this is? Reaction shots?
Well, it'll be a reaction shot.
Yeah. So it's when you film people.
Yeah,
who are
no,
watching
I've seen that. Yeah, like
Okay.
the first time you heard this song.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Right, like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here we go, Rob.
We are going to be doing a reaction shot of Michael's first time seeing the trailer.
Okay, can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they're going to see it on the. I need to make sure they can see it on the
We
YouTube.
can see it here.
I need to make sure they can see it on YouTube because I'm capturing my displays. So, okay, can you still see it?
No.
No.
Now we're seeing the YouTube
We're seeing you.
layout.
Okay, right. Let me stop and then I shall reshare and I'll do it that way.
This is so much fun.
Okay.
And can you make that screen really big for us?
I will do my best.
Might need to put
Rob, I owe you like 10 beers after this. I'll put you on the spot.
This is I was not expecting this, but I can.
Sorry.
I'm sure I can make this work. Have no fear.
It's worth it.
Right.
We can also draw your attention to earlier today, we did a divorce court proceeding for Egwene and Gawain. for Spoilercon, and so I'll send you the link so you can enjoy that as well.
That's hilarious.
Okay, can you see that now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Let me try and make. Okay. Let's see if I maximize.
Yes.
There we go. How's that? You can see that pretty well?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just adjust that for the folks at home who are watching digitally. Okay. Well, I think we're ready.
Let's do it.
Be strong. The wheel of time turns us, leaving memories that become legend. The power inside you. All over the world, there are different names for it. But it's one thing. One power. And women who can touch it. We protect the world.
No matter what happens, what pain we face, what heartbreak, the wheel keeps turning. The Dark One is coming for your friends.
The last battle is coming. The only thing that matters is what you do. Whatever happens now, there's no turning back.
All right.
That's going to be great. I think the trailer, especially right now, brings up another point, which is the strength of making men and women equal in the power structure, in who they are. This is not damsel in distress. The women are as strong as men, if not stronger to a certain degree. And that is ahead of its time, considering when it was written. So it'll be, and it looks like they have a fantastic cast, with what they're doing, with what Marvel is doing in terms of diversity. I think that's going to be really powerful. And they've only got 600 hours of material to work with. So, yeah, that's the one thing I think people are it's going to send people to the books, but just like everything else, there's so much more in the books because the novel can take its time, whereas television or film or whatever you want to call it, will have to condense it down because I don't think they're going to want to take 30 years to finish it.
That one of the fascinating things about the difference between film and audio books or print books is with film, you have the text, you have what people are saying. That is a tiny, tiny, tiny portion. Your senses are being assaulted by this huge visual landscape and music.
Yeah.
You've got the music, which is calibrating your emotions the entire way, all the way through. The music is telling you, oh, this is tender. And then the music is telling you, oh, we're going to go kill some people. And then the text, like what the actors actually say, is like minimal. It's maybe like 5% of the whole experience.
Different
It's
medium.
so amazing.
Yeah.
Because music is so powerful. If you could put scent into the screen and like puff out scent,
right?
That would be even more
Surround
elemental. Surround scent.
I'm gonna pass on scenting the Trollocs, but
yeah,
but I agree. It would be an experience. Other questions from the audience?
Huron would be a different experience.
Hello, I'm Super Chicken, and why is that funny? So first of all, thank you for doing this every year. I feel like I want to just share tea with you and like talk about the world because I really enjoy your perspectives, your deep, thoughtful perspectives, and your humor. And which reminds me, so I was going to ask, like, do you before your answer to the last question before the reaction video, I was going to say, do you have theories about Nakomi and who she is? But given your answer to that, Kate, I don't want to ask that question anymore. And instead, I want to ask, do you know any jokes? And I'm willing to trade you a joke, but like, I just want to hang out with you guys, and I want to exchange jokes. So here's my joke. And I'm sorry for those of you to whom I've already told this joke. What do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhino?
Elephant and a rhino?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you
Elephino.
get when you cross an elephant and a rhino?
Elephino. And I want to know if you guys have any jokes to share.
Oh, God, jokes.
Thank you.
No, we
No.
can't tell a joke.
No. I need a script.
It's going to be a bad, no.
Yeah.
It's going to be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if you can think of one. Anyone else from the audience? Yes, come on up.
I actually don't have to bend down. I'm Grace, and it was more along the lines of you're talking about putting the stuff on a shelf and then coming back to it. Do you have to go back and listen to yourselves? Like go back and listen to the old ones, and then when you do listen to yourselves, do you ever just go, oh no, I wish I'd done that another way?
So, listening to voice clips of the character voices, I just finished a series, and the previous book, I think, was 7 years ago. And the first one was like 15 years ago. I mean, talking like a long time enough to forget just about everything about the series.
So George R. R. Martin. No.
Sorry?
I said, so George R. R. Martin. That's a bad joke.
Yeah, no, pretty much similar. And so being able to go back and listen to a voice clip of this character voice that you did is really, really helpful. So when I do that, all I'm doing is gathering information. I'm not listening to the story. I'm not enjoying listening to my voice. All I'm doing is going, what was the voice? Great, got it, done. And I don't ever listen to my own books. So I know what you're talking about, and I do have friends who narrate who go back and listen and have that feeling of, wow, I would do that differently. And without listening, I can tell you, yeah, I was too young for such and such a book, or I was not in the right headspace for such and such a book, and probably would do a better job, at a different time. But I never go back and listen.
I actually have been listening to a series that I did many, many years ago. And you hear, I hear little tweaks that I would make. But part of it is if you're telling the story, you still get swept up in the story. There are some character voices that I just nailed that tickle me to hear. When I go back and listen to get the character voice, what really happens, it's more of a remembering the physicalization that created the voice in the first place. And so it's almost like I'm entering that body. And if that body was right, and you pretty much know within a page of the dialogue, because I have done this where I started off, encountered a character, made a choice, got through a page of dialogue, and then went, no, this is wrong. This is not the character. There's something that's not organic here. I will go back and do it again and make some adjustment, because the physicalization, and that's what I'm reminding myself of when I go back and listen to a voice. Oh, right. And some of that has to do with the picture I have in my head of who that character is. And if I remember that, it doesn't matter to a certain degree what comes out of here, because if I'm thinking it, you're going to hear it.
I want to pick up on the original question again, because I think it's also important to understand the difference between critiquing and experiencing. And so for me, I know that there are some people who will tell narrators who are up and coming, learning how to do it, they'll say, like, listen to yourself. And I always feel like that's a recipe for disaster, because once you get in the habit of listening to yourself, then when you're speaking, you are recalling the experience of listening to yourself. And I think something that to serve the book well, you need to forget you're there, and you need to be really unself-conscious. So you kind of have to do the exercises and learn the techniques and do all the nitty-gritty grunt work. And then you have to throw that out the window, kind of forget that there's anything to do with technique. You got it in you, right? You know how to breathe, you know how to interpret, you know how to do all this stuff. And then you forget about it and you dive into the book and you tell the story. And I think there's a danger in listening to your own work, because it can put a shield between you and the ability to just be in the book.
Right. I mean, I think I've said this before, in terms of when I prepare a book, the biggest thing that I'm trying to prepare is, how did I feel when I first read the book? And how can I convey that to the person I am telling the story to, which is the audience? That's what you're going for. And that, when you're doing that, time stops, because you're so in the moment. Like, as Kate said, you're not thinking about breathing or this, you're doing it. And ultimately you'll, if you go back and listen to, what will feel wrong is that line didn't work. Well, you put a breath in the wrong spot generally, because you broke the tension or you did this. And so when you look at why didn't it work? Oh, okay. So now when I go back and I do that line again, I'll know not to do that. But it's more that the character is not breaking up that thought. The character is not breaking up that idea. The character, for them, it's not. And sometimes it is. And when you go this way, it's no, that's wrong. So to that degree, you need to be in the story. And that's the goal, is to be in the story, both as a narrator and as a listener. I mean, it's like, how many movies have you watched where you feel like you saw the opening credits and it's over? Oh my God. 2 hours went by, and I was so caught up, it felt like 10 minutes. Same thing happens in the story. You know, that chapter, you know, quick, go to the next chapter, you know? So.
Do you have time for one last question? Do we have one more question for the audience? Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. One more question. Hi there, I'm Never. And
yeah.
I'm a new reader / listener because that's the way I get through it. And I love you guys and I love your voices you do. And I just had a question, and it's how you two met, because I just don't know much about you two. So I'd love to learn.
How did we meet?
Oh,
we did a show. Like, right. How does anybody meet? We were in a show together. We did a show.
Right. Took us 5 years to start dating. But yeah, we were in As You Like It together. And then just stayed in touch for a while before we kind of figured out that maybe we might have something in common.
Our circles kept overlapping. It was like all roads lead to Rome. It was like, It doesn't matter what you do, this person's going to have a connection with Michael. You're going to end up with him again. So it was like 5 years of kind of circling around, going bowling together with this theater group. And I moved and lived 2 doors away from him. And it was just like, of course. Right?
Yeah.
Kate, Michael, do you have any projects that you're working on that you'd like to tell people about?
A gajillion.
There are a number of, if you're familiar with Ken Liu's Grace of Kings series, the 3rd book will be being released very shortly. It's about 40 hours, called The Veiled Throne. It's a great book for our times. I just finished, it's called The Blood of a Dragon. I cannot recommend this book more highly. It's a new guy, Jack Adkins. It'll be released in the next probably 2 to 3 weeks. It is one of the most laugh out loud, engaging, fun stories I think I've done. We did a romance, kind of a true to life historical romance called The Color of Rain by John Feast, which will be, if it's not out shortly, it will be. And then upcoming, I have the Baron Mandy, which is coming from Audio Sorceress. It's kind of a thriller. And then we have another Daniel Green, the next episode in that. And so bunch of stuff. But what's been really rewarding is I can't remember a book that, then Jacob Cooper's Song of Night just, I think on the 14th of September was released, which has been a long time coming. It's been great to watch him grow as a writer. And that, again, is a book I pulled out a character voice. There's a character there that I had not tried that voice in probably 15 years. And when I read it, it was like, oh, this is the perfect time, because it's one of my favorite things. It's a cameo character, but he's very important to the story, and he's so much fun. And there's just all kinds of fun stuff in that, in Jacob's work. And it's really been great to see him grow as a writer.
So I've been very busy. Just finished another one of Sherry Thomas's Lady Sherlock books. Fantastic series. I love her. I've met her actually and she's just a delightful woman, and I think she's a brilliant writer. So I really enjoy doing that. And just finished Charles Stross's The Merchant Trade series. The series has been chopped up into different numbers of books and renamed, but it's basically, if you look up Charles Stross, you'll see the sort of trade, the family trade, the merchant series, and then there's like compendiums that have different names. This one is called Invisible Sun, and it is the final book in the series. 20 years in the writing from the first book to the last. And then upcoming, I'm doing a Mitchell Hogan book, which is called Raven Reawakening. And it's sort of, it overlaps,
Right. It
with
overlaps
the world
with the series
that you're doing, right?
Right. It's the Necromancer series that I do with them. I think I've done the first 4 books in that series. I wonder, one other book that I think that we both found really, really well written is Soul Mirrors, which we did together. It's there are books where you want to be really careful because you feel like there's not a misplaced syllable in the writing, and so you have to get it right because it's just so well done, and that's been out, I think, for a couple months, but it really, it's a great read and a totally different, it makes you think, but it's a good story, a really good story.
And then upcoming, I have, I'm so excited about this. It's like a Viking series. So you want to talk about like gruesome battles. I'm going to be like knee deep in sheep and gore. It's going to be fantastic. And I'm just trying to find okay, here it is. Lords of Aleka. And I'm going to be doing the first one of those this fall into winter, and then the next one. So the first one is called Eye of the Wolf, and then the next one is called Mark of the Hunter. That's for Podium Publishing. And I just finished doing the second book in the Keeper origins. So that was Raven's Ruin. And that's, like, it's funny because so many stories, they're the same story, right? Like, we're all humans, but we're absolutely, completely, totally unique and fascinating. And especially when you get into all of the fantasy series, the world building and the specific types of magic and the specific interactions with that is just fascinating. So the Raven's Ruin follows a young woman who is developing her power. And again, of course, it's metaphor, right? But that's another good series. So that's what I have coming up. And there are more.
Yeah.
But I don't have the list in front of me. So
yeah.
And what's your website so that people can track all the work that you do?
So you can find us either katereddingaudiobooks.com or michaelkrameraudiobooks.com.
Great. Thanks. Kate and Michael, you are always so generous with your time, and we so love having you at Spoilercon. Thank you so much. I also want to tell you that the Spoilercon listeners are also being very generous with their money. We are currently at $2,852 raised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For those who are attending Spoilercon, you can find the information on how to participate in the silent auction and make direct donations in our Auction Links 2021 channel. If you are watching this after Spoilercon is over, you can go directly to bookstoprisoners.net to make your donation. Kate and Michael, thank you so much again. We're so generous. Let's have a round of applause. Are we up?
Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final of our artist streams for Spoilercon. Joining me is Corey Lansdell. How you doing, mate?
Great.
Yeah,
happy to be here.
It's great that you could join us. This is a beautiful last-minute edition because your schedule freed up, which we're thrilled to hear about. So, do appreciate you joining us.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. I'm happy to have been invited back, and it's kind of funny how things work out. You know, COVID is bad and also positive because I'm here. So
this is true. Yeah, things like that definitely. You know, there's a silver lining to everything. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I was very grateful that you guys were all willing to fit me back in after I had to turn the opportunity down initially. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to share today.
It's always a pleasure to see your art in action, mate. So it's honestly not a problem to have you here. We love it. So what are you actually doing for us today?
Well, as you can see, I'm already kind of working here on this piece. So I've wanted, so I don't know, I guess let's go in the way back machine. When everything first started they were launching all the casting announcements and everything back in the day when all that started, I kind of at that time started trying to pull together like a movie poster concept using the actors. And at that time I was like pulling stuff from a whole bunch of all the other things that they've done, trying to like kind of cobble something together. I sort of got that mock-up going and then sort of abandoned it because I didn't feel like I had the right content and it just didn't feel good. And it was like very early in my process of painting the actors as the characters, and so I didn't really have a feel for what they would be like in their roles because I hadn't done any of all the pieces that I've done now. So anyways, that kind of got left by the wayside, and then when I found out about this opportunity, it's something that I've been wanting to do this kind of a piece, and this felt like a good sort of reason. Being at Spoilercon felt like a good reason to do this, and it also felt like good timing because now we've got the trailer. There's like a lot of very like cinematic shots that I can pull from, and so I pulled a bunch of kind of shots from that, and a couple like the image of Logan that I've got here, I'll show you right away. It was kind of pulled from the Entertainment Weekly.
Oh, I love that shot of Logan.
That's
my favorite shot. I have to ask. People keep asking, "What's your favorite shot?" And I'm like, Logan in the cage. Just Alvaro Morte's stare and intensity is incredible. So, I'm excited to see any piece you do of him. I've got to be honest.
Well, I love. He's great. I love painting. He's got a great face, and I think he's gonna be awesome in the show. So, I've got my mock-up piece together. You can kind of see it here. And so I wanted to have basically the flat colorization down so that you can kind of get a feel for what it all would be like. But it's kind of going for that. I don't know if you're familiar with Drew Struzan. He makes movie posters. He's done like all the really good ones, and they're highly illustrative. Well, they look painted, like painted photographs almost. He's very skilled. But I kind of looking at his work and kind of inspired by that sort of classic movie poster feel is kind of what I was going for with it. So that's what I'm working on, is just kind of, I'm in the very early stages of this process with this piece. So you're kind of seeing the ugly parts of my process. And given that we don't have a huge window of time, I'm probably not going to turn out something that you're going to be like super wowed by. So
I'm already getting wows in chat. Bambi says she wants it. Although I feel like Bambi already wanted it before we even started, because Bambi said that you gave her a small sneak peek, peek, if I could speak English. So, yeah.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, well, that's very sweet. My recommendation would be wait till the piece is finished and then decide, because you never know.
Well, I failed to see a bad piece of art created by you, so I'm sure this this movie poster style piece that you're working on is going to be just as great. Have you done a movie style piece before, or is this your first time doing that sort of layout?
The first time I've done. Yeah, this is my first stab at this kind of a layout. I mean, I've done like some promotional stuff in my day job that's in a similar vein, I guess. with like a montage image of different characters. But nothing, trying to think if I've done any, I don't know, I think this would probably be my first stab at something to this scope. Yeah. So I'm a little intimidated, but I'm honestly constantly intimidated by the process. So,
well, they have faith in you in chat, so
nice.
I'd say you're on a good track here. When you do a piece like this, where do you start? I'm curious what your start is for.
Well, I start with the reference material. So I'm just getting a notice on my monitor here saying my internet connection's unstable. So I hope everything's coming through okay.
It's coming through fine. An odd moment where you're freezing, but we can hear you pretty clearly, and we are seeing you as you're working on the piece. So don't panic. If you disappear or completely freeze, I will let you know. So don't worry.
Okay. Sounds good. So to answer your question, yeah, I always start for these pieces. I always start by, I guess it depends. I kind of start with like a general idea of what I'd like in my head. In this case, I kind of started with looking at a number of different movie posters and then started to think about composition and what I might be able to do. And then I went through, scoured the trailer and pulled together a bunch of images, just screen captures from the trailer. And then I just Photoshopped those together just to kind of start playing around with the different composition. So just basically moving photos around in Photoshop, trying to get a feel for it. And then once I kind of feel like I'm happy with where it's at, then I do the drawing, which is this layer. I'll hide this one. Oops. Oh, geez. Get my background off. There we go.
Oh, wow.
So the drawing would just be, it's just line art of the composition. And like it's not like a secret or whatever. I've said this on my YouTube channel when I put videos up and stuff, and even on my Patreon and things like that. I talk about my process, and it's full transparency. Like my process for doing these pieces and all of my Wheel of Time stuff is I trace. So the drawing part, I go in and I get my mock-up completed, which is here. I can show you that. So this is my mock-up of the piece. This is all just photos.
Okay.
For screen captures, right?
Yes.
And so this is what I mocked up in Photoshop. And then now my goal is to sort of paint it using into the style that I paint in. And so I'm not worried. Like, it's an interesting process because I am trained in art. And so I've kind of had to force myself to let go of my own expectations and my own sort of like, I don't know, almost like, I don't know, pompous understanding of what art is in that, and letting myself have the liberty of tracing and not wrestling with the drawing for hours and hours and hours, right? Because with these pieces, my goal, there's a couple of goals that I have with all the stuff this fan art that I'm doing around the Wheel of Time. So one, I want to have a lot of fun and I just want to enjoy the process. That's like the first thing for me. And then exploring the characters and just living in the world of the books is like so much fun for me for a little bit, and just seeing kind of the characters come to life and stuff. So that's, for me, it has to just be enjoyable. And I need them to be kind of quick because it's all extracurricular time outside of my day job.
Right.
And I've got, like I was just sharing with you, like my daughter had stolen my AirPods. So I've got my family and I want to make sure that I'm being fair to them with my time. And so drawing just takes me a long time. And what I would say is, like, I could get the likeness through just straight up drawing it, but it would take me a long time. And so I trace it, just shortcut that part of the process. And then this is basically where I start. So I just start throwing color down and start painting. And so what you can't see, I guess, is on the screen in front of me here is my computer monitor, and I've got a sharper image of that shot from the trailer in front of me and like enlarged. So that's why I'm kind of looking up as I'm painting. I'm just referencing back and forth, looking down. Usually I would have that right on my screen. So I would have, there's this program called VisRef, visual reference, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on here, but I would just usually have that right beside my the app that I'm working in, which in this case is Procreate. But I typically paint in Adobe Fresco, is my standard what I've been using lately. So. Sorry, that's a long-winded answer.
No, that's okay. That's absolutely fine. One of the questions I was going to ask is, what do you use to create your art? So you've already hopped in and answered that.
Yeah.
So far,
Yeah.
everybody uses something slightly different. Ariel was it?
She was in Photoshop.
Photoshop,
right?
yes.
I
And
think.
then
Yeah.
I think Memo uses Procreate, and then you say you've been using Procreate today, but you usually use, was it Fresco? You said.
Yeah, Adobe Fresco.
Adobe
yeah.
Fresco, yeah. So everyone's using slightly different software. It's quite interesting to see everyone's different approaches. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the reason I've been using Fresco is they've got these. It's funny how each app has sort of certain features where, like, if I could just mash them together, they would be a perfect app.
Oh, so many things are like that in life, aren't they? Like, if I could just take this piece and that piece, it would be perfect.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to make a joke about Rand and his 3 ladies, but I'll just leave that.
I'm sure the chat will come up with their own jokes around that. So,
but yeah, it's so Adobe Fresco has these brushes that are called live. I think they're called live brushes, but they have a beautiful. They feel like real medium.
Okay.
So when you're moving the paint around on the canvas, it kind of gets thickness to it and a weight, which it feels like I'm working with traditional media. It's very nice. And these brushes that I'm using right now to paint Moraine's face, they're ones that I've purchased for use in Procreate. I know like Ariel was saying that she makes her own brushes.
Yes.
And stuff, and I'm like, whatever. People are doing that. I don't need to make my own brushes. So if I can find ones that I like, I'll buy them. I buy them and then I find out if I like them or not. But these ones I bought through a company called Brush Up, and they kind of mimic traditional media. They don't do too bad of a job. So when I paint, I don't always paint in Procreate, but when I do, I use the Brush Up brushes.
Fair enough. How long would it take you to get, like, how long have you spent on the piece so far, would you say? Just to get to this stage?
Oh, man. Yeah, to get to, like, my mock-up done and get everything kind of built and started here, it's been, well, you know what? I could literally tell you. Let's see. Where do I find that info? Canvas information. Statistics. 6 hours and 44 minutes.
Wow.
So far to get to
amazing.
Here. So yeah, this is probably going to take me upwards of 50 hours, I would say.
50 hours.
50 to 60 probably, yeah. One portrait. So typically I paint just portraits, right? That's why I like that's one of the reasons why I've been painting portraits, because I've kind of like simplified down my scope of what I'm tackling in my spare time.
Right.
Because before I started doing a lot of portraiture, I was trying to learn human anatomy, like painting people in their entirety, and I got overwhelmed, and it just felt overwhelming. And I was like, I guess I realized, like, because I've been drawing and painting for most of my life, and I went to art college, and did a bunch of painting of like figure work and stuff in college, painting and drawing. But then when I started kind of working on it on my own, I was like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm like, you know nothing. And I was just like, oh my gosh. So I got super overwhelmed when I started trying to get like just deep diving into anatomy and stuff. I was like, this is so much information. And I was like, I don't even truly know what I'm painting when I'm painting a person's face. Like, I'd never really studied the bones and the muscles and all the stuff underneath the skin to really truly understand why the structure is the way it is and why certain parts of the face are certain colors and stuff. And I'm like very slowly assimilating that information as I'm going through the process of drawing all these faces. So that's why like portraits are my jam these days. One, because it's just overwhelming in and of itself. And two, I'm just trying to be kind to myself and slow down a bit. maybe when I get to a stage in my life where I don't have to work as many hours at my job or something, then I can, dive into, I don't know, more in that way. But,
more elaborate pieces. Yeah, fair enough. It's
yeah, because I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, like, a face will take me around 8 hours just to do one of my portraits.
Wow.
So
that's amazing.
I'm kind of slow. I'm kind of slow.
The end result is incredible. So, if it takes you time, it takes you time. Don't feel bad for that.
I work slowly. I recently finished an acrylic painting for someone. Well, on Twitter, he's Matt Bloody Cawthon, Omar.
Nice.
And he commissioned a piece, a painting of Nynaeve, and he wanted a traditional media painting. So he's bought two. I did two last year. In the past year, one was Arthur Hawkwing, and I cast Chadwick Boseman as Arthur Hawkwing. I just thought he would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
Would never. I know we would. Sadly, we would never be able to see that. But
yeah.
I thought he would be incredible as in that role. So I wanted to see what he would maybe look like. So I painted just an acrylic painting of his face as Arthur Hawkwing, and Omar purchased it, which was super nice. And then I did another one of Henry Cavill as Androl, because I thought he would make, even though he's totally not Androl, like in terms of his description, I just think he would be cool because.
Now that's interesting. So Master of the Deck has a sort of a personal drive that Henry Cavill should be in the Wheel of Time. He is a Wheel of Time fan.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Yeah, she reckons he should be in, but she reckons he should play the Golem. Because,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, she said having a sexy Golem would be really, you'd be like, oh my God, it's Henry Cavill and he looks amazing, but he's also the Golem. He's a monster, and yeah. So there's this whole drive. I'm not sure if Master of Deck is currently watching. She's been watching a lot of the streams. But Henry Cavill was Andrew. You might have her on board with that. You never know. Andrew is Bay is what people say, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. I'm wondering what they're going to do with that, right? I mean, he had such an interesting role in that book.
Yes.
That I know a lot of people kind of are ho-hum and sort of frustrated that he was this new character that Brandon wrote in that just sort of felt like out of left field, that took up a lot of page time. But I liked it. I thought it was kind of interesting.
I'm an Andrew fan, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. So Omar purchased both of those, and then he commissioned the Nynaeve painting, and that one was a major challenge. I actually just did so every month with my Patreon, I put a video, like a process video on for my patrons. And the video I put up this month was the process of painting that painting.
Oh, wow.
And it was tough. Oh my gosh, it was really hard. I kind of got ahead. Sometimes I often get ahead of myself with my work. So I get excited, and then I sort of sometimes can skip the important planning stages.
Right.
And it never once, I think, has it ever been like, oh, I'm sure glad I skipped all that stuff. Everything went swimmingly. I'm always like, why did I skip that? Now I've got to go back and redo stuff. So I ended up really basically painting that painting twice.
Oh gosh.
And so, but I'm happy with the result. I think it turned out well. I'm happy, and he's very happy. So that makes me happy.
That's great. So Bambi's put in chat quite rightly that if anybody wants a print of your work, you have kindly donated the Elias print where you fan casted Idris Elba.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's in our silent auction. And Sherbet Mango in chat has also put Idris Elba as my fan cast for every male character. So clearly Sherbet Mango should be bidding on that piece in the silent auction.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I mean, that's fair. He's I don't, you really put him in anything and I'd be happy to. He's pretty amazing.
He is.
That guy.
He's a great guy. I've just found out that we have so far the present total on the silent auction, which isn't even close to closing yet, is just surpassed $3,000.
Oh, that's incredible.
Which is insane. Yeah, $3,036, folks. So that's amazing.
Good job, you guys.
Yeah, we've raised so much for Books to Prisoners. That's kind of blown my mind a little bit. So
that is super awesome. That's so good. That's cool. Good job.
Indeed.
Well done, team.
Yes, well done, team. And thank you to everyone who donated things to the silent auction, including yourself, Corey. It's a great, it's a great charity, and it's a good fun part of Spoilercon as well. So, what are you actually doing on Moraine's face currently? We'll get back to the piece now, I suppose.
yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can see it. I mean, it looks like a bit of a mess right now, right? But so my process of painting is very much one of building. So I start with sort of general colors and sort of overall tones. And they typically, my colors at the start are pretty inaccurate. But my goal is to just kind of get a feel for the overall shape and structure of the face, which I do that just by throwing these tones and try to get a general sense of the light and shadow on the face as I work through the colors. I know like some artists, like Ariel was saying that she likes to work from grayscale and then sort of colorizing over top. And I've worked that way in the past, and I don't mind it. I think for me, I've gotten to a stage I feel where I just like painting with color, and I sort of this approach does sometimes mean that I rework stuff a lot, because there is an advantage to painting with the black and white first, because you don't have to fight against your tones.
Right.
You're not fighting. Your brain doesn't have to try to evaluate color and tone at the same time. It takes a little bit of that cognitive load off, which is nice. Because the way I'm painting right now, I'm literally evaluating both of those things simultaneously. Yeah. And so that's why it kind of takes me a little while, right? Like I'll like you can see, I'm kind of jumping around, and I'm putting red here, and then I'm changing it to blue, and then I'm putting red again. I'm sort of just sort of like dancing, I guess, with the piece, trying to negotiate our footwork together. But this is my process. Like it's literally messy like this, and I'll just keep working it until I start to get those components, the underlying structure starting to feel correct and believable. And then once I hit that stage, I'll start working on detail and rendering. I call rendering, which is just sort of like getting into the fine details of stuff. But yeah, the biggest this stage of things is kind of like, it's sort of fun in one way, because I don't feel like I'm stressed about things being accurate yet. I'm just sort of looking at general areas and then filling them in. But it is really like each stage of my process, the way I talk about it is basically I work from general to specific, which I know a lot of artists work that way. So I just kind of work with the general tones, general shapes, and then, we'll narrow down on an area, and then work that area from less general to more specific, just in sort of gradual increments. That's kind of how it is.
Cool. Is there a part of the process you enjoy more than the others?
I like finishing.
Is that because then I'm done, I can move on now, sort of situation? Or
yeah. There's definitely like a little bit of like I get a little bit. So my personality, I guess, maybe is not the problem, but it's some people might say that, but it's I tend to like to do a bunch of different things. So if something takes me a long time, I can start to get a little squirrely. I'm a little overwhelmed in the process. I feel like I'm underneath it and I can't get on top of it. So I do like getting like things finished when the piece is finished. makes me feel really happy. Getting to like the end stages of things is a nice space. I enjoy that, but I do really like the conceptual part of things too. Like getting things started is fun for me. Just sort of I call it kind of like the dreaming stage. Like, oh, what could this be? What could it become?
Nice.
And what's the story that I'm going to tell? What does it mean, right? In this case, it's like, well, I just want to create a really cool promotional, like what I would imagine like a cool like promotional poster that that I would love. You know what I mean? Of like this show. So that's my goal with this one, right? And then, you know, because I'm pulling stuff from the trailer, there's narratively a little bit going on, I guess, in terms of how I'm structuring it. So, you know, obviously Moraine is featured here, so you kind of get the sense that maybe it's primarily a story about you know, one heroic figure potentially, and then these other figures around her sort of like are a complement to what she's doing. And then you've got the three boys separated, and that's sort of intentional because it's kind of like, I don't know, in my head there's like a little bit of mystery about what they're all about as the story starts to unfold. You know, if the show stays true to the book story, right? And they may change everything. We don't know, right? But,
well, that's true. Yeah, it is another turning of the wheel, as they say. So.
Yeah, totally. I have some suspicions about that stuff, but about things they may do just to dramatically increase increase, what do you call it? Increase the drama and engagement of a television show. But for like non-Wheel of Time audiences, it's kind of like the Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings fans that they're trying to kind of rope in and get involved in liking the TV show, right?
Yeah, so. Indeed. I do you know what, I'm down for changes, to be honest, because it doesn't stop the book series from being a thing that I've experienced and talked about. And it's like, here's a different experience on telling the story. It's like I heard on Cool Story podcast, someone said it's like someone doing a cover of someone else's song. They're not going to give you exactly the same song. They're going to make it their own twist on it. And that doesn't mean you can't listen to both songs and enjoy both songs. So it was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
We've had a question from chat.
Sure.
So Sherbet Mango asks, how did it feel to get the shout out from the Wheel of Time account on Twitter when they featured you?
That was bonkers. It was crazy. Yeah, no, that was amazing.
Did you know about it in advance?
I didn't know. Like, I kind of knew that they were going to do something because they reached out to me and asked me which is weird. Like, it was just so weird and like proper. I don't know. They were like, "Hey, do you mind if we post your artwork on our account?" I'm like, like,
is that a trick question?
Sure. Yeah, I'm like, of course, like, absolutely, I would love that. Like, that's crazy. I actually had like a double take. You know how you get like in my Instagram inbox, it was like, I was like, wait, and then I'm like, because there's so many Wheel of Time accounts now.
Yeah, the fake ones with the logos and stuff.
Yeah. I'm like, who is this? I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, no, this isn't Amazon. This isn't the TV show, right? It was just like, it took me a while to process, and I was like, no, it's the actual account. I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. So I messaged back. I was like, of course, like, I would love for you to share my work. That's like, I'm kind of like, the work is for you guys. Like, I really want them to. I mean, I'll be honest. Part of my mission with all of my artwork was personal, in like, I really wanted to see the actors as the characters. That was like part of and I've said this before, right? Is like, I just really needed to, maybe it was like I don't know, like a safety net thing where it's like, hey, these people can be the characters. They can totally be the characters. And I needed to see it. And then part of me is like, man, my hope is that the show and the actors have maybe seen the work and they're like, cool, like, they get excited about it too. And I don't know, appreciate, because I feel like in the early days there was a lot of like fear going around about the show and stuff, and characters and the actors being cast and stuff. And I was like, no, this could be good. This could be good. Like, just trying to be positive and explore, what it can be.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was really exciting for me. And just all the, it's like, I just finished a giant mural for this client in Alberta here. It was a 2,400 square foot mural. It was
wow.
A massive undertaking. Yeah.
Okay.
Huge. And it turned out good, but it is for a camp in central Alberta where they have kids and stuff. And they had, at the end of the year, their camp year, they had an outbreak of COVID there.
Oh,
which sucks.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the camp director, who was the person who hired me, hadn't really gotten back to me because he's dealing with a bunch of stuff. But as an artist, I start like freaking out. I'm like, oh no, they don't like it. I didn't do a good job, And so every time that like you get to share something like that, or they shared my work on there, and then everybody was commenting, and I had a chance to like dialogue back and forth with a bunch of people through that their feed on Instagram specifically. It's like I've said before, it's like oxygen to an artist. Like, we just feed off that, right? It's just very positive and exciting, and feels like, oh, somebody noticed my work.
Well, it is
like,
much
that's
deserved.
amazing.
Your art is incredible. As Chad is saying,
That's kind of
there's a nice follow-on question from that. You mentioned,
Sure.
hoping people can see the pieces. MK asked in chat, have any of the actors commented on the pieces that you've done of them? The Wheel of Time have reached out, so.
Yeah. I've had a couple of interactions. Who in particular was like really responsive around the pieces that I did was Chris. I can never pronounce his last name. Christopher Scariff.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like super. Yeah, he was super. I did the painting of Abel, right? Coffin, and he was like, "Oh, this is great. Thank you so much." Oh man, why is her name eluding me? Who plays Natty?
Oh, that's Juliet Howland.
His wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I was blanking on Juliet Howland's name, but yes, both of them were extremely like, "Thank you so much for doing this painting. This really means a lot." Yeah, I've had a couple of the actors comment on stuff in that vein, and that's like really, really cool. That's super meaningful. Yeah, I believe I should. You know what? I really should have like marked these things down and like kept track of stuff, but I'm not good at that. But I believe that I got a similar response. Well, I'm just trying to think now. I've done so many paintings. I'm trying to go through my head. I'm like, yeah, Jennifer Chung Garcia responded and was like really happy with the paint. She was like, "This was great. Thank you for doing this. It was cool." Yeah, so I've had.
You've had a reasonable number of them actually, comment on things for you.
Yeah, totally. And it's short interactions, but it's really meaningful.
Yeah.
Juliet Howland is like, she's like just so sweet. And like, I don't know if you've interacted with her on social media, but she's just like a sweetheart.
Yeah, she is. I was very lucky that Juliet reached out to me. I did a parody in the Dusty World contest last year. This year. Time merges. Whenever they did the parody contest, and she reached out to me after that saying, she really enjoyed my parody, and we've had a few interactions since. But yeah, you see her on Twitter doing, the stuff about the hen rescues and things like that, and just commenting on things. Yeah, she seems very, very sweet.
She is. She's very cool and like so down to earth. And it's funny. She kind of reminds me of my wife. Like we live on a little hobby farm out here in central Alberta, and we've got chickens and goats and a couple of horses and stuff. My wife teaches horseback riding, so it's like her natural habitat.
Indeed,
not as much for me, but anyway, my wife is always posting pictures of our chickens and stuff too, and it just reminds me of similar kind of interests.
I can understand. Chickens are hilarious creatures. There's a lot of character to them, so I can appreciate you. That sort of posting. Does your wife get you to do paintings of the animals ever?
No, she's a painter.
Oh, so does she paint them then, or?
Yeah, she's done some drawings of our animals and stuff. Yeah, she does. My wife does a lot of animal portraits. That's like her thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she does a lot of portraits of people's pets and memorial pieces for pets that have passed and stuff like that. She does really cool work. So, but we actually met at art college way back in the day. So
perfect. MK in chat has replied to your comment of keeping track of things and said, has put in a quote of, this is how you need to keep a diary and this is how you would fill it in. So, dear diary, today Yoshi Stradowski said my painting was super.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever get to meet the actors, right?
I mean, you've got your foot in the door. Wheel of Time have, have featured your artwork. So,
Yeah. Practically a cast member myself, you guys.
There we go. Clearly they need some extras. There's going to be a scene where paintings are going to be done in the background. So, or maybe a lighter is getting a piece done, and you're there painting away in the scene while they're having a conversation, and
exactly. Yeah,
Wraith, I know you're watching Wraith.
Perfect.
So
yeah. Just I don't even have to have a speaking line. I'll just be in the background. It's all good.
I think we'd all kill for one of those.
Yeah, no. Oh man, yeah, it'd be just crazy to be near the set there and seeing all this. Like, I don't know about you guys, but that's one thing for me. Like seeing the trailer and everything, like the sets and everything just seems so impressive and exciting.
Absolutely.
Everything seems so beautifully shot and like considered. I'm really excited.
What was your favorite part of the trailer? If you could pick one.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite shot in the trailer, which I think is a lot of people's favorite, is when Egwene's coming up out of the water. It's just gorgeous.
It is.
From an artistic perspective, it's pretty mind-boggling. And even just that was one of the shots that for me really inspired more hope that the show is going to be good, because it felt like for people that know the symbolism and all of the potential foreshadowing, everything in that shot, it's like wow, just smart, right? Just smart and well executed. So that would probably be, for me, I think probably what I would point at as a sort of standout favorite if I had to pick one.
Yeah,
How about you?
That's a great scene. I don't know. From the trailer, I still, every time I think of the trailer, I still think about the scene where Logain's in a cage, but that's different in the trailer because I keep thinking of the article and I'm like, that's not quite the same one. I was excited to see the monsters. I've got to be honest. That Murderer reveal, I know that it was bashed a bit on Facebook. I mean, they like to bash things on Facebook, sadly. But, generally speaking, not everybody. Let's just be clear there. There are good eggs on Facebook, but on a whole, it feels that way. And I saw some people, but that doesn't look like the monster. And I thought to myself, how is it described in the books, a murderer? And it literally described egg-shaped head, no eyes, and this mouth of teeth. Yes, Murderer Dan. Thank you, MK. And that's exactly how it's described in the books, and that's what they delivered on screen. And I was really excited to see that. I think that it's going to. The horror factor of Wheel of Time is something I've wanted for the TV show. I don't want it to be so scary that it gives people nightmares for the rest of their lives, but there's a lot of horrific parts to the books. And
I feel like that creature might give some people nightmares for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty terrifying.
It is pretty terrifying. So that there is potential for that, but you know, I mean, I didn't want everybody to have nightmares the rest of their life. You know, I didn't want this so scary.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I didn't want it so scary they had to invent, you know, like a 25 rating as opposed to, you know, the TV 14 or whatever they've gone for. I forget what it is because in the UK it's rated 16. So.
Right. Yeah. And I agree with you. Like that was really cool. And also the Trollocs, right? Like we didn't get to see like we didn't get to see Narg standing there, right? But we got a pretty good indicator of what they're going to be like, and I'm excited.
Oh yeah,
they feel on brand.
Absolutely. So
for sure, this
is just taking me back to Kate and Michael watching the trailer with us earlier. So
I need to watch that. I'm sad that I missed that. I'll pick it up. I'll watch it. But
it was amazing. Ignore the technical hitches at the beginning because we realized that Michael had not watched the trailer and Kate had, and then Seth said, "Well, can we get you to watch it?" And then folks were like, "Well, can we do that?" And then you know everyone literally just turned to the mic and went,
"That's cool,
Rob." And yeah, we managed to achieve it. So it started off, I had it all boxed in various boxes where I was capturing the screen in different parts. And then I realized about 10 seconds in, hit the transition button into the big picture, and then it looked great. So
started hitting all the switches.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, move buttons around. So it was good. It was not a challenge I was expecting, but it was a fun challenge. So yeah, do go back and watch that, Corey. It was about, I want to say about an hour 10, hour 15 into it. Maybe about an hour 10. It'll be very clear as you skim through if you don't want to watch. I was going to say, watch the whole thing. It's amazing. Yeah.
I'll watch the whole thing. I freaking love those two. They're incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll watch it for sure.
If you wanted to skip straight to it and then go back from the beginning, it's somewhere in the last half an hour. But cool. It was amazing, and Michael thought. Kate was very enthusiastic about the trailer, but Michael loved it as well.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Yeah, interesting, right? Because I mean, they've I wonder what that would be like having done so much work in this world and lived in the characters' heads, basically, right? Wow, that would be an interesting for them. It'd be a very interesting experience, I imagine.
Yeah.
Watching it all kind of come to life on screen.
Yeah, having those voices that you've narrated and you've been the voice of them, and recognized as the voices for so long, and now other people are voicing and acting those characters. So
yeah, really fascinating actually. So you can see where I'm at here. It's it's coming. It's getting there.
Yeah.
Walking's coming. Wish I was faster. I mean, it's interesting. I've been doing a lot of reading lately, trying to help my own brain, but trying to I just read a book about stories that basically the stories we tell ourselves in our heads. I need to do a lot of reframing of thinking because I always will say things to myself I'm too slow. I'm not skilled enough. I'm this and that. Which I think a lot of artists do that, right? I think we're typically pretty hard on ourselves.
I have heard that artists are very hard on themselves, so I can believe that, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I just need to enjoy the process. It's like I said to you earlier on, right? One of my criteria for doing these Wheel of Time pieces is that I'm enjoying the process.
Yeah.
Which I typically do. But when I get stressed out, I start to not enjoy it as much. So I have to just chill and just enjoy the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love seeing the different layers you're building up, the different colors you're adding. It's very peaceful, I have to say.
That's nice.
That's
good.
I've done all three of the artist streams for Spoilercon, which has been lovely. I've really enjoyed it. Everybody takes a different approach. Everyone has very different styles of the pieces they put together.
Yeah.
Ranging from painting like this to the grayscale that Ariel did, and chibis that Memo did. They're all very different techniques, different softwares that you're using and things like that. And it's lovely to watch, and I've enjoyed all of them.
Oh, that's good.
even if you think I'm very slow at this or whatever, people are enjoying it. We're getting great comments in chats of people saying it's wonderful. So, you do great
it's
work.
Nice. Thanks a lot. It's nice for you to all join me while I do this. It's nice.
So it's don't be hard on yourself. That's not like a light switch you can flick, but try not to be hard on yourself.
it's something I need to work on. I definitely need to work on it for sure. It's a work in progress. So
do you do a lot of with your patrons when you interact with them? Do you do draw alongs, paint alongs? Like, do they watch you create a piece together? Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't really done a lot of that. This is actually seems to be streaming pretty good right now. But it's like I said, I tried doing some live streams on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. Oh, I don't know, last year or whatever. But my internet out here is typically very dicey.
Right.
It's unreliable. Let me say that. So I've kind of avoided that. But I did recently buy a new router. Which this is running off right now, and it seems to be going pretty good. My family's in the other room watching a movie on Netflix, and I'm like, you guys, I'm trying to do a live stream. It might but I did put them. I actually tethered them to my phone. I was like, okay, no, I'm just gonna tether you guys on my phone so that just in case. So that's
the 17-year-old is like, Dad, you stole my earbuds. I need to do something,
Yeah. Her AirPods.
Exactly. Yes, hers. Yeah. See, I don't have children. Yes. Even I know that's how it works with children.
Yes. But this seems to be working pretty well. So maybe I should try some more live streaming again, because the times that it's worked and I've done it in the past, I really enjoy this kind of interaction. It is fun. But yeah, I do so what I've been doing for my patrons is just posting a monthly process video.
Okay.
And that typically looks like, what that looks like is just like an export from Fresco or Procreate. That's like a time lapse. Mm-hmm. And then I'll just record myself talking about the piece or about something art related, being an artist or whatever, thought videos, just different thinking patterns and stuff or whatever. I tend to ramble. But and then I'll just compose that in Adobe Premiere and then export it and put it onto YouTube. But they're all what do they call it? Unlisted, because it's just for my patrons, right? So
I was going to ask, do you have a Discord server, or you just send the links via an unlisted video? So
yeah, just unlisted video. I do have a Discord server, but I don't use it very much.
That's fair.
I'm not active on there, even though most of my patrons are connected on there. I should probably not neglect them on there.
Well, you're sending them the great videos, so it's. I'm sure they still love it. So if everyone else wants to see these, I'm going to say time lapse videos for want of a better phrase, these pieces and listen to Corey talk about the work or the art, you can go join his Patreon. I do recommend it because the art is incredible. I'm pretty certain I've got, let me just check, I've got all the links. So your website, your Instagram, and the Twitter, they'll find all the information they need on there to join those.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to throw your website in the chat now. So if people want to go, just check that out. You can see lots of Corey stuff there. I was looking there the other day, and it's a pretty nice website. I've got to be honest; it's very cool.
Oh, thanks. It's fun. It does the job.
That's all the website needs to do, isn't it? So it shows all your pieces and stuff, and how to connect with you and support you and things like that. So if you haven't checked it out, folks, do go check that out, and the extra links to the Instagram and the Twitter in the Discord server.
Yeah, I'm most active on Instagram. That's where when I tend to take little social media breaks every now and then. But when I am active, I'm pretty active, and that's usually where I'm most active, is on Instagram. But if you want to just connect and chat, whatever, send comments or get in touch.
Yeah. I can totally understand that Instagram is more the picture format, so it makes sense that you're most active on there. So I don't do the pictures very much. So I'm more of a Twitter of time person than an Instagram of time person. So, but it is wonderful stuff.
Yeah, Twitter of time is great too. Like I've been trying to be more active on there because it is a very there's a lot of communication on that platform. I find it's more like a conversation based, I guess I would say, right? A little bit more back and forth.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, the stories on Instagram, I always get lost. Everyone's posting so many stories all the time. I think I said this earlier with Memo or something, and I'm like, there's so many, I can't watch them all. It's, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's loads of content. And yeah, I've found myself 30 minutes into like a thumb scrolling session, and I'm like, whoa, I gotta stop. What am I doing?
I won't lie. There's a couple of TikTokers who have started sending their TikToks over to Reels. They do Wheel of Time ones, and sometimes I will just scroll through those when I just need to sort of zone out. So that's usually my Instagram connection there, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
but it's great for us,
TikTok,
to share everything. I know it's brilliant. So.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I haven't really got into TikTok. It's a platform I've got an account, but I don't use it. So
no, I don't even have an account. That's it seems. I'm like, I can barely Instagram. I should not be TikToking. So
yeah. I'm a generation removed from that skill set. So
me too. I'm like, come on, I'm the generation that had MSN Messenger, so it's TikTok is way too much for me. So
yeah, I know, that's crazy, right? Like, I don't know. My first email account was in college, so it's like, wow, I don't know. The world's changed.
Indeed,
so much.
So will you focus on one? Just finishing on the piece a bit more now. Will you focus on one character at a time, or were you trying to?
No, not normally. Yeah, no, not normally. The only reason I'm doing that is just for view. I'm doing this right now is for viewing, right? Like it's just easier for you guys to see this rather than me, moving this thing around all over the place and in and out and
yeah.
But typically I would probably work at like this kind of a scale.
Okay.
I like to kind of work my colors around, right? So if I'm going to have shadows, I like to use the same colors in the different parts of the painting so that I can foster some harmony across the piece. And so it's nice to work at a wider vantage point for that purpose. But yeah, so typically I would work on a wider view, but in this case,
so we can see more of the changes that you're making.
Yeah. So you can kind of, and also just so I can make a little bit more of a meaningful progress on one part, so you can kind of see a little bit of progress, right? But when I get to a certain point in the process, like when things are starting to come together, I will focus down on a specific area and work that area up until I feel like it's getting somewhere, and then I'll jump to another face, and then I'll jump over here and jump over there.
Okay.
And sort of kind of work. It's almost like, so how the degree to which this is rendered right now, my inclination right now would be to like leave that alone and like go work on logging, for example.
Okay.
For a little while, right? Like go in here and start bringing some of these colors together, and try to bring this to kind of the same level as Moraine. And then I would move, once he's at the same level as her, I'd move around kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
So that would be sort of my standard approach to stuff. When I'm doing, again, that's when I'm doing a piece with multiple people in it. Most of the time I'm doing a single person, a single face or whatever. So it's far simpler. But my professors from college would be angry at me for doing what I'm doing right now. They always really pushed us to work the whole piece at once, which is good practice, because you don't want to.
Professors, you can blame us today. So we've pushed Corey into a corner where he feels he must work on one part of the piece rather than the whole piece. So sorry, exactly. Professors.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Disclaimer. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen any of them, so it's fine.
That's fair enough. Well, we've got a few minutes left. when
Sure.
you've got another 40, 45 hours into this piece, as you said, it might take you. Where is everyone going to be able to? Are you going to post this on your Instagram, or is this?
Yeah, I'll be posting this to social media, so you'll see it on Instagram and Twitter and stuff. Yeah, I'm excited about the composition and what I've landed on, just in terms of the mock-up.
Yeah.
And so I'll definitely be sharing it when I get it completed. Definitely. And I'll be, like, my patrons will get kind of the process, so I'll post stuff there as I go through stuff, and share kind of the process with them, just through screenshots and exports. But yeah, it'll come to social media, and yeah, I don't know. I might do something really brazen, and if it turns out really good, I might see if I can get it in front of someone at Amazon and see if they'd like to license it.
Yeah, why not?
It's kind of my secret ambition, actually, because this will be the first piece that I've done that is very exactly what's in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Most of everything that I've done, except for that piece that they shared on their social media, which was one that I did prior to the release of those images. I had done it and then I reworked it to match their costume for Logan, right?
Right.
So I released that one twice. This is the first time that I've worked specifically from shots from actual footage on a piece. And so it's, in that sense, it's like exactly what they're putting out, right? Yeah. So I don't know, I might, if it turns out really good, I might see if I can get it in front of somebody. I have a connection with a company that's working on their social media marketing, so I might have an in. I don't know. I gotta try. I'm gonna see how it goes.
If you don't ask, it's definitely a no. If you ask, it might be a yes. That's what
maybe we'll see, right?
That's the way I like to live life. So if you don't ask, it's definitely no. So
Yeah.
I give it. I'm excited for this piece. I have to say, I love the composition. It feels very. You were going for a movie poster, and it feels exactly like that.
Cool.
There's some. It feels dramatic. It's telling. I feel like it's telling part of the story. And it looks like a movie poster. You could absolutely, as you say, with your mock-up, the Wheel of Time logo and stuff on there, like I could see that in a window and be like, oh wow, that looks really cool. Like what is that sort of thing?
Nice.
So you've for me, you've nailed it. So
cool. Well, that's good. Awesome. I'll tell them that when I contact them.
Oh, Malcare Talks signed off on it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's approved by Malcare Talks. Basically, you have no choice.
Yeah, there we go. You're in. Sorted. Obviously, I've got that sort of power.
Yeah.
This is great.
I think so.
Corey, I really appreciate your time tonight. I know chat's loved it. I'm sure everyone in the con suite has loved watching this, whilst they've been having their dinner. And I'm sure I speak for everyone when we say we're really looking forward to the finished piece and it being, used by Amazon because they need to be using it. They've already promoted your art. Come on, they love your stuff. Clearly, what's one more piece? So.
Yeah, there you go.
I love it.
Thanks everybody. Thanks so much for having me on, and it's just a joy to share my work with all of you. And this community is amazing, and it's really been an honor and a pleasure to have you all sharing with my work and commenting and stuff. It really means a lot to me, and I appreciate it. So I know I don't know if I say it enough on social media, but I'm really grateful for everybody's interaction and support. It's very meaningful. So thank you. It's been great.
Thank you. No, it's great. All right, well, folks, I believe there's a podcast recording going on next. But
cool.
Corey, we'll leave you to the rest of the evening. You can go give the earbuds back now, so and they don't have to be tethered to your mobile phone.
Yeah.
So enjoy your evening, and folks, I will bring up the podcast recording when that gets going. So, bye everybody.
See ya.
Hi, welcome to Wheel of Time Spoilers Podcast.
The live recording.
Episode 389.
Wow.
389.
Wow.
We just did 388 with tangents, and this is 389 as we start The Path of Daggers.
Yes, which as a reminder to our online audience, you can still buy an autographed version of Path of Daggers through the auction. You can bid on a autographed Path of Daggers from us.
Let me clarify. That is autographed by Mina
by
Radia.
us. We defaced it.
Not by anyone important.
No. You're saying that I'm not important?
Oof. That did sound like that, didn't it? You're important to me.
So yeah, Path of Daggers, 8th book. We're here.
And it has been a minute since we've done this, which I was mentioning earlier. So forgive us any missteps. Also, some sleep was had last night. Did you sleep last night?
I did sleep.
Yeah.
I did pass out. Yes.
Yeah.
And I am now running on coffee.
Me too. Gosh, I was just chugging it. Nice to meet you. The con has been a blast, right?
Yes. Yeah. Everyone, you're amazing. Give it up for yourselves.
A huge shout out to Rob for all the technical work he has done. That man is a miracle on steroids.
Yeah. We have a lot of amazing volunteers who are each indispensable, but Rob might be the most indispensable.
I'm going to have to throw Amanda out there. Talia out there as well.
Yeah.
She's also just running this thing left
yeah.
and right.
We really were just clowns.
Right.
We do just show up and we look pretty.
We paint our faces and so I juggle a little bit and then we move on. I did put on the wig. Yes, that was fun.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It was a good wig. Should I just be podcasting in the wig?
Oh God. Ugh.
Well, I think it's in Coos Bay if someone wants to run and go get it.
And Neil takes off.
Oh no, I was hoping that was too much effort. That's why I said someone, not you in particular. We had, the Michael Kramer Kate Redding reading was amazing. They stayed with us for an hour and a half answering questions.
Sweet.
More than they were an hour and 45 minutes by the time
they're the sweetest nerds.
God, the artist live streams, all three of them have just been really nice. They're just beautiful work, and to see the people like working in real time means a lot to me. I've done a couple of panels. The trial was just funny.
I had so much fun. I didn't know anything about that other than that you had a wig. Everything else was new to me. It was very fun.
And again, shout out to Recappa for writing that one.
Yes.
Just brilliant. If you're not watching Brian on Wheel Talks,
yes.
Make sure.
No, Wheel Talks. Wheel Talk. That's what it is. It's Wheel Talk.
Okay.
Singular talk.
Wheel Talk, yes. With Recappa, so much good stuff. And Brian's now putting out a few episodes just as Brian.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
cool. So
that's
nice. There's also Tarvalon After Dark.
Yes.
Which again features that brilliantly hilarious writing.
Yes. As well as Jess, who did a ton of work to make this con happen.
Jess
and
helped a lot.
Nate Bliss, who did not. But he does a great YouTube channel as well.
Yeah. So
anything else about the con?
The costumes have all been amazing. I really enjoyed seeing everyone in costume. I was actually able to eat food this year. The last time we were in person, I was so anxious the entire time. I didn't eat. This time I've eaten, so that is good. That's a plus.
Excellent. Well,
it's a
we
game
should
room.
have. So I'm spared of the wig. Apparently it's disappeared. Someone must have really wanted a souvenir. The pictures do exist.
But otherwise the con has just been amazing. It's been really good to get to hang out with all of you in person. And just really, really glad to be able to have this sort of experience with all of you. It's been very special.
Yeah, and how can I forget my favorite part? All of you, right? Like getting to talk to you, not nearly enough because I also have to do all this technical work. But I would, I can't. The nights that we hung out last night and what I expect to happen in about an hour is going to be a blast.
Yes, very much. The real reason that we get together.
Yeah. All right. Well, just
With that,
let's read in.
Yeah.
Oh my God, reading is
just as a little bit of context, this book was published in 1998. Is that like one book a year average that he was maintaining? And the dedication for this book is for Harriet, my light, my life, my heart forever, which is just.
I love that dedication.
The dedications are so sweet. But yeah, you didn't even bring your copy of the book. It's all my copy.
I have the digital copy.
Oh,
this is how I always do. That's why I have my laptop in front of me, so I can actually read the
see
book.
the behind the scenes of how you do this.
Oh yeah, I know you're always looking at my face. You never actually see the process.
No, I never see your work.
Oh, well.
I mean, I have a physical book.
Right, and you ruined it.
I have added value by defacing it.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, I'm going to auction this off for like $1,000 by itself in a couple of years.
Keep thinking that. Meanwhile, I have my highlights all synced between my phone, my different computers. Yeah. And I can take notes in there, and it's great. And I don't have to destroy a physical copy in trees.
I'm telling you, it's adding value.
We are procrastinating.
Yes, we are. We're not used to seeing our audience staring at us.
Yeah, it's giving us a second. We're just like, okay.
Usually I'm just looking at your face.
Right. And
that's
it's funny, we keep looking over at each other
Yeah.
because we're used to actually seeing each other. I'm going to read us in. Prophecies. Well, sayings. Who would sup with the mighty must climb the path of daggers. Anonymous notation found inked in the margin of manuscript history, believed to date to the time of Arthur Hawkwing and the last days of the Tovan conclaves. Followed immediately by, on the heights, all paths are paved with daggers.
Yes. Dun, dun, dun.
Which, I mean, I feel like that's just a very simple commentary on we're not dealing with village boys anymore. We have power and politics and death, and there's going to be death and blood, right? There are daggers.
Yeah, I also looked up the nation of Tova.
Yeah.
Because obviously I did. Brigida and Matt make some comments about Tovan high counselors or something like that. But the nation of Tova is actually a precursor to Kyrian. They were not ruled by kings. They were ruled by conclaves. And they were bordering the nation of Tarvalon when this was written. And they were one of the kingdoms of the free years. And when Tova fell apart, the events around that sparked the Game of Houses, according to in-world lore. The reason Kyrian is the way it is because of the nation of Tova, who also clearly helped inspire Seanchan, because this was before Seanchan was colonized by the Westlanders.
That makes a good point, yeah, because that was only 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a lot of Game of Houses Seanchan overlap here that is... I didn't realize that until I did research for this, but...
So how do we square that with the saying that the White Tower invented the Game of Houses? Do we think that's just like they're better at it or they do it more?
I think it's them taking credit.
Fair enough. Well...
Because
yeah.
Aes Sedai.
Right.
Also, they may have helped invent it in the falling apart of Tova.
That makes sense.
In what becomes Kyrian, the Aes Sedai may have been very integral to that whole process.
Yeah, definitely. Advisors.
Yeah, well, we're just advising. Pulling strings.
And so we start the prologue. I mean, there's a great map, the standard map.
The usual map.
And deceptive appearances. And our symbol is the snake in the wheel. What's the deceptive appearances part of that?
Because the Borderlanders have been trying to hide their progress across the continent.
Gotcha.
Since leaving the Borderlands.
They're also trying to hide their purpose.
Right.
Yeah, because we know that the purpose is based among a prophecy, an Araphelon prophecy, which we'll talk about in a minute. But that's really why they're down here, and they're trying to hide that.
Yeah, there's also a lot of stuff about how the people that Atheniella is looking at, there's more to to them than meets the eye. And she keeps talking about how like, oh, there's layers to people. There's always something more. So there's that also. It's not deceptive. It's people are complicated. It's not like intentional.
The other thing, I mean, there is more in this prologue than just the Borderlanders. This also has Varen, who is very, very black. We won't go into that today, but there is a lot of deception going on with that because she's doing the
compulsion on the prisoners in the IEO camp, which is fun.
And then we have the Moradin section where he's playing chess with the pieces. And so that's a little more.
Yeah, this way we get the line. It's hard to lose when you're playing both sides of the
Exactly.
game. But yeah, we decided for reasons of brain cells and time that we're only going to do the Borderlander section. So that way the Varen section really gets its due, because there's a lot to bite into there.
There's so much there.
And there's plenty going on in this section.
Definitely. So do you want to read it, or should
I can read design, or you can read design.
Go right ahead. I read the prophecies.
Okay. Prologue, deceptive appearances, snake and whale. Atheniel had seen mountains lower than these misnamed black hills, great lopsided heaps of half-buried boulders webbed with steep, twisting passes. A number of those passes would have given a goat pause. You could travel 3 days through drought-withered forests and brown-grassed meadows without seeing a single sign of human habitation, then suddenly find yourself within half a day of 7 or 8 tiny villages, all ignorant of the world. The Black Hills were a rugged place for farmers, away from the trade routes, and harsher now than usual. A gaunt leopard that should have vanished at the sight of men watched from a steep slope, not 40 paces away, as she rode past with her armored escort. Westward, vultures wheeled patient circles like an omen. Not a cloud marred the blood-red sun, yet there were clouds of a sort. When the warm wind blew, it raised walls of dust. I don't know if I should do the second paragraph.
I think that sets the tone.
Yeah.
We're in the Black Hills.
And there's
which
no
is-
wind, so
There's no wind.
there is a wind.
Oh, there is a wind.
Yeah, so we're good. The wind has risen. The book can start.
It's between the Borderlanders and the Caroline Grass, so fairly north. The Black Hills is where Codswain got her lesson from a wilder and got the paralysis net. So this is just living out in the middle of nowhere, very isolated. And we see them sneaking through that area, trying to avoid any human habitation.
Yeah. And this is also giving us that pressure of the bowl of the winds needs to get used now.
Yeah. We really are at that point where things have gotten bad, right? Everybody, because the Bowl of the Winds is used pretty much right away in the beginning of this book. Like that is the first section, first few chapters. So we are at peak heat. After this point, we get the Bowl of the Winds, and then things start to break, and we see a change in the weather. So, this is walls of dust.
Yeah, walls of dust. When you get walls of dust, bad. It's bad.
Yeah. The Dust Bowl is not a pleasant time. I don't think. Yeah.
No. And this is also the point where we get perspective later on, like, if the Great Lord had not relented, everyone would die. And the Bowl of the Winds it changes that. Like, this is a make or break point in the climate system for them.
So I learned apparently that tilling soil is terrible for creating dust this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
it is.
Do you think the Borderlanders were just sucking at their crop maintenance?
Well, they're out of the borderlands by now. They're not responsible for the management of this landscape.
Black Hills, that's fair. It is probably just wild.
Yeah,
You know?
it's but yes, no-till agriculture is better.
Yeah.
That-
I did not know that. I thought tilling was good for the soil. I learned. So this is a meeting of multiple Borderlanders coming together. They've all sort of snuck around independently, kind of like the Red Sisters did.
Yes, then split up and then regather
Mm-hmm.
later. Yeah.
Well, they definitely coordinated this ahead of time. They were coming from the Borderlanders, all the different Borderland nations, and meeting down in the Black Hills.
I don't quite know why they couldn't just meet in the borderlands.
Secrecy.
Oh yeah, and they're trying to get to Rand.
Yeah.
So like, hey, let's all meet up en route.
Right. Yeah. You don't go across town to pick your friend up when the bar's right next to you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Neutral space.
Neutral space,
There's no nation. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So they're not invading anybody.
And they talk a lot about like we're all allies, but we have complicated relationships. So yeah,
Mhm.
neutral territory makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. The Borderlanders have a very interesting relationship because they do share borders, and I'm sure there's conflict between the nations, but they have such a common enemy that they really do need to pull together. But at the same time, like, the Arafellans see the Saldaeans, it's really weird. Like there's definitely a different culture there. There's always cultural conflict when you have different cultures.
Yeah.
No matter how much of a unified goal that you might have.
Yeah. So they're coming together because they all know about this one prophecy that was made right at the end of the breaking, I think, is when that prophecy happened.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's definitely from Arafel, so it has to be within 1,000 years, because Arafel only existed within the last 1,000 years, right?
Or it was passed down from Proto Arafel.
Yeah, it was
To the wiki.
Nach Iman family has produced a Aes Sedai who had the prophecy. So
but they all know about it. All the Borderlander nations are able to be like, hey, it's time to go check on this. And everyone's like, oh yeah, we know about that.
yes, it was one of Karuna's forebears. So she is a powerful channeler, but also her forebear was the one who told the prophecy. Yes.
Right. So it's a family. It's not secret, but it's a family knowledge drop. So yeah, they were ready to kill people to keep this secret, but they've managed to avoid it. We're in Atheniel's head, and she thinks about, hey, I didn't have to kill anyone. I didn't do war crimes this trip. Yay. It's like, I mean, I guess if you're a head of state, that's an accomplishment.
Well, yeah, slaughter. I mean, obviously the White Cloaks didn't bother.
Yeah. I love this line here from her where she can't decide if it would be worse if Rand is a false dragon or the Dragon Reborn. Either way is bad.
Right. Because if he's a false dragon, then all of a sudden you're going to war with this guy who's the ruler of Ilion, who just became the ruler of Ilion, has all the Aiel. Like, that's a bad situation. If he is the Dragon Reborn, last battle. So, it's like not winning either way. It's not a good thing, right? They do not want to do this ride. It is not fun. But especially with how powerful Rand has become. If they find themselves his enemy, I would want to, right now, being on the other side of Rand, I mean, he's taking out Forsaken like a freaking candy.
Yeah, very much so. Working together?
No, none of them want to fight Rand by themselves. And there is, the prophecy also says they must do it together, right? This is the blood pact. Mm-hmm. The Borderlanders. I think part of the prophecy is that it has to be a secret type situation. So like it really is the fate of the world depends on them keeping this a secret. So I certainly think it's possible the Aes Sedai don't know exactly what's going on. But then you've got these 13 who are hanging out with the various groups, and they have to have some clue that Rand is involved and there's something with the Last Dragon. I don't know if they know about the prophecies, and I don't know if they know exactly why the rulers are doing what they do.
Yeah,
we don't speak about it. Yeah, they don't speak about it, and we don't get a POV from any of those Aes Sedai that I know about.
No. So yeah, Atheniella is debating if this is any good or not, and she sort of talks to a few of her counselors about it. That's kind of the dialogue of the chapter, and we get told the other choices only carry different risks, not lesser, because it's the end of the world. There are no good choices. People will die. Nations will fall. The dragon will be reborn. And she's, frustrated by that. And the simple need to act is why she's here. But it's not why she's here. She's here because prophecies need to be fulfilled, right? That's the real reason why she's here. And so she says that to her Aes Sedai advisor. And then she looks over to her sword bearer, who's a fun little bit of a character, because this is Lord Baldire, who Sanderson tells us is one of our only gay characters. This is one of the two, and he shows up here described as nice being where's the phrase? He's got a supercilious air. He's got a biting tongue, and he affected to care more for music and his clothes than anything. So he's kind of coded as gay, but Sanderson's the one that actually gave us like, yes, that is there. There you go. You have representation. I'm just like,
But a careful reading of stereotypes.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, we learned he's been a general for like 20 years for a queen of a war nation. I mean, clearly he's competent, right? Yeah, he's underestimating me. I care more about clothes. He's fussy, all of that. He also fun thing, he asks Lan about Agilmar acting weird in the last battle and is one of those people who keeps pushing Lan to question Agilmar. So he's kind of instrumental to the unraveling of Grandal's plot to mess with all the great captains. He's the one that keeps being like, this just isn't right. And Lan's like, okay, fine, third time's a charm. I'll go ask him, blah. And so he's important in that way.
I will say that's one of my more frustrating moments with Lan, I think, in the entire books is like, this isn't right. Lan would trust his instincts faster. It takes too many pushes, in my opinion, to get Lan to do something. I feel like the first mention, Lan would be all over that. Like, pick a metaphor. If I was going to sabotage an army, how would I do it? Well, yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's just like, at that point, you realize that what Agilmar is doing is sabotaging it. And he still procrastinates for a little while longer, doesn't he? I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, Lan doesn't want to like question an older general and the King of Malkir. I mean, he's being Lan really hard.
There is, I guess, some honor involved there in terms of like.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, Baldari. Because Baldari is the one who's smart enough to be like, Agilmar's acting a little off.
Yeah. I mean, basically. When you're right, right? Right.
Yeah, Baldari is as supportive as the Aes Sedai about this choice. It's like, I don't like hiding who we are, but you have to do what you're gonna do. Yeah, and Nathaniel is just like, whatever, it's fine. I'm a queen. I'm gonna do my thing.
Do you think Nathaniel's blade is power wrought?
I mean, probably. They're hard to destroy.
Yeah. I mean, it is an ancient sword.
Yeah.
It would make sense.
But it's mostly ceremonial, so they don't use it, so they don't know. But yeah, I would assume that it is.
It's one of those things where like some say power wrought. Like power wrought swords we see is like the hilt gets replaced over and over and over and over again, and it never gets a scratch, never gets a mar. It's one of those things where it's like, how do you not know?
Well, if it's ceremonial, you don't take it out of its scabbard and use it. You don't test the edge, like.
But
it's a little hand wavy. It's a little eye of the worldism.
Yes, she was.
Yes.
She was pretty amazing. The Kiru Khan, the sword of Kiru Khan, the fabled warrior queen of Aramella.
Yeah, she's badass. Yeah, probably, yeah, exactly. With that sword.
She probably, yeah. Do we have her story?
Oh, not to hand.
I think I do.
I just need to give you a mic. You're gonna keep contributing. Yeah, but she has this great thought where she's like, I don't think that just because I'm on the throne of the clouds will bend to my will. And then the clouds do bend to her will effectively, but that's because of other people doing other things.
Oh yeah, that is mentioned later in this chapter where it says she's beheaded a false dragon with her hands and birthed 2 sons either by the same man or another one. So this is the whole like she was a channeler, right?
No, she's a queen.
Just a queen? They just say warrior queen. Brigida, she has a temper like a boar caught in briars at the best. Not like anyone close by.
Oh, that's a comment about Elaine.
Yeah.
You're like,
yeah, it's a comment about Elaine.
I've met queens like you before.
Definitely. Well, isn't there that other Aes Sedai who, like, married a false dragon and had kids by him and then gentled them or something like that?
I think you're.
Am I mixing up?
Yeah,
okay.
I think you're applying Aes Sedai to a queen, but.
Sometimes in the ancient histories, they're not that different because you have these warrior queens and these warrior Aes Sedai, and like they're out doing legendary things with false dragons. Like I wouldn't expect a queen to be the one to take down a false dragon.
Right.
I would expect that to be a Aes Sedai. So that's thrown off my brain.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, allies of long standing, yet the time spread suspicion like flies on a midden. Too many rulers to the south had died or vanished in the last year for her to feel any comfort in wearing a crown. Whoever he was, this Althor fellow had much to answer for. She's pissed. And she is coming for the dragon.
Well, and yeah, it's very few. I think we talk about how like Berlain is the only ruler who like makes it through the last battle, still in charge. Like when anyone like is just like, oh, Berlain, what is she doing? I'm like, the only one who survives,
not dying.
Yeah, she really does win,
Yeah.
And she gets a guarantee from the Dragon's Peace.
Yeah, and Galad, she gets Galad.
He's just, she wins Galad. That's true. She does win the prettiest boy at the end of the story. So
it's appropriate.
That's appropriate. No.
The next thing I've got is this whole thing about this weird spire, which is just such a random thing that never shows up again.
I think it's emitting some sort of radiation. I think it's either a radio tower or in some way radioactive.
Yeah, I like that.
But the way he describes it as like golden and fallen lace, I'm thinking about like a big radio tower that's like up in the air and pumping out some sort of waves. And we do know that like if you stand in front of a really powerful radio telescope, it can cook you pretty good. I mean, radio waves are basically microwaves.
Yeah.
And
it's all light. It's all radiation.
It's all radiation. So
yeah.
That's non-ionizing radiation. There is a difference. Non-ionizing radiation does not penetrate your skin. It cannot hurt you. Do not be afraid.
It's a deep state conspiracy.
The light coming off the LED bulbs is more powerful than that stuff. It's really, it's a real problem. No, but no, there does seem to be some sort of invisible radiation because people die when they go near this thing.
Right? I like to think it's a malfunctioning one too. I don't think it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, but it's a leftover from the Age of Legends and it's still powered up somehow. Oh, it's first stage.
Yeah.
Right.
I definitely believe that's like our that's why I'm like nuclear, right? I really do. It might be like somehow radioactive, right? Because there also, he describes a spire in a hole in the ground, and if you get close enough to it, you sicken and die.
Yeah. Which always makes me think of like a radio telescope or yeah. Yeah, like Arecibo or something. Only it cooks you.
The other possibility it could be is a crater from a nuclear blast, and someone put the spire in the middle to warn people off, and that it's just radiation from a leftover explosion.
Well, it wasn't broken before when they put it in. I don't know. Maybe they just sent in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiation suits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, something like that.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, I imagine the accident happened. It killed a lot of people, and then they're like, "Ooh, let's put a spire up so it doesn't kill more people," right? Like,
just pick these 5 people, send them in, their forfeit, and then the greater good of humanity.
I mean, we have radiation suits. We work in radiation. Like, there's no problem. Like,
yeah, wrap up in Mylar.
Yeah,
or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
It does actually make a difference because a lot of times what kills you is the dust you inhale, and because it's radioactive, it embeds in your lungs and you end up with radioactive dust. Whereas if you actually filter that dust out, it's the exposure you get while in the area is relatively low compared to the extensive exposure you get if the dust gets into your lungs. Also, radiation on your skin, not quite as bad as radiation inside of you.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the ending of the second age was the discovery of the true power.
You're right. And then the end of the third age is the discovery of lighting the pipe with your mind.
Yeah, is the
I guess
Teleron Riyadh power. I don't know. Yeah, the world's a dream.
Yeah, they discovered redemption is a thing.
It's dreams all the way down, right? Like,
yes.
There's the world's
Very
of dreams. Our world is a dream from which you will wake. Like that. I do truly believe that he's making a metaphor about like dream layers, especially being this is a book which is kind of a dream in and of itself.
Yeah.
Inception.
Dreamception. Yep.
Dreamception. Yeah. No, it's really they just went deeper. And so the reason it turns forever is because they're just, you know, how there's that multiplication of time. So there's so many levels down. Yep. That's what's going on. And the creator is actually we're incepting Robert Jordan. And so we've just gone so deep into his mind that we're just experiencing this on an endless loop forever.
Yeah. That checks out.
Yeah.
You want to get back to the book?
Not really.
Okay. Well, the next page, 2 pages, is a name salad. It is Borderlander name salad. And very nearly all of these names do not show up again the whole rest of the series. This is their one opportunity to be here, and most of them presumed to live through the end of the last battle. I doubt that they all live. Yeah, it's just name salad and the politics of the last 10 years, and none of it's relevant.
It gives you a structure for the Borderlanders. I'm glad it's there. I wish he had used it a little bit more. Like, bring some of these characters back, right? This is
yeah.
And I said
it's
before,
like Agilmar,
yeah,
Paytar, Isar.
It's like when Harriet said you need to cut the fourth boy, right?
Yeah.
Like it's you're not using him for anything. He's just there to round out the story. And you may use him for something in the future, but you may not, you know? And I feel like that's what all these Borderlanders are, is like, he was probably going to use them in the last battle. And I'm guessing that if Jordan had wrote it, we would have seen a lot more of these minor
an entire
characters.
book of how the Borderlanders respond to
right,
the last
exactly.
battle.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so I really do think that we would have gotten more details about some. When we talk about name salad, a lot of times we're like, oh, he introduced these characters and then we never see them again. But a lot of times we see them in all of Robert Jordan's books. It's only in the last 3 that a lot of these side characters just get dropped, which I get why he did that, but it does mean that some of these characters that really could have meant something at this point just don't.
Yeah, but it lets you know that there's not just one unifying culture. The Borderlanders are very fragmented and they have lots of different cultures, and that's fun world building. But there's not a lot to talk about, except for the fact that the Borderlanders are complicated.
And I think the prologue is a good place to throw name salad at us, because it gives us a sense of this world has depth, but also it's a prologue. This is a side story, and these are side characters in a side story. Don't worry too much about trying to memorize their names, unless you want to win trivia.
This
because
is true.
as it turns out, it's an excellent source of really difficult trivia questions.
Morgan.
Yeah. Newman.
It's fun. So yeah, they're talking about, we left the blight unguarded, but the blight is quiet, but the shadow never sleeps. So they're, basically hand wringing is basically what's happening, is rulers hand wringing over the decisions they've already made.
This is something they can't control, right? They don't know what's going to happen when they slap Rand, right? Like,
right. They might all die. Instantly.
Right. And this is not fun for them. Like, you're supposed to be fighting the last battle, and here you are, like, hoping that the troops you left behind are enough just in case there's an uprising.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you're marching all your people, like, potentially to death and destruction. Or to death and destruction. I mean, best case scenario, you go die in the last battle, right? Like, that's the best case scenario, is that the last battle will happen. Whereas the worst case scenario is that you die sooner. It's not great. And so as they're dithering, Tenobia comes galloping in all of her flamboyance. And I really feel like Tenobia, the way she gets described here with the things she wants from a suitor and how flamboyant she is and rearing her horse and all of that, I feel like that is meant to give us a way to understand Fael, right? Because
Yes.
they are cousins. So when you're looking through Atheniella's eyes at Tenobia being like, wow, she's so extra, it gives you a little bit of context. It's like, this is how Saldaeans are. This is a woman that Fail is sort of like a peer of.
I also think it's a little bit of like, at least Fail's not this crazy.
Yeah,
Like this is what I could be doing to you people. Like enjoy the Fail you've got, because it could be Tenobia.
Yeah. And Tenobia does die in the last battle because of the stuff with Agomar, and the mismanagement of the army. She dies.
Right. He sends her into battle without backups, and she's supposed to basically, and there's just a moment where she just gets overrun. And
Yeah, she goes tearing off into the battle, and there's no backup.
there's no backup when there's supposed to be, and she just gets flanked, and they're like, whoop, well, that's a loss. Regroup. You know, like it's just everyone just, it's like, well, anyway, there she goes.
And then the Bashirs get put in, they, then Davron becomes king for like 20 minutes, and then he dies.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I always forget the Bashirs die.
Yeah.
But it has to happen for Perrin to become the Wolf King.
Yeah, they are not king and queen for very long. So yeah, Tenobia is just extra. Yes? No. Where is he? Maybe he is with this group.
He should be with this group, yeah.
Kieran should be with this group.
Because he
would
would have gone back with Lord Algamar, and he reported back to Lord Algamar, and that's what kicked off this whole thing.
Yeah. So he must be with Algamar's retinue.
Yeah,
just
I'm sure
not getting
he's here.
mentioned
We just,
here.
don't see
Okay.
him. Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about where Kieran was.
Yeah.
But no, you're right.
Yeah.
So much bigger.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he does pop back in the last battle, where basically he's when Rand goes to meet with the Borderlanders, when they do actually finally slap him, they send Huron out. They're like, he's like, did they bring I told them they could only bring as many people as me. Did they bring? And
it's just Huron.
And it's just Huron. They're like, it's one man. And the Aiel think it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, you're safe. It's just one dude.
And then Rand blows up at him.
Yeah,
and,
he thinks he's
freaks out.
He thinks he's like compelled or something.
Or
He,
he's
like,
an illusion.
Right. So he like makes him prove that it's actually him.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, he did just get his hand burned off by
It's a very fair question.
Yeah.
And Huron doesn't even hold it against him.
Mm-mm.
And then he apologizes. Once he's Zen Rand, he goes to Huron and apologizes to him, and makes Huron feel special.
Huron does die in the last battle. Yeah.
I would not have pinpointed those as characters that we would see. And with Huron, it's the opposite, right? There's someone who we spend a lot of time with in a book that you kind of think is going to be a bigger character. I don't know, is there another Huron? And there's not really
Oh,
Yeah.
that is terrible.
I mean, I'll throw Loyal out there, but that's
Yeah.
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 But that's because Loyal doesn't have much of a journey. He's so solid. He's so loyal. He's an author avatar. He doesn't need to he just doesn't need to be in he's getting married, and he has to come to that realization that that being married is good.
Oh, her ears.
Oh, her ears are so, and her eyebrows. Mm-hmm.
The eyebrows, though.
Oh.
This is not that kind of podcast, Seth.
I actually did trim my eyebrows before tonight. Before this weekend, they were all over the place. They get really long. And I swear to God, you get older and you start growing hair in places, and hair you're like, what? This didn't used to keep growing. It used to stop, and now it just goes and goes and goes. And if I don't cut it, it doesn't. I look like Andy Rooney. Or like Senbui, yeah. Ooh, now I'm imagining Andy Rooney as Senbui, and that works real well. Yeah. What the? Oh no, trust me, it's going. Let's just say gravity has affected my hair. It's retreated from the top and come out everywhere else.
What about Aes Sedai? Aes Sedai. Aes Sedai. What about Aes Sedai?
What does an Aes Sedai say when she's trying to heal balding?
I don't know what.
It's just a weave.
You have told this joke to me at least 3 times.
I have.
Will I ever remember the
love that
punchline?
joke.
No, I won't. Because I hate puns. I've already forgotten.
It was too good of an opportunity. I couldn't let it go.
Yeah. I'll forgive you this time.
So Tenobia is rather angry that her dear uncle Davram Bashir, who she sent to bring her the head of Mazrim Taim, is now working with him under another false dragon. That is, I mean, there are circumstances, but she's kind of right. Like,
with the information she has, she is very right to be pissed.
Yeah.
It's like, I send you out to get me one false dragon, and then you just serve another dragon. Like, does my queenship mean nothing to you? Is basically where she's coming from. And she's Tenobia, so it feels extra, but yeah, it's very fair.
Mhm.
Like, you're my general. What are you doing? Going rogue. Basically, he went rogue.
He went completely rogue. He's working for another ruler. He took the entire army with him. Like, that's called a coup.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just treason.
It's treason. Like, yeah, it's bad. Now, again, we have the prophecy of the dragon breaks all bonds, yada yada
Yeah.
yada. Like, you know, there's a certain argument to be made that when the end of the world is coming, you got to be loyal to the main leader, you know. But it's not going to hurt her soothe feelings or soothe her hurt feelings.
It's not going to hurt her soothed feelings.
It will definitely do that. Actually, it will hurt her soothe feelings. Yes. And she just I lost the train of thought on that one.
Well, then the next thing she does is be like, oh, also I have this uncle. And then she tries to hook Atheniela up with her uncle.
Which Atheniel's like, what the?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah. This is like, I never thought about me as a match. Like, she's just played matchmaker so much and hadn't even thought about it for herself, which, I mean, how often do you do that? Like, you can look at someone else's problems and be like, listen, all you have to do to fix it is A, B, and C. And then you think about your own problems. You're like, there's no way there's nothing I can do. There's
No, my problem is actually unique and no one can solve it.
And no one else
I can solve
ever had it
everyone
before.
else's problems.
Sure.
Mine are intractable. It's very logical.
Very logical. Oh, yeah, get this line. Southampton's tempers were legendary. Here, hers was wildfire and a high wind, and you could never tell what would provide the spark.
That's a scary person. I would not want that person in charge of a country, honestly. That's really a lot.
The flying off the handle at a whim for something that's not predictable sucks. That's just, it's tough to work with. It's tough to be around. It's tough to be ruled by.
Yeah. It's a wonder Saldea is doing as well as it is, honestly.
Well, she's got some good advisors and she hasn't
It's
been in
true.
power that long. So
It's true. Yeah. Her on Twitter would be.
yeah. How good of a ruler she is. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, yes, she may be he's basically saying she's very technically competent at being a ruler, but she might be a little hot-headed sometimes. You know, it's definitely like, yes, he's saying she's a good ruler, but like he's also like she's a little crazy. So like, I get that she's competent and she has, you know, again, he basically raised her, so she's doing what he says. It's one of those things where I could see her being a good ruler when she got older and tempered down a little bit. Is like, I don't think it's the fundamentals that are the problem. It's the emotions and the selfishness and the lack of foresight.
Yeah.
And that just takes age sometimes.
She's 8 years older than Fael. So yeah, she's in her 20s and she should be married, according to Atheniel. She's old enough, she should be married and doing her queenly thing.
I love the description of why she's not married.
Yeah.
Because I've known those people. I've been those people. I need a perfect partner. She has to be gorgeous and intelligent and like everything I do and support me in everything except when I don't want her to. And I don't want to tell her that.
Yeah. The contradictory.
And then I grew up a little bit. And then learned that perfect people don't exist. And if you're looking for the perfect person, you're going to be very, very lonely.
Yeah. So Aes Sedai. There's not a lot about them, but there's 13 of them.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a problem. First they have no Aes Sedai, and then they have 8, and that's whoa, and then it's 13. It's like it escalates so quickly.
I don't really understand where the Aes Sedai came from. I read through it and I was like, he's like, oh, we got 1 advisor, and then 8, and then 4, and then 13. And I was like, wait, where did they come from?
Well, each one thinks that like it's like, oh, I'll just bring mine. It'll be fine. But then there's a lot of them, and so they've all brought at least 1. Because Tenobia brings 5, and she's like, I don't know how they figured out what I'm doing. They seem to want to just come along for shits and giggles. It's not a big deal, right?
That's what I'm wondering. Why are they along? Like, I mean, obviously they see a bunch of Borderlanders moving.
Yeah, I don't know.
And do we even get their names?
I mean, no, I don't think we do. I mean, we know that there's the one that Elida sent to be with Tenobia, which is Mamara, but I don't think that we have names for most of them. Oh, Koladara. Yeah, we've got Koladara. Oh, right. So what happens is Pater has 1 Aes Sedai with him, and then she has visitors for reasons that are never expounded on.
So I'm convinced that Jordan had a follow-up to this, that he was going to do more with this group.
It does feel like setup.
It really does feel like a lot of setup. And while I like this scene that Sanderson wrote, I get the feeling that this is something that just got left behind and wasn't clarified. And Sanderson did what he could with it. But there's just a lot implied here and a lot of characters that I feel like really had potential.
Yeah. But yeah, there's 13 of them, but there's some weird coincidence.
Yeah, severe coincidence. I mean, and that's what really pisses Rand off. That's why he's super angry.
That's what breaks.
That when he confronts them, is he is like, you dare bring 13 Aes Sedai? It's like a bare knuckle threat, right? That's about as big of a threat as you can get to the Dragon Reborn, as being like, yeah, we're showing up and here's 13 Aes Sedai. Don't blink.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, Atheniela is like, this is ridiculous. And Pytar pulls a Caesar and a mat and says, the dice are out of the cup. It's just another way of saying the die is cast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which is, it's always fun to spot those little bits of historical references.
And I mean, they are gamblers. Jordan likes to call generals gamblers and link those together, that there's a certain amount of risk taking you have to do in the fog of war. And so no matter how much information you have, you do have to gamble. You do have to toss the dice. Yeah. And so that, we talk about Patron Nile uses that phrase very early on before Matt ever does. It's time to toss the dice. There seems to be a thread of great generals have some gambler in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to risk people.
What's higher, money or someone's life, right? What's worth more? I was gonna say, don't ask Jeff Bezos that, because he's got an opinion.
There's a lot of people with complicated answers to that question. Not that many people, but enough.
So we do get this reference: Naya and Isar's Aelsling vanished without a trace. Apparently, those were. I read a note that those were 2 people who wrote in Robert Jordan.
Yes,
yeah,
I read about that.
Yeah.
Some friends wrote RJ and were like, "Hey, will you put us in the books?" And so he slapped some Aes Sedai into a chapter. I was like, "There you go, put you in there." So that's Nina and Aisling. Neither of them are Black Aja. They're just fans.
Fans. Yeah, those are fan. That's a fan insert. So yeah, the name definitely name salad.
Yeah, lots of name salad.
But there's tasty crunchy carrots and lettuce and
right, like kind of like the fact that Karuna is the sister of the King of Arafel. We knew that, but now we're seeing it from the other side of like, oh, the King of Arafel is really nice to Aes Sedai because he likes his sister, who's a Aes Sedai, and it just gives you that little bit of depth. It's name salad, but it gives you depth and crunch. crunchy. And then Atheniel is like, or no, not Atheniel, but one of them says it may be well. Oh, Esau says it may be well to have 13 Aes Sedai with us farther south. Like they're gonna try to gentle Rand, which is like, I don't think that would have gone well. Even if he was a false dragon, I don't think that would have gone well.
No.
They tried to still him. That's not gonna happen. But hey, why not? And then, I have this whole discussion about Atheniel and Kalyan Ramsond, and she's like, oh, he's looking at me like a woman. This is nice.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think that they get together after. I don't remember if they live.
They
they
do.
do?
Yeah,
they
they
do?
do.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Nice. You should go honeymoon somewhere, not cold.
Do they survive the last battle?
Oh yeah, they are. They do kind of the loyal Aerith thing, and they're like, let's just get married on the road. It's cool. We're monarchs. I mean, not that loyal and Aerith are monarchs, but you know what I mean.
And so, we wrap up the ending with the statement, the meeting had only one real purpose, a simple and ancient ceremony of the Borderlanders that had been recorded only 7 times in all the years since the breaking. So 7 times the Borderlanders have rode to confront a false dragon, or 6 times in the previous. This would be the 7th, which again, that's a lot of slaps. But this is also, I feel like the 7 is an important number. Like he is the 7th person they've investigated. But this is how. It's actually impressive they managed to keep it a secret, having ridden forth 7 times before and done this ceremony 7 times before.
I wonder if they did this exact thing 7 times, or if it's just the level of oath that they've done 7 times. Yeah, like I don't know. But it's presented like there's magic that bonds them together, but it's really just like giving each other tetanus. If you just cut your palm, which first of all makes no sense.
Never made any sense to me. I hate that trope.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
But then it's like there's no blood magic except for the dark friends. So I don't really quite know.
I think it's closer to an oath in the way that Lan would swear. Like Lan would never break an oath, and a blood oath would be even worse. Like this is the only thing that is more powerful than what Amerlin Swan swore to Bryn.
Oh,
how do you get more powerful than that? You do a blood oath.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. And then after that, you do the oath rod, and then after that, you take off the oath rod and sort of the dark one, and that's a lot worse.
Yeah, but they are now committed to the death.
4 hands reached out and met, gripped, heart's blood mingling, dripping to the ground, soaking into the stony dirt. We are one to the death, Isar said, and they all spoke with him. We are one to the death. By blood and soil they were committed. Now they had to find Rand al'Thor and do what needed to be done, whatever the price.
Dun dun dun.
One slap. I love that's so great when they're like, oh, we have to do, and you're like, are they gonna kill him or are they gonna? It's like, no, they're gonna slap him.
Yeah.
and ask him a question.
Yeah.
He could have answered the question wrong, and then it would have been a fight.
Yeah, then they would have just all gone in, all in. Yeah.
They did say they could come in handy when they go south, and I think that's what they were referencing. But it does seem like, reading back, Tenobia's like, oh yeah, they just showed up randomly. They were surprised. I was surprised. Yeah. There's no explanation of where they were traveling to, where they were traveling from. It's pattern. It's pattern and Taviran that Rand, I guess, needed 13 Aes Sedai to confront him.
It helps set off his anger to the max, which it just helps push him into that ultimate Darth Rand. It helps set him, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that was necessary. I think he was pretty angry already personally, but
But there may have been a time limit, right? That if he didn't go deep enough, fast enough to basically break and snap and come back, that he would have just sort of slowly corrupted.
Right. It's like, this needs to escalate quickly.
This needs to escalate quickly enough that you can be you can reintegrate, because if it hadn't escalated that quickly, he would have continued to drift, continued to get more insane, and be maybe beyond the point of reintegration being possible.
Yeah.
And then you would have had, just LTT taking over Rand's brain,
which would have sucked.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is if you concentrate it enough, it destroys the world. Like, there's that whole
balance.
You have to be very careful, right?
Yeah, when preparing a Dragon Reborn to go into the last battle, you must be very careful with how much you increase the angst, the rate at which you raise the stakes. It's very specific.
I like 2 cups of sorrow, half a cup of anguish.
And keep it on a low simmer.
Low simmer, definitely,
and
for
then
about
turn
2
it
years.
up and put a blowtorch on it.
Right. Well, you. Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
well, yes.
yes.
The chronic pain adds that, like, the texture to the.
Yeah, it's like greasing the pan first. You just have that nice base of chronic pain. Yes, and the taint.
Yeah, coat and taint for a nice chocolate covered treat.
Yeah. It's the spicy Dragon Reborn. Can you tell we're punch drunk?
Oh God, the Marinara Reborn. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, in the cookbook that the Blue Watch put together, which is on the auction, there is a banana reborn bread recipe.
Nice.
Because we WoTified all of the names of the recipes. So banana bread. I mean, and bananas are literally dying when you make banana bread. So it's literally bananas reborn when you make banana bread. So banana reborn bread. I
Right.
don't, except when they're correct.
So I'm just imagining the banana as Rand, as like he uses the tainted power, and that's why the banana slowly turns brown.
It's
and that
channeling
fireside,
tainted Zidane.
Absolutely, and it's that thing. It's like exactly, and in like the first 3 books, he's like that like starchy green banana, and then all of a sudden he turns brown, and you're like, dude, when were you ripe? And he's like, right in the middle of the Shadow Rising.
Yeah,
for like
right
2 chapters, and you didn't eat me. And I'm like, oh man. So
Yeah, it sounds more like an avocado, honestly. Yeah.
why do you think it's gold? It's
Yeah,
the,
gold
the,
for
the gold
the
for the
banana.
yellow, the banana. Yeah.
And on that scintillating note, should we call this recording and go drink beer?
I would love to do that.
Okay, and we've recorded for an hour, so thank you all
Thank you
for
so much.
making us feel awkward while we record.
Thank you for staring at me awkwardly. I mentioned I got into podcasts, so I didn't have to do this live. Yes, many times. Okay. I love you guys. You really do.
You guys
You're
are
wonderful.
great.
You've been great.
Yes, this is my first in-person recording. Thank you
You
very
did
much.
fantastic.
Oh, thank you. This is very fun. I wanted to be an actress for the longest time, and then I went to high school drama department, and I was like, nah, never mind. So it's hilarious to me that I now have this stage-like experience
Mhm.
again. Like, oh, I didn't expect book reading to be how I got here, but here we are. It is a very welcoming
It is.
stage.
You,
Yeah.
you. This has just been wonderful, and it's been such a fun weekend for me. And
We will be sleeping the entirety of Monday and Tuesday.
I
but
have
that's
to go to
fine.
work on Monday. We'll see. I'll be a little out of it, but
Yeah.
fortunately, all I have to do is chop vegetables.
Nice.
If I lose a finger, it's not my
You've
fault.
got 9 other fingers.
All
It's
right.
fine.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally. I can mostly type. That's a good point. Yeah. Ooh, I did the good chainmail glove actually does sound really cool. I'd love to have one on my left hand while with the knife in my right. I've seen that, but that's one. So I do too many other tasks. It's like getting it on and off is constantly. I'm not chopping like for hours. I'm chopping for like 10 minutes, and then I'm cooking something, and then I'm yeah. Ugh. Yeah, it is very gross. Yeah. Also, have you seen my hands? They're thick. I cannot get my hand into gloves easily, and it's very hard to find gloves that have thick enough fingers because larges just get longer, and my hands aren't long; they're thick. Yeah, and so I have. So it's like I can't get it. Like won't fit on my finger, but then there's like a bunch of stuff hanging off the end of it. It's
This
like
is very important post show.
It's extremely important
It's keeping
post-show
me
talk.
from a beer, sir.
No, it's not. Go. Okay, all right.
Thanks everyone online. You're
Thank
all
you, everyone
amazing,
online. I
and
really
thanks
do
to Rob
appreciate it.
again for broadcasting us. So
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
yeah, I think we're done. Oh yes.
Oh,
yes.
please.
Yeah, I mean, we proved last night I can shout, but I'll take a mic. So just going over some scheduling things. We have this space and the Coos Bay space until 11 o'clock. At that point, we no longer have the spaces after that. So at that point, for socializing, move to the Con Suite in 346. Tomorrow morning, there is another morning walk with Neil. Yes? This is another walk open to everyone, not a strenuous walk, kind of like the walk this morning. This one leaves at 9, so you have to sleep in an extra half hour tomorrow morning. Meet in the hotel lobby for that. We are closing the silent auction tomorrow, closes at 10 a.m. I just checked, now we're over $3,100, which is pretty great. Not everything is out of reach. The Robert Jordan bookplate is up to $752, but there's plenty of affordable items left. So just make sure you get your bids in then. Tomorrow, closing ceremonies, where we're going to do things like announce the winners of the costume contest. You can still vote, by the way, for the online costume contest until 10 a.m. tomorrow, because some of our online participants have sent in their entries. So go ahead and keep voting on that. We'll announce those winners. We'll do our draw to thank our volunteers, our prize there. We will announce the winners of the silent auction at that point as well. So we'll find out who won what. Just as a note, closing ceremonies are going to be in the Con Suite in 346 because we don't have these rooms tomorrow. That would have cost a lot of money. 11. So checkout is at 11. So before closing ceremony. So that means you can check out and then you can either like bring your luggage with you to the Con Suite. That's fine. Or they may have luggage. You may be able to leave your luggage at the front desk. I didn't check, but that normally you can. But that either one is fine. We'll have because we have the Con Suite all day tomorrow, but not the event space. Am I forgetting anything?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Have fun tonight.
About as good as we are at starting things.
All right.
Rob, I think we are good if we're off YouTube. So hi, YouTube. We are apparently still very much live. So Rob must have walked away. That's interesting. I'm curious if anybody is still watching. Hey, everybody. So this is the post. Post was we're all wrapping up and packing up. Sorry, we're still on. I'm going to go ahead and end this.